Hello and welcome to 6 Part. Today I'm gonna continue the story What If Deku Built the Iron Man Suit Part 5. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
This is fucking bullshit. Neze wholeheartedly concurs with Aizawa-san's assertion. He felt compelled to publicly denounce the injustice that had occurred in front of everyone. He even made sure it didn't violate anyone's human rights while searching for a solution. Yagi-san asked in a hopeful tone, "Isn't there some kind of the loophole?" He looked at his paws and let out a loud sigh. Unfortunately, no, the quirkless hero ban law, while simple in its content, is foolproof. No person without a quirk can do any job related to heroics, be it patrol or investigation. Everyone in the room did their best to process the information as the strangely quiet room fell. Not that they could, not even after the announcement 3 days in advance. Aizawa-san, rubbing his forehead, said, "Can't you do something, All Might? As a number 1 hero you do have some political leverage." Yagi-san gave a headshake. Hiro put his hands together and threw his head back at Neze, saying, "Against the nearly 100% government approval. Doubt it. How's young Midoriya dealing with it?" With great sadness, he said, "Bad, terrible, horrible. I don't think that there's a word to describe it." Aizawa-san told them, collapsing onto the couch, "If Yaoyorozu is any indication, then Midoriya must be 1,000 times worse." With disgust, he continued, "I had PE with 1D today." Bakugo seemed strangely satisfied by the events. It was in times like those that Neze wished she was a simple animal without quirks. Momo had trouble concentrating on the lesson. She was preoccupied with the situation involving her beloved, Izuku. He was present, but he was also absent. She had learned from May that he was inactive in class. Nothing at all, no notes, no responses. He didn't say anything, not even a hello to them. He simply dragged himself to the launching station during lunch breaks, sat against the wall, and looked lifelessly at his armors. Not even a muscle twitch was present. He did nothing but sit there until school let out and then headed home. She and May tried everything to give him more life, really anything at all. However, he did not respond to what they did. The most they received was a lifeless grin and vacant gaze. It broke their hearts because it was so wrong. She couldn't blame him, though. His dream was essentially crushed and torn to pieces by the government. He spent his entire life working for something. Even worse, during the interviews with some heroes, they acknowledged that it was a wise decision that would increase public safety. She found their words to be unbelievable. She experienced disgust as her own desire to be a hero gradually vanished. Her classmates' response was what really infuriated her. Many, shamelessly, in her opinion, said that the law was for the better even though some expressed concerns about it. Some even referred to individuals without quirks as liabilities on the field. Did they forget who manufactured the majority of their gear? Did they really not give a damn about the injustice they saw all around them? Occasionally, she shot a glance at Todoroki that seemed a little hostile. This was a bastard's fault. His father was to blame. Man did not disguise his involvement in the issue. He proudly declared that he had expressed his concerns to the politicians and politely requested that they enact new legislation to safeguard a portion of the Japanese populace. What a bunch of total nonsense. The boy remained silent and refrained from making any remarks regarding the issue. Though it appeared as though he was lost in thought, Momo showed little interest in what was going on inside his head. She checked that ridiculous law with her parents, looking for any scrap of hope. No, they didn't. She even gave her government-affiliated uncle a call. Though he was also without a solution, she was at least relieved that he was against this offensive joke. She smiled a little at the response she saw on the American forums devoted to Izuku and his status as an Iron Man. She recalled how she, her lovers, and Toshi had recorded a video of her boyfriend getting ready for a little flight and updating it online, merely to appease the supporters. People there expressed their outrage over the circumstances in Japan. They intended to plan a sizable demonstration in front of the Japanese embassy as a show of support. Though she wasn't sure how close to 500,000 people would fit in, she gave them her support. I bet she'd go there herself if she didn't have more pressing matters to attend to. She walked out of the classroom and toward the support department building as soon as the bell rang. She hoped that she and May would be able to return their Izuku to them today. May was standing by the workstation. A part of the baby was laid before her. Really, it was very easy. Simply take those parts and put them together properly. Nothing challenging. However, at that moment, her only desire was to destroy the lab in order to release all of those intense feelings. However, that would require her to harm her babies. Their babies. But without Izuku, what was the point of it all? She was standing at the launching station entrance, staring at him, past those days. Unable to take any action. She was overcome with pity. She ought to be there for him, but she wasn't sure what to do when she saw how shattered he was. Not Izuku. Momo didn't seem to know either. Her girlfriend entered the workshop and said, "May? Is Izuku still there?" She gave a headshake. Oh no, even her voice sounded pitiful when she said, "He went home earlier." The girl bit her lip and twitched a little, her brows furrowed, as if she was thinking very hard. "Have you tried?" She cried out, staring at Momo. "What?" Her eyes welled with tears as she said, "We've tried talking, hugging, proposing activities, but he's always silent." She pulled her girlfriend closer to her and gave her a firm hug. She mumbled, "Sorry," her voice breaking at the end. "I shouldn't scream at you. It's just, I don't know what to do anymore." They stepped onto the beanbags and gave each other hugs. Momo began to cry with her. Both felt free to express their anguish from their hearts. She said, her voice barely audible, "This is unfair." Girl quietly said, running a comb through her hair, "I know." She abruptly got to her feet and pulled her up. Suddenly, she had a determined expression on her face. "Come on. We're going to Izuku's." This went unquestioned by her. They hurried to get her school uniform on and then walked to the station to board the train. They didn't have to talk to each other during the silent ride to come up with a plan. Although it was quite ambiguous, May found it to be sufficient. Even if it meant staying in his room for a year, help their boyfriend. Door opened for them by Inko. May didn't like how tired and swollen the woman's eyes looked. Her mother was Izuku's mother. Inko gave them a somber smile. She led them inside and said, "He's in his room." They gave her a nod. She could understand the hidden message even though she wasn't very good at reading between the lines, as it was called. "Help my son, please." Midoriya, don't worry, she thought. With the exception of the monitor's light, the room was nearly completely dark when they entered. Izuku watched a video of All Might while perched on the chair. "Allow me to say those words to you. You, young man, can become a hero. A splendid one at that, no doubt. So carry on with your dreams and change them into a reality," Hiro said with a friendly and proud tone. May blinked in response. It appeared to be quite intimate, as though her boyfriend had experienced this. She gave a peek to Momo, who had a similar interest in videos. Her girlfriend worriedly questioned, "Izuku?" He remained motionless and made no attempt to acknowledge their presence. Her mouth dropped open, ready to say something, but nothing came out. The boy said in a barely audible, raspy voice, "He believed in me." He turned to face them and said, Stan, Mom, Principal." Wearing a fake, hollow smile that she wished she could wipe off his face. "He didn't look good in it. And you too. You all believed in me. Sorry." Her body made its own movements. She swung him around, flinging them onto his bed and causing the chair to drop to the ground. She closed her eyes and let a fresh wave of tears spill out. Her hiccups echoed throughout the room as she felt Momo join them. Why? He wanted to apologize to them, but why? That those bozos in the administration didn't want him to defend Japan wasn't his fault. How naive could they be to miss the potential of such a magnificent hero? Yet they made everything a mess. His aspiration, Momo's will to become a hero, and her resolve to be one. She sat up abruptly and gave her eyes a vigorous rub to get the tears out. There was fierce expression on her face. She exclaimed, maybe a little too loudly, "Screw them. Screw them. If they don't want you to be a hero, then neither me or Momo will be." She looked at them. Her words completely perplexed Izuku. She stood up and gave their girlfriend a nod. Girl huffed, "I agree with May. Screw them. If Japan doesn't want us, then we move away. USA, China, Germany, Great Britain. Anywhere in the world. Just together." She gave her statement a firm nod. Momo was correct. As long as they were together, anywhere in the world would do. Since that was all that mattered to her. Their partner stared at them with a fish mouth moving expression. "Are you sure? I don't want you to force." She silenced his absurd speech by placing her finger on his lips. "We're not forcing ourselves, you big dummy." The girl said, lovingly, "Yes, Izuku. We do it because we want to." His eyes were filled with tears. He put his hands on them and pressed down, squeezing their lips together. It was an affectionate, clumsy kiss full of thanks. This, in her opinion, was their best kiss to date. He ran a hand through their hair and whispered, "I love you." "Me too." Momo softly purred in response. May happily nuzzled as close to them as she could and said, "Me three." He was a complete moron. Apologies. He was a complete idiot. Izuku was furious with himself. He was more affected by that horrible law than he had thought. Furthermore, he was blind to the harm he was causing to the people who loved him while he wallowed in self-pity. He was certainly entitled to his anger and the means to express it. But to cause his dear mother and girlfriends to cry over their inability to reach him? He was furious with himself. Momo and Mei were correct. Fuck them. The world was vast, and they could become heroes anywhere. Even though those idiots had forbidden him from becoming a citizen of his motherland, he was still able to fulfill his dream. They all agreed on the plan once they had recovered from their emotional high and made out session, which had somehow happened. They set their sights on the USA because, despite having slightly different hero laws, it was more tolerant of people. Thus Momo decided not to participate in the hero course final exam. After receiving his degree from UA, they would all take SNHQT and try to destroy it completely. It never said anything about becoming a hero here, even though that stupid law prevented him from being a hero in Japan. He laughed something that sounded evil, almost malicious. He would make the supporters of this change and the Japanese government pay for it. Alan, here's what we're going to do. Tsukasa Torikai was a man who understood how to succeed, and armed with that information, he was appointed Japan's prime minister. He was a conceited man who was not afraid to display his strength and stature. Because of this, he was able to be chosen twice for this position. Everyone knew that politics was dirty, of course. He became proficient at this game and stopped being a pawn. He offered his assistance in situations where he could benefit and made deals that worked in his favor. He could confidently assert that he was among the largest fish in Japan, if not the largest. Upon receiving a call from Endeavor with an attractive offer, he promptly accepted it. Who would be foolish enough to pass up the chance to acquire heroes and armored soldiers? He was going to take full advantage of that little child's genius. Tsukasa cried, "This is a fucking mess," into his phone. For 3 weeks, he pushed that law, which Endeavor desired, 3 weeks ago. To shatter that Midoriya's soul. The child wanted to use the suit he desired to become a hero. Thus, by paying attention to hero number 2, they denied him this opportunity. Agents assigned to monitor Midoriya claimed that in the initial days, he was completely destroyed. Which was wonderful news. They intended to approach him, pitching him a deal to sell that armor and use his bravery, or some other nonsense, as leverage against the young man. With a pout, Endeavor said, "It's not my fault." Tsukasa threw the papers from his desk and exclaimed, "I don't care. This brat revoked the fucking license for those reactors. We're losing trillions because of this. Now that son of a bitch, Minister of Energy, wants my head for it." Calm down. It's not a tragedy. Right, it's worse. Have you heard the news? Miyashiro Industries and Marvel Industries are doing a fusion and are planning to move to freaking USA. One of the most powerful companies in Japan. If they leave, our economy is going to shit. And at the top of it, massive protests from quirkless and people with minor quirks. So do something to prevent that. I'll try to think of the way to get the suit and reactor from this brat. That was the end of the conversation. Tsukasa let out a long, irritated sigh as he collapsed onto his chair. He was going to have to get this train back on course. He was unable to live down the history books as the prime minister who destroyed his nation. Through the intercom, his aide said, "Sir, you need to see this. Turn on TV on any news channel." He reached for a remote and flicked on the TV. He picked out his preferred news station channel and saw All Might in the suit, accompanied by the principal and a hobo, standing in front of the UA gate. Hiro paused to give his words some thought before saying, "Thank you all for coming today. As you are aware, I want to make a statement regarding the new law. I will keep it brief. I'm disgusted by this law. To think that such a horrendous thing would take place in Japan. And, although it pains me to say it, from now on I will not do my hero job in my homeland. I hadn't spent my life fighting injustice to allow things like that happen. This isn't the society I want to protect. This is all. Thank you for coming and listening to me." The remote that was thrown at the TV broke it. Izuku observed the press conference that happened just a moment ago. Initially, he was shocked. He didn't get what Hiro meant when All Might told him, roughly a week ago, that we, quirkless, need to stick together. He made no attempt to process the knowledge that Yagi-san was similar to him. But now that you've seen the show? Rolling around the training room, he laughed about it with Toshi and his girlfriends. Mei said, "That was a pure gold," as she wiped away her tears. His friend continued to laugh and said, "No kidding. I'm not sure if that flaming bastard is overjoyed or pissed off by this." Momo chimed in, "We should check the reports for fires then." Izuku inhaled deeply a few times before turning to face the teenager. you still want to go with us? Toshi gave him a quick look and grinned. Of course. Who knows before they add new law that says people with villainous quirk are to go to prison, or some other shit. Language. Momo yelled, giving the boy a shoulder strike. Abruptly, the gym door opened, and who should enter but none other than Shoto Todoroki. He dragged his feet on the ground as he approached them slowly, maintaining a low gaze. His facial expression was difficult to interpret. Without any delay, they got up. Mei hid behind their girlfriend and him. With caution, he and the girl observed the teen. With a slight growl at the end, Toshi asked, "What do you want here?" Boy paused and gave them a peek. Then something occurred that he had never anticipated. Todoroki knelt down and made a doggies-a gesture. He looked at Momo, who looked just as shocked as he did. Son of Endeavor would never have degraded himself to that extent, in his opinion. Without shifting an inch, Teen said, "I came to apologize, to you, Mei Hatsume, for putting your life in danger, during sports festival. And for not helping with your rescue, while having the power to do so." He took a moment to reflect. "And to you, Izuku Midoriya. While I didn't know what my bastard father wanted to do, I want you to know, that I don't have to do anything with it." "Huh? You want us to?" Izuku stopped his friend and uttered the harsh words. "Hitoshi. Stand up, Todoroki." The teenager said, meeting the boy's eyes directly. Regret, distaste, authenticity, rage, and melancholy. They all swarmed through the hero student's features, passing through them all the time. He looked at Mei, who was getting a little uncomfortable with the teenager. "Do you forgive him?" Girl looked for a few moments longer, then nodded rapidly. He let out a quiet exhale. "Well, I don't hold a grudge against you, if she doesn't. So for now, we're cool." With a ghostly smile dancing on his lips, Todoroki nodded. The boy turned around and walked out. To be honest, that surprised him. He wasn't prepared for the teen to approach them and offer such a formal apology. Perhaps, just perhaps, the boy still had hope. He called, getting the teen to stop. "Hey, Todoroki," he said with a small smile. "If you ever need a support item, me and Mei can make you a baby." Teen arched his brow and gave a stupid nod, then turned away from them. With a sigh, Toshi said icily, "That went well. You think he's okay now?" Momo pursed her lips and remarked, "I think he gets the benefit of the doubt for now." That he obtained. If the teenager continued on the correct path in his thinking, Izuku wondered if they might become friends in the future. Todoroki appeared to be in need of a companion. Momo purposely stayed behind in the changing area. With the new costume that her boyfriend and girlfriend had made for her, she wanted to surprise her classmates. Considering that Izuku upgraded the creative glasses, which now resemble visors more, Mei did the majority of the work. She couldn't help but be amazed by the suit when she looked in the mirror. She was now shielded from the prying eyes of perverted jerks and paparazzi, even though there was still nothing attractive about her appearance. It was a tight-fitting jumpsuit that covered her entire body. There were 3 layers to it. The first was a typical material that felt good to the touch. The next was Kevlar, which was created using peculiarities to give it the desired properties that would shield her from some blows and weapons. And the final one was a unique layer that would shield the hairs sewn into the costume from the elements. There were even hairs in the toughened soles of her feet. It had black lines running along her sides and was colored crimson. In addition, she saw a unique belt that she intended to utilize for today's hero training. She was unaware of the number of hours she had devoted to finding someone who could grow her hair. Luckily, she had discovered a woman possessing such a peculiarity. She was a hairdresser, which is ironic. She came and completed the task after you got in contact with her and paid for the service. When this was happening, Momo felt like Rapunzel. Mina-chan turned everyone's gaze with her question, "Damn, girl. What's with the new look?" She shrugged slightly and said, indifferently, "Just felt like changing few things." She saw Su-chan strike Manetta squarely on the head. "It's deserved." With a circle around her, Ochako-chan asked, "But how will you use your quirk now?" She gave them a strange, enigmatic smile. A woman's secrets were necessary. That makes sense. Perhaps Midnight was taking a hard time with her because of all the extra sparring sessions her mistress forced her to attend. Idea for a later time. As was to be expected, All Might was the subject of a flurry of questions following his remarks from yesterday. "I stand by my words. Unless there is some kind of catastrophe, I won't do hero job in Japan. Maybe this will teach people something," he said with conviction. Today's workout was easy. Enter the structure, free the hostage, and avoid being discovered by the villainous group. She didn't mind that it was a training even though it was routine and somewhat boring. She was paired with Shoji-san. Although she wouldn't consider him a close friend, Boy was a pleasant person to be around because he was quiet, courteous, and willing to help when needed. They had Kaminari-san and Kirishima-san as adversaries. Particularly the blonde teen, who received support items from her lovers, might pose a problem. However, it was nothing she couldn't handle. It turned out that the structure was a lone warehouse. She searched for a doorway, but Shoji-san couldn't fit through the tiny windows. With one of his dupli arms pressed up against the wall, Teen questioned, "Do you have any ideas, Yaoyorozu-san?" She smirked as she looked at the main entrance. "Do you think you can break the door open for us?" A mouth smiled, and the boy gave a nod. Returning to his arm quirk, he wrenched his entire right side back and grunted as he pounded his fists against the door, literally causing it to fly off its hinges. They quickly entered and discovered that the magazine was mostly empty, with only a few crates scattered throughout. There was a cluster of LMD that were tied up in the middle of the warehouse. The villains were taken aback by their appearance. With a stupid comment, Kaminari-san said, "That's one way to knock." Kirishima-san, with his peculiar arms already morphing, lunged forward towards them. Halfway through, Tentacle confronted him, snatching Teen and discarding him. With a brief nod, he left her to pursue his adversary. She looked directly at her rival. She caught him grinning and pointing his shooter at her. In an attempt to flirt, he said, "Love the new look." She gave a small smile and reached for her belt, pulling it out to reveal a rubber whip that was reddish-black in color. The sound of her cracking it against a floor made Kaminari-san wince. "Thanks." Chargebolt shot a glare in her direction. Although quick, it wasn't quick enough. She struck it mid-air with her whip, causing it to hit the ground with a dull thud. She ran over to him. She had to admit, even though she didn't want to be impolite, that boy was a thinker. Especially when she was under pressure, as she had been before. According to her presumptions, the teenager became alarmed and fired 2 more projectiles, which she managed to avoid, making sure she hadn't unintentionally aligned herself for a possible explosion. She was about to venture into dangerous territory, close combat. Although Kaminari-san wasn't particularly skilled in combat, he wasn't an expert either. However, he could now effortlessly leap at her, trigger his peculiarity, and distract her from the workout. That's what she had been waiting for. The boy lunged at her, so she sprang to the side and struck him with her weapon, causing him to scream in pain. She created a flashbang with creation and threw it directly at him. She used resistance material to make a sheet, just large enough to cover herself, in anticipation of his oddity. She heard a crackling sound of electricity surrounding her as the flashbang went off. Utilizing her opponent's momentary blindness, she tackled him and covered him entirely with a sheet. She made a little canister and put in a mask and sleeping gas that May had used during the festival. Then she opened the container and removed Kaminari-san from the exercise. She got up and looked at her companion, only to see that he had Kirishima-san in a sleeping hold. Villain smashed into the tentacle's hold, but his straggle soon came to an end. She winced a little as All Might yelled, "Hero team wins." She walked over to the teenager and said, "Good job, Shoji-san." He threw Kirishima-san over his shoulder and replied, "Thank you, Yaoyorozu-san. I saw a bit of your fight. You became a fierce opponent." The compliment made her smile. The fruits of all that training with her mistress, Toshi, Mei, and Izuku were finally becoming apparent. She couldn't, however, simply be content with her accomplishments. She had to exert more pressure. Mina-chan loudly whimpered, looking at her with beseeching eyes, "Come on, Yao Momo. How do you do it? You don't show any skin, but still use your quirk." Momo came to a stop outside their classroom. That question was an assault on her senses. Something clicked in her mind, something that would appease her wilder side. She asked innocently as she turned around and raised her brow. "You really want to know?" she asked as the other students gave her a hearty nod. She dragged it for as long as she could before saying, "It's..." A cunning smirk that was attempting to find its way onto her lips was repelled. "A secret," she exclaimed with delight as she turned to leave. She loved the clamor from her pals. It was like music to her ears. Who would have imagined that teasing others could be such a good time? A tremendous cheer that split the windows and made her wish her eardrums hadn't burst came just before she left the main building. "I'm going to be a daddy." Glancing around the corner, she witnessed an odd sight. With Aizawa-sensei's scarf holding his mouth shut, Mike-sensei lay on the ground. The man was glaring daggers at the hero, his face vacillating between a huge smile and its typical expression of boredom. Her mistress stood next to them, hand on her stomach and a face redder than a lobster's shell. The trio blushed profusely as all 3 of them suddenly turned to stare at her. She said, I will go, and hurried over to her boyfriend's and girlfriend's lab. Neze looked at the hero teachers in their first year. They all agreed with the rationale behind the modification of the final exam for the semester. Considering that villains have been more active lately, it was really necessary. The USJ and Stain Run demonstrated that students would face challenges in the future. Exams served as a yardstick by which they attempted to identify and address any teaching deficiencies. With a nervous voice, Snipe questioned, "What about Bakugo?" While the kid somehow calmed down, "He's still a bother in class." The teachers nodded as he said, "Hound Dog told me that there was some progress in his therapy. For now, we will observe him further and decide later about his participation in the exam. Now, let's proceed with pairing the students." Melissa expressed her displeasure with the Japanese government by chanting the slogans alongside thousands of other people. Even though her mouth was dry and her throat was raw, she persisted, her fury driving her actions. Like many others, she wore a basic black t-shirt with the Iron Man helmet on the front and the words, "Quirkless Hero," in a vivid green color on the back. She traveled from my island for a week to participate in the protest, which has been going on for a little more than a month. She was shocked to see that boy, who was only 2 years younger, and his armor when she watched the sports festival. She was utterly absorbed in him, confronting individuals with rather potent eccentricities. She initially thought he had some sort of intelligence quirk. Her jaw dropped to the floor when he called later, saying he's not quirky at all. She joined numerous forums about him and his armor after the festival. The fact that it was based on vintage American comics was unknown to her. She flaunted her knowledge by engaging in numerous discussions and conjectures regarding the precise operation of this suit. Next, Izuku Midoriya signed up for a forum. It goes without saying that he was cordially welcomed. He said he was going to be a hero in a hidden message in one of his posts. She became even more respectful of the teenager. But a disgust with oneself followed. She felt self-conscious. She recognized her own quirkiness and sympathized with his suffering. Even so, compared to Japan, things appeared more promising for Quirkless in the USA, particularly at this time. She didn't give up on her desire to be a hero, though, unlike him. Boy demonstrated how one could be both a hero and an inventor. She was eager to meet Izuku Midoriya but was afraid that her guilt would prevent her from being able to look him in the eyes. Undoubtedly, she had become more composed in the face of explosions, but Mei Hatsume would always be Mei Hatsume, which meant mishaps would still occur. Like the one on Saturday of last week. In an attempt to find an appropriate combination, she was experimenting with various chemicals. Izuku proposed that she create personalized arrowheads that could perform various functions. She expected nothing less from her intelligent boyfriend, so this was a very wise decision. Thus, she made a tiny calculation error when experimenting with different formulas for her explosive arrow, which led to a massive combustion. It wasn't too bad. The only thing that was damaged were the walls, which will require painting at some point. None of the equipment was harmed. Being the cute little boy that he was, Puppy protected her from the explosion. Alright, mainly. Mei wasn't your normal teenage girl, whatever that meant, but she knew she needed a haircut when she noticed her dreadlocks were broken and singed. She asked Momo to get in touch with the woman whose hair grows strangely because she wouldn't run around bald. As the woman continued to work on her, her girlfriend touched and complimented her hair right before she was ready to create new dreadlocks. She left them at shoulder length because the girl was happy to play with her hair, which made her very happy as well. In order to prevent them from tickling her neck, she kept her typical side bangs but put the rest into a single, slightly disheveled bun. If she claimed she didn't care about Izuku's viewpoint, she would be lying. Momo told her he would adore it as much as she did. Maybe this was just the normal act of a teenage girl, huh? Before the lessons, her boyfriend gave her a peck on the cheek and said, "You're beautiful." Then, there's no reason to fear. So as you know, final exams for the semester are coming. For the written portion you'll just have to study and hope that stress won't eat you. As for practical part, well, it's rather simple. You'll be expected to build or repair something. Maybe both. So be prepared. Powerloader told them this during their first room. Oh, Midoriya and Hatsume, after lunch come to the principal office. He wants something from you too. Mei turned to look at Izuku, eyebrows raised. Do you know for what? Her partner shrugged. Most likely something for Hero's course exam. That was logical. The principal undoubtedly wanted them to create some adorable baby because they demonstrated their dependability at the start of the year with the scanner modification. He was an animal, but having a close relationship with humans would come in handy later. With a kind smile, Principal said, "So what do you say?" He listened to the tasks and became very interested in them. Izuku glanced at Mei, who gave a broad smile and nodded. Both are doable. Although I have a proposition for the second request. But I would have to check it first. Understandable. Now, young Hatsume, you can go. I still need young Midoriya for something. She kissed him on the lips and walked out of the room, saying, okay, I'll be in the workshop. See you later. So, he inquired, wanting to know what the principal needed from him. Neze tapped on his tablet and placed it on the stand on the table. We're going to have a video conversation with someone. Actually, it would be more like you're going to have one. I'll only stay here to witness it, seeing as you're my student, Neze answered. That was something out of the ordinary. By the way, the principal continued to play with his paws in an attempt to diffuse his nerves. It sounded like something really important. Glancing at the screen, he noticed that it was just a number and not a name. Izuku had to scowl when the person on the other end of the line answered shortly. The Prime Minister said, "Good afternoon, Izuku Midoriya," with a small, kind, smile. He nodded slightly and said, "Sir." He was personally ready to get off the phone and head to the lab. However, that could lead to problems. Nope, he already had issues with the government. The man's voice was pleasant and slightly awe-inspiring. It's nice to finally meet such a fine, young man. I must say, that your performance during Sports Festival was breathtaking. Whether it was real or not eluded him. Holding back a snort, he said, "Thank you, sir." Now, you may wonder, why am I calling you? With an edge to his voice, he said, "It's about a new law and my reaction to it." He wasn't a moron for not sensing what man desired. If you want to propose some kind of deal, then allow me to spare your time. The answer is no. The politician laughed a little, nervously. Come on, let's not rush things. I know you might be a little resentful, but trust me, it's for the best for you and other people who share your interests. Similar to me? Do you mean without quirks? Helpless? Artifacts from the past? He took a moment to recall the data, adopting his thinking position and looking up. While the world's percentage number of quirklessness is 20, for Japan it's about 3, he said, greatly enjoying the sight of the man's face falling. Let's do some math here. Thus, slightly above 1,200,000. However, the majority of people without quirks are descended from earlier generations. 80%, if my memory serves me correctly. That amounts to about 2.5 million people, who are actually covered by the protections of this law. The minister looked perplexed, and it was difficult not to snicker. To me, it sounds like discrimination. Man's voice didn't have that upbeat tone right away when he said, I assure you, Midoriya-san, that everything is perfectly legal. Sure is, Izuku snorted, bending forward and narrowing his eyes. You won't get my suit or my arc reactors. I own this land. And do not even attempt to pilfer them. Daring the man to challenge him, he said gravely, or I'm going to make Japan regret it. Is Midoriya-san treating me well? Angrily asked the Prime Minister. A cunning smile appeared on his face. No, that's a commitment. You are aware that I could easily accuse you of endangering the nation? The politician said in a victorious voice. He casually countered, you do that and my lawyer will take care of it in less than a day. And who's your, oh so great, lawyer? The minister snorted. Inko Midoriya, my mother. Izuku smiled brightly and admitted, she's also known as the devil's advocate. He found great pleasure in seeing the man's face turn white. After hanging up the phone, he collapsed back onto the couch, feeling as though he had just declared war on the most powerful person in his own country. He let out a long, heavy breath and rubbed his eyes, wishing he could just go find Mei and spend some quality time cuddling on the beanbags while he waited for Momo to join them. It sounded good, and right now, he really needed to relax. Neze exclaimed with delight, that went well. He opened an eye and glanced at the principal, who was clearly very amused by the whole thing and had a big smile on his face. You consider? Izuku laughed sarcastically, because I feel like I need to catch the nearest plane to the USA. What a mess. He got up and grinned at Neze. I'll go now. Neze, good day. You too, young Midoriya. He left the office and headed toward the workshop, thinking about the conversation he had with the minister. If things really got bad, he would probably have to leave Japan. He didn't want to play games like hide and seek or tag. Perhaps he could accept that offer from my island and attend their academy. Mei would definitely go with him, and Momo. Well, she would go too. They all vowed to stick together no matter what, so he just hoped he wouldn't end up being a terrible boyfriend for them if things continued to look so dire. Yao Momo, what did you read during your study session? Kyoka-chan inquired as she fell into the step. Lightly grinning, she said, American Hero Law. How come you would read it? The girl asked with curiosity. While Kyoka-chan was pretty much her best friend, she doubted that Mei, the teen, would understand her reasons after they started dating. No one in the class knew that she was dating a baby-making duo, and for the time being, she wanted things to stay this way. It may come useful if I decide to move there. Well, not a bad concept. The girl frowned and said, see you tomorrow. Things aren't looking great in Japan right now. She was pleasantly surprised by Kyoka-chan's comment because, although she wasn't totally in favor of the new law, she acknowledged that it was for the best, as did most of the class. Iida-san, Su-chan, Koda-san, Shoji-san, Kirishima-san, and Tokiyami-san were the only ones who explicitly stated that the law wasn't fair. Today, Todoroki joined them, probably for the first time, if only by saying 2 sentences. She sighed quietly to herself, hoping that one day everyone would realize how flawed this quirkless hero ban really was. Upon arriving at the lab, she noticed that Izuku was dressed in his school uniform and giving Mei a farewell kiss. He turned to face her and said, "Oh, Momo. Your parents called me. They wish to get together and go over some documents." Yes, the combination of their businesses was a significant event, given that her parents enthusiastically approved of her boyfriend's proposal to move to the United States and establish a new branch. A few years ago, Miyashiro established a new branch in the United States, and while it was operating there, the main challenge was the formidable competition from the market leader, Norstein Corporation. She bid her girlfriend farewell and drove with Izuku to her house. As the heiress to the Miyashiro Industries, she had to know how to manage a company. She could not let her great-grandfather's legacy be lost. Armed with this knowledge, she helped her boyfriend, who strangely enough had no idea how to run a large corporation. He acknowledged that he left most of the managing to Alan, who had taken a lot of online courses on the subject. She would ask him later, but she didn't understand why he called her a cross between a Black Widow and a Pepper Potts. After her mistress' teaching, she settled for both, half impressed that he had stood up to the man and won him a big kiss, and half angry that he had pulled this stunt and wanted to hit him. She could hardly contain her scream when he told her about his talk with the Prime Minister in the train. That they wouldn't have to leave Japan in the middle of the night was all she could hope for. It turned out that she had a guest in her home. Business partners would frequently drop by to discuss matters, but she had not anticipated the Norman Stain's visit. Norstein Corporation was owned by Norman Stain, a man known as the Merchant of Death. He was fairly tall, in his mid-40s, with only a few gray hairs here and there. He had that strange aura around him, like he would be your greatest friend, but would not hesitate to sell you, if it meant money. His company was known for dealing with militaries, and they were the #1 supplier for the US Army. With a friendly smile on his face, he saw them, got up, and approached them. "Ah, if it isn't the heiress to the Miyashiro fortune," he said in a fairly fluent Japanese, taking her hand and giving it a quick kiss before turning to face Izuku and holding out his arm. "And Izuku Midoriya, the living Tony Stark. I have to admit that I'm a huge fan of vintage Marvel comics." Her boyfriend shook her hand and replied, "Nice to meet you, sir. This is my number," Stain-san said to the teenager as he took out his business card. "Please give us a call if you'd like to make some deals, particularly regarding that suit of yours." Man gave her parents a nod before strolling out of their home as if he owned it. "Mum, please make me a lighter for me," Izuku said with disgust, trying to keep the card as far away from him as he could. "I want to burn this thing." Her laughter was accompanied by a deep sense of disgust for the man, as she was aware that the young inventor would never market his creation and transform it into a lethal device. With a smile, he said, "Even better." Mother told them, laughing at the situation, Now, we can talk about how to destroy this piece of paper and that chair later." Her boyfriend placed the card on the mentioned furniture and said, "Of course, Kayako-san." Mother gasped, looking as though she was injured. "You hurt me, Izuku," she said. "I explained to you how to address me." She shook her head, glad that her parents saw her lovers as their own and accepted them, but couldn't they hold off on this kind of teasing until they were engaged, which she really wanted to be, not that she wouldn't admit it aloud now, or anytime soon. Dumb teenage girl fantasies. Teen said, blushing slightly, "Sorry, Mom. That's my boy," Mum said with joy. Momo was still unable to understand it, so she came to the conclusion that it was time to give up and spare herself the headaches. Neze continued to watch as a truck approached the enormous warehouse, which was close to the support department building. It was the 5th one today by his count. It was almost midday. Since young Midoriya funded the building last month, which was constructed with assistance from Cemento, the Miyashiro Industries employees have essentially come here at dawn and left for their homes at dusk. Regarding deliveries, they were made continuously. One could plainly hear the sounds of large machinery in operation when they approached the magazine. If he claimed he wasn't dying out of curiosity, he would be lying. What was built there was what he wanted to know. However, young Midoriya remained silent about the project, not even saying a word. "You're going to love this," said Teen, with a mysterious smile and a glint in his eyes. He would, knowing his student. He merely wished it would happen soon. Neze let out a sorrowful exhale. The boy was getting ready to go, which was a shame. Young Midoriya would leave Japan before the end of the school year if nothing changed. It was an extremely sanguine scenario. And with young Hatsume and Yaoyorozu, the teen. Such a gifted youth. All as a result of people's avarice and pettiness. With the announcement of All Might a little more than a week ago, Japan has virtually been submerged under the surge in criminal activity. To be honest, he couldn't help but believe that it was genuinely merited. It wasn't a direct outcome, but the government was largely to blame. And all for a suit made of armor. Neze turned to the monitor and said, "Alan, what are the statuses of my mails?" "Both were received and are waiting to be pushed further. They sure work slow in the United Nations," Artificial Intelligence informed, sulkily. "Considering that they're focusing to help China and Taiwan with those still ongoing revolts, it's not that surprising," he said with a sigh. "Do you want me to send a reminder?" He genuinely wanted the issues resolved as soon as possible, so he said, "Please do." Alan pulled out the file and said, "Out of curiosity, why did you wrote that second request? It seems like a pretty bold idea." With a small smile, Neze got up from his chair. He went to the windows and looked out at the view. It was a lovely day with clear skies and a high, brilliant sun, a few scattered clouds, and no clouds at all. It was peaceful and comforting to him. With conviction, he answered, "To make something good out of this whole mess." Momo was forced to scowl when she arrived at the workshop. Izuku wasn't present once more. He had been occupied for the last few weeks, rushing back and forth from the lab to that warehouse. All she knew was that he was overseeing the project's progress there by conducting some sort of inspection. He occasionally brought Mei along, and the two of them remained there until the wee hours. Naturally, they kept it a secret from her, claiming that it was a complete surprise. Their time together decreased significantly as a result, which made her depressed. Her mind was somewhat cleared of the subject by training sessions with Mistress, but the sense of emptiness persisted. Even Toshi trained with her every other day, now that she thought about it. It seems that he was working on the project with her lovers as well. How? She was completely clueless. That didn't, however, alter the fact that she missed her lovers dearly. But she was in luck today. While working on the holodouble, Mei was present. It could wait, she didn't see what it was. Her girlfriend was silently humming while listening to music through earbuds. A grin appeared on her face. She moved in the direction of the girl and leaned slightly, right behind Mei's head. Her lips were licked. This was going to be fun for her. She approached and shot a hot air balloon directly into her girlfriend's ear. It had an instantaneous effect. The girl gave a high-pitched shriek as she jumped a little and turned around, her cheeks flushed and her face puzzled. After removing the headphones, Mei grinned broadly. Her girlfriend exclaimed, "Momo, I didn't know you were here," with happiness. She stood up and said, "I just came in." She advanced, entangling the girl in the path of holodouble. Glancing over, she noticed that the device's image had vanished. Definitely Alan's work. Well, she would find another way to satisfy her hunger. She placed her hand on Mei's side and carefully lifted it up, following the girl's body's natural curves with her fingers. She looked directly into her girlfriend's amber eyes, which were fixed only on her. Mei's head tipped up as she caught her chin between her thumb and index finger. She was aware of the warm breath on her face. Her excitement increased even more at that. She waited for her girlfriend to make a move, hovering just above her lips. When she did, Momo gave her a cute little whine and turned her face to the side, making the girl miss. She laughed to herself, taking pleasure in her partner's discomfort. She brought her face closer to Mei's and tried to plant a kiss, but once more she refused. She continued tormenting her girlfriend in this manner, extracting more and more of those endearing noises. She decided to fulfill her partner's request and gave her lower lip a kiss while lightly sucking on it. Then, in order to keep the contact intact, she caught it between her teeth and pulled up, forcing Mei to lift her toes. She let it go at that moment. She looked down and saw the cute red face of her girlfriend. Momo felt the girl's chest pressing against her stomach as she breathed heavily, which fueled her desire even more. "You know, Mei. Ever since you and Izuku started disappearing to that warehouse to work on your babies there, I became lonely. Very, very lonely." Her tone was sultry and low. Her girlfriend tried to lean in for another kiss as she said, "Sorry." She gave a slightly ominous giggle as she withdrew her finger from her advance. "Oh, I'll make you sorry." She felt something brush against her ear and jumped a little before she could play a little more with her adorable partner. She let out a little moan as a hot stream of air hit her neck. She resisted the urge to purr as a hand stroked her hair. She heard Izuku whisper to her in a low voice, "Aren't you bold, Momo? When did he arrive?" She attempted to respond, but a kiss on the neck and a little suck caused her to gasp silently. This was not anticipated to occur. In order to quell her cravings and ease her loneliness, she was meant to play around with Mei a little. However, she was the one who was messed up now. Her boyfriend had that quality in him since when? She attempted to come up with a plan to turn things around, but she gave in to his manipulations because he was petting her hair, weakening her legs, and making her crave physical contact. The situation got even better when her girlfriend composed herself and started kissing her jaw and neck. Their hands moved all over her body, pausing occasionally to give her a squeeze. Her moans and purrs demonstrated how much she enjoyed it, which made her even more attracted to it. She nearly screamed in rage for them to leave when someone knocked on the door as a result. Really? Why had people interrupted her happy moment? She attempted to ask Izuku to ignore it, but he simply gave her a cheek kiss before heading to the door. Hoping it wouldn't take too long, she stood by Mei. Iida-san, one of her classmates, entered when the door opened. A man who was somewhat older but bore a striking resemblance to the boy followed him. Additionally, there was a mechanism surrounding his hips and legs that hissed softly whenever he moved. The teenager said, bowing slightly, "Good afternoon, Midoriya-san, Hatsume-san." Her boyfriend repeated, looking slightly surprised, "Hello." The boy looked at them and said, "I hope we're not disturbing you." She tried not to sound upset as she answered, "No, it's fine." They were, but for the time being she would overlook that. The man asked in an appreciative and amazed voice, "So you're the kids who build that prosthesis for me? Nice to meet you. I'm Tensai Iida, Tenya's older brother." That was ingenium, then. He exuded a pleasant aura that she could feel. It was perfectly appropriate for a hero. In addition to seeming courteous and kind, the man did not have her classmate's loud voice. Izuku waved his hand in front of him and said, "No problem, really. We're happy to help." The man bowed awkwardly because of the device. "Thanks to you, I'm able to walk. So please, allow me to show mine and my family's gratitude. If in the future you'd find yourself in the need of helping hand, you can count on Iida family." He raised his eyebrows. She had no choice but to smile. It was a very wise sign and gesture. Things like that meant a lot to her and her lovers, especially in light of everything that has happened recently. They insisted that not everyone was corrupt. Suddenly, Puppy appeared in the doorway, a piece of paper clutched in his palm. Robot paused and looked at each person. Then it moved forward and stopped directly in front of the Iida brothers. Momo thought it would shake hands when it raised its hand, but instead it gave them a Hawaiian peace sign. Her jaw dropped, Ingenium and Izuku looked shocked, and it appeared as though her classmate's soul had left his body. A sudden, icy chill ran through her body. She turned her head to the side and saw Mei had a dark look in her eyes and angry lines across her face. She had never seen her like that before. The girl harumphed, crossing her arms beneath her bust. Her innocent question, "Puppy, where did you learn that?" only served to heighten the sense of unease she exuded. She was tapping her foot impatiently. Robot slightly cocked its head. "This bad?" Her girlfriend nearly hissed out, "Very. So? Who showed you this?" Looking at its hand, Puppy confessed, "Boys 1B. Mei sighed deeply, exasperated. After removing her quiver and bow from the shelf, the girl headed to the lab's corner and left the workshop. "I'll be back. Punishment needs to be served. No one will corrupt a sweet child of mine," she said with sadness. They all stood there in silence, stunned beyond belief by the scene that had just unfolded. With the exception of the robot, which continued to gaze at its palm. With a nervous smile on his lips, Ingenium coughed awkwardly into his hand. That was something. She thought she agreed wholeheartedly. Though she assumed it served them right, she thought about saying a little prayer for those poor fools who were going to be haunted down by her girlfriend. Himiko let out a loud giggle as she avoided Tamura's next broad swipe. To be honest, she enjoyed playing around with that guy so much, it was so simple to make fun of him. Dabi, looking bored, said, "Don't you have something better to do, Toga?" From the booth. "Nope," she exclaimed with joy. "This is like the only attraction this place has." She could hear the league chief complaining, but she didn't understand him. In all honesty, She was a little let down by this amazing league of villains. It was beyond her how they could even call themselves a league. And let's not even talk about the villainous aspect. Tamura simply could not stop complaining about how he wanted to wipe out civilization, kill All Might, and how strong and awesome this sensei guy was, among other things. All the while making strange analogies to video games. He ought to get a life, really. Kurogiri did nothing at all but calm down the leader's sorry excuse and wipe the glass all day. However, he was a very pleasant and complimentary cab ride. Dabi continued to relax in the booth while watching the news to learn about the new law's problems. However, she realized that whenever Endeavor was brought up, a wave of unfavorable feelings passed over his face. She was curious to learn the backstory. The other guys were all kind of weird in their own ways. A performer, the lover of Stain, man who fled the mental health unit, and a murderous madman of some sort. Nothing at all could pique her interest as much as she tried to find a way to kill her boredom. That is, until she noticed the images of people on a corkboard behind a bar. They seemed to have been pinned down at random and were not in any particular order. She scanned the faces, spotting some pro-heroes, Stain, a red X over it, and a few of the sports festival children. The sight of a single person here caused her eyes to enlarge. She had to be aware of it. Pointing at the photo, she questioned, "Hey, who's this?" Still wiping the same glass, Kurogiri answered, "This is Izuku Midoriya." Tamura angrily scratched his neck and said, "A fucking cheat character. He's got items from higher floors. He's the one who put a hole in Hero Killer's chest." Naively, "Why is he on the board?" she asked. "He's a potential threat to us. Depending on how the events turn out, we may need to kill him," Kurogiri told her. She leapt up and down and exclaimed, oh, can I do the killing part?" Her face revealed a dreamy smile and a flush. He'd look great covered in red. Dabi said, disgusted, "You're sick." She burst out laughing and went out the back door of the bar. Her happy exterior held for a few more seconds before collapsing. She squinted as she looked through the alleyway that connected the buildings. Verifying that there wasn't even a stray feline present, she extracted a basic flip phone. She needed to make a call. Mina-chan exclaimed, "Whoa, Yao Momo, your house is so huge," as she took in the entryway's ornamentation. She laughed at her friend's response. They were all in shock as they saw her house, which made perfect sense. The majority of them resided in apartments like Izuku or homes similar to Mei's. She first agreed to assist Kyoka-chan with her final exam study. However, she soon received more requests for tutoring from people. She was thrilled about the prospect of helping her friends get ready and inviting them over. It was not only the ideal way for her to spend time with her classmates, but it was also a proper action for the class president to take. Not to mention a future hero. Still in awe of her family's wealth, Kaminari-san inquired, "So, where are we going from here?" "Oh, we're still waiting for someone. They should be here." Something struck her, nearly causing her to lose her balance, before she could finish. Glancing downward, she observed Mei, grinning broadly, resting her head on her chest and encircling her midsection with her hands. "Hi!" her girlfriend exclaimed with joy. She chuckled to herself and bent down to plant a kiss on Mei's lips. The girl's smile grew even wider at this. She looked up to see Izuku entering with a sly smile on his face. He had his own bag and the bag of their girlfriend. He moved in closer, kissing her once and giving her a half embrace. She thought those were really cool. He glanced at Mei and said, "Sorry, I've tried to stop her, but she just couldn't contain herself." She patted him on the cheek and reassured him, "Don't worry, nothing happened." As she descended the stairs wearing a business suit, Mother called, "Ah, if those aren't my future daughter and son-in-law." Mei called out and waved, "Hi, Yao Mama. Good morning, Kaya." Izuku started, but froze when he saw the serious expression on his mother's face. Then he quickly corrected himself, "Good morning, Mom." Mother laughed and gave her boyfriend a cheek pinch, asking, "There. Was it so hard?" She smirked and peeked to the side before saying, "I'm going out. Have fun with your study session. You might want to engage in some activity with them," her amused tone conveyed. She abruptly realized that they weren't by themselves. Her pupil's jaws dropped as she turned to face them, blushing slightly. Furthermore, Mina-chan continued pointing at them while attempting to form a sentence. At last, she said, "You three are dating?" With complete ignorance of the circumstances, her girlfriend questioned, "Yeah, what's wrong about it?" Still not entirely over her confusion, Kyoka-chan said, "Yao Momo never told us about it." She said, somewhat guilty, "I wanted to keep it to myself for the time being. She trained with Mistress extensively, but for some reason she was still unable to disclose to her classmates that she was seeing someone. Perhaps it was related to the constant teasing she relished so much. Trying to shift the conversation, Shiro-san said, "So, why are you two here? Do you also have problems with school material?" "Actually, only Mei has troubles. Izuku is here to help me tutor you all," Momo clarified. "Hey." The girl gave her a pout. She proudly said, "I'm not that bad. I'm 7th in our class." Their boyfriend looked at their girlfriend hollowly and deadpanned, "Mei, our class has 10 students." The girl blinked at them, her face dropping. "Oh." She chuckled inaudibly at Mei's expression. "Oh, indeed." She appeared to be a cute puppy who was unhappy after misbehaving and receiving a harsh correction from its owner. She gave herself a forehead kiss to lift her spirits. "Anyway, we should get started." They made their way to the study hall, a large space stocked with lofty bookshelves. They started with English since it was the subject that caused them the least amount of difficulty. She was surprised to find that Izuku spoke this language with such fluency and without even a hint of a Japanese accent. Later, she would question him about it. When she noticed Mei, Mina-chan, and Kaminari-san paying close attention to the lectures, she was overjoyed. They were all unable to focus for extended periods of time on anything they considered to be uninteresting. Particularly her girlfriend. So she questioned her about it during the brief break in between lectures. "Izuku promised to let me design my own armor if I do well on the tests," the excited girl exclaimed. Essentially, she was bought off. Not that Momo found it difficult, it was an excellent means of inspiring their girlfriend. Still, she couldn't help but sulk and give the boy a crazy look. "Yes?" he asked in a tense tone of voice. He laughed as she grunted, "I also want to design your armor. You can make next one." She was unable to contain her rage at him after hearing those words and noticing his brilliant smile. She gave Izuku the freedom to take charge when it came time for physics and math. He was very good at those subjects. He patiently broke down the material into its most basic components. He did his best to respond when someone asked a question, which wasn't very often. She even began to take notes during his lectures. "I believe it's time for us to end for today," she declared. It was definitely time to stop since the sun was slowly setting. Shiro-san rubbed his temples and uttered, "I'm beat." Kaminari-san sighed and said, "Yeah, no kidding man. I feel like my brain fried." "Are you certain you weren't utilizing your peculiarity?" Kyoka-chan inquired, chuckling to oneself. A mutter came to her attention. Glancing over at her boyfriend, she saw him in his contemplative pose, blurting out words under his breath more quickly than anyone could understand. She could practically hear his head's gears turning. When he finally asked, "Kaminari-san, how exactly do you use your quirk?" the entire group turned to watch him. The adolescent said, looking foolish, With that support item, you two built for me, I'm using small discharges. Otherwise I'm putting out one huge wave." With a faint laugh, he continued, "But that always leads me to shortcutting my brain." Izuku gave a short tap of his chin and hummed. "Have you ever tried to contain your electricity in one point? Like for example your fist? This way, you could have still use your quirk in CQC without the risk of frying out your brain." That got her to thinking, too. There were other people who were also drawn to her boyfriend's peculiarities. Maybe you could also use it in a form of shroud around your body? No one would really come to you, without getting hit by the electric shock. Mei looked through her physics notebook and said, "Wouldn't that also lead to him having some kind of electromagnetic field around his body?" The three of them engaged in a discussion about her classmate's peculiarity and potential uses for it. She enjoyed exchanging ideas with them so much. Mina-chan whimpered, "Okay, enough nerding out. You three are making my brain melt." They stopped at that, turned to face the group, and laughed awkwardly. She had neglected her friends once more. With a smile and a thumbs up, Kaminari-san said, "Wow. I've never thought about that all. I'll give it a shot later at home." Ojiro-san asked, "Yaoyorozu-san, what are we studying tomorrow?" She mentally went over the list of classes and replied, "I think hero law is the only subject left." Izuku told her, grinning pityingly, "Oh, Mei and I won't be joining you. We've got something to do in the school." She scowled slightly. In fact, she had hoped to stay with them for the entire weekend. Kyoka-chan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why would you guys join us? It's hero law." Mei happily cried, embracing her and their boyfriend, "Because we're also going to be heroes." She looked around at her classmates, seeing their confused looks. However, it was the looks they gave Izuku that infuriated her. As if they had doubts about him and his potential to be one. She was aware that the teenager would make a fantastic hero. However, she remained silent. She simply continued to peer at her friends, defying them to respond. Ojiro-san said in a trembling voice, Midoriya-san, sorry for asking, but you do know that there's the quirkless hero ban law, right? She inhaled sharply as she began to compose a word in her head. Her boyfriend, however, raised his hand and gave her a kind smile before she could speak. Then, with a cunning smirk, he turned to face her classmates. He laughed at them and said, "Who said we're going to be heroes in this godforsaken country?" She caught a glimpse of Mei's smiling face and saw that the girl was nodding with a sparkle in her eye. Her own eyes narrowed as she grinned. The perfect way to wrap up the study session was to see her friend's puzzled expression. When a rubber bullet struck Mei, she hissed in agony and had to push herself away before the drone could fire another one. She equalized her breath, pulled an arrow from her quiver, and crouched behind a tree. She peeked from her hiding place, pressing the projectile up against the bowstring and pulling it gently. However, the drone hovered about 5 meters above the ground and swayed slightly, making it more difficult to hit a target shield on top of it. 8 meters separated it from her position. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves and then leapt out, raising her bow and using her quirky way of zooming in at the same time. It took her a mere second to move past, and she shot an arrow. The projectile ripped through the atmosphere, embedding itself precisely in the middle of the shield. The drone indicated that it had been destroyed by lowering itself and landing on the ground. She sighed deeply and wiped the perspiration from her brow before turning to face the surroundings. Her current maximum number of drones against which she could effectively fight was 4. Once she was comfortable with the amount, she would add more. She wasn't entirely convinced that this idea would be beneficial when Izuku and Momo first presented it to her a month and a half ago. She could hardly have hit the shield's center back then. However, right now, she could see why it would be helpful to her. She had to move constantly, be aware of her surroundings at all times, become more difficult to target for her opponents, and develop her aim under duress as a result of this kind of training. This was really helpful. But those rubber bullets hurt like crazy. Her body would be bruised once more. Though she was aware that suffering now was preferable to suffering later. Hurt. Returning to the launch pad, she observed her partner fiddling with an armor. Having completed the task of removing the drones for an hour without incident, she felt she deserved a reward. Spending time with her beloved is the best thing that could happen. She didn't seem to mind too much, though it would probably involve spending time with him and their girlfriend. She positioned her belongings against the wall, approached him, and with a loud groan, nearly fell onto his back. With a small laugh, he glanced over his shoulder. How was the practice? She railed, pressing her nose to his neck. I'm sore, and I want a reward. Reward? He inquired in a light-hearted manner. He turned around, wrapped his arms around her waist, and gave her a tender look. What kind of reward do you have in mind? She said, drawing as near as she could. That hug is a good start. She smiled as she felt him kiss the top of her head. When he did that, she liked it. She leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the jaw. Izuku bent his head and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. He gave those to her every time they had a make-out session. Without wasting any time, she threw her hands around his head and entangled her fingers in his hair in an attempt to pull him toward her. Abruptly, there was a ping from the tablet. Her boyfriend was required to visit the warehouse to check on the status of the work whenever that occurred. She pouted as she gave him a look. She wished he had stayed longer. He grinned as he looked at her. Before planting another kiss on her, he said, "This can wait a minute or two." That's what she wanted to hear right now. She thought the written portion was easy. She studied every topic thoroughly, and every response she gave was accurate. She took great satisfaction in her intelligence division. Mina-chan and Kaminari-san hurried to her desk to thank her for her assistance after the most recent exam. She was relieved that they felt confident about the outcomes. It was time for the real work. Kendo-san told her class that it was like the entrance exam for regular students. She didn't think fighting robots was particularly difficult, unless they had some sort of supplementary goal they needed to accomplish, similar to limiting the damage to a specific degree. The principal cheerfully told the students, "You, students, are going to fight us." That was not what she had anticipated. With a decade or two of experience, they are pro-heroes, fighting teachers. All of a sudden, passing an exam became challenging. Very nearly impossible. But she would face it head-on and persevere. She was unfailingable. The fact that Bakugo was present was yet another amazing surprise. Based on her understanding of Kirishima-san's announcement, the teen was given the opportunity to return to the hero course. It seems that he behaved better, and Nezu-sensei approved of his addition. She had her doubts, though, after noticing the boy's frown and the glance he shot at everyone nearby. He was just the way he was, in her opinion. Examining the pairings between pupils and pairings, she rapidly grasped the situation at hand. They were pitted against the instructor with whom they had the greatest difficulty, similar to how she and Todoroki disagreed with Aizawa-sensei. Not only was his quirk greater than theirs, but he also had a night raven, giving him the advantage over them in the air. If they couldn't think of a smart plan, this would not go well. All Might in his business suit and Bakugo without a pair were the only ones remaining. Glancing over at the Pomeranian, she noticed that he was staring at the hero with an odd, animated expression on his face. It seems that number 1 hero noticed this as well and giggled a little. Before you jump into the conclusions, young Bakugo, I'm not your opponent. Today I'm serving only as an overseer and helping hand to the recovery girl. With a click of his tongue, Firecracker's expression went back to frown. Blonde yelled, then if not you, then who am I going to pummel into the ground? As expected, everyone heard the sound of the rockets, a sound she was very familiar with. She looked up and saw Izuku leaping down from the sky towards them. He gracefully flipped in the air and engaged his repulsors to slow his descent before he could crash. Between them and the teachers, he landed in a crouch. He got up and looked over at the Pomeranian. Hi, Kachan. Confusing. A sense of curiosity. Upset. Seeing Izuku here, Momo wasn't sure which of these was all she wanted to settle. Firstly, why had he come here? She was aware that her lovers had something to do with the hero course exam, but they never disclosed the specifics to her. Which made sense in a fairly obvious way. She would be in a better position and could get ready if they said something to her. She started to say something, but something loud and thunderous interrupted her. She turned to face the Pomeranian, who was glaring daggers at her boyfriend with his palms smoking and a huge, animalistic scowl on his face. She had no doubt that this would turn out badly. Firecracker stepped forward and yelled, "The fuck are you doing here, Deku?" The tiny bursts moved in a dance across his hands. The majority of her class appeared to be frowning at the volume. It didn't take them long to adjust to having no blonde in their classroom. Principal happily stepped next to Izuku and said, "I can answer that. This is your opponent, young Bakugo." Young Midoriya agreed with helping us to judge the progress of your therapy. Nezu-sensei paused for a second, letting his words sink in. While others pass their exam by fighting of the teacher or escaping, you on the other hand will be evaluated by the us. Your match will be the last one. She momentarily pondered what Bakugo, who was clenching his teeth, needed to pass the exam. She seemed to be looking for an answer as she fixed her gaze on her boyfriend. But she was struck by something else. This was not Mark II armor. The layers on the chest were different and the armor around the shoulders was more streamlined. The triangular-shaped glass shielding arc reactor and repulsor faced downhill. Additionally, there was a minor modification to the layout of the plates in the stomach region. Apart from that, the suit was mostly black. Momo closed her eyes and gave herself a small smile. "Izuku?" she inquired in a charming manner. She noticed a tiny wince on his part. It's good to know that she affected him in that way. She ignored Midnight's snicker, who was clearly proud of her, and asked, "Why wasn't I told anything about the new armor?" The teenager scratched the spot on his helmet where the cheek should have been and laughed awkwardly. He said, somewhat shakily, "Surprise." She laughed and shook her head. She could picture that stupid smile on his face as he looked at her apprehensively. Later on, she would find out everything he had not told her. Nezu-sensei interrupted any possible conversation with, "Everyone, please get ready. Board on your buses." Izuku gave her a nod before taking off and disappearing from view as soon as he passed the observatory center. After the exam, they would need to speak. She gave Todoroki a peek while he was patiently waiting for her. She noticed that Aizawa-sensei had taken off toward their examination area. That gave them some time to plan, which is good. After the ride started, the teen said, "Any thoughts, Yaoyorozu? It's clear that we're at the great disadvantage here. Not only our quirks are going to be off the table, but Sensei can easily search for us and attack from the air." She sighed. To be honest, they couldn't ask for a more formidable foe. The boy said, "I think we should go for the escape." She became surprised by this. She had no idea Todoroki would be open to fleeing. He took great pride in his fighting skills, which wasn't too strange for someone with a quirk as strong as his. She had to ask, "Don't you want to defeat Aizawa-sensei?" For a brief while, the teenager remained silent and focused on his left palm. "I don't want to become a hero, who's only using a brute force to solve his problems." She gave herself a small smile. It appears that the boy was deeply impacted by Izuku's remarks to reflect on his identity and aspirations. Her boyfriend truly had the ability to bring out the best in people. Mei's voice came through her earpiece. "Hello, Momo? Are you there?" "Yes, what is it?" was her response. She was surprised by the call. Izuku said happily, "We just wanted to wish you good luck, and sorry for not informing you about it earlier." "It's okay. I understand." It made her laugh. "Go and blast through this exam," the girl exclaimed happily. She gestured to her headset as she caught sight of Todoroki, who was staring at her blankly. She said, "Izuku and Mei are rooting for us." She had an idea all of a sudden. Later, she would have to give her girlfriend a kiss. She said, smirking at her partner, with assurance, "I've got an idea on how to beat Aizawa-sensei." Shota had anticipated some sort of direct combat or minor skirmishes when he announced that he would take on Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. Primarily from the boy, who wasn't very good at working in a team. But recently, this has somewhat changed. The teenager started to interact with his classmates a little more. Those meetings with Hound Dog were paying off big time. However, he still wasn't able to see either of them after flying over the exam area for almost 8 minutes. Somewhere in this make-believe suburb, they were still. However, the precise location remained a mystery. He shot toward the door barely after the exam started. Because of the weights that Hatsume and Midoriya had made, he had some difficulty controlling Night Raven, but it was tolerable. He was attempting to surprise the two, but all he encountered was the massive, dark smokescreen. He fired his capture weapon and swung it across the cloud, alert to the possible trap. As he had suspected, the students had vanished. He then started looking around in an attempt to find them. He stayed near the exit gate. He would take them out right away if they pursued him in this manner. Naturally, they didn't, and that was a wise move. It was probably Yaoyorozu's scheme. That girl was really intelligent in strategy. And now she could fight, because of his dear wife. Unclean. Narumi would pay a hefty price if he was hit in the balls. He noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He quickly stopped in midair and turned to look at a small patch of ice on the side. It was clearly left by Todoroki. It wasn't appropriate. Although ice was heading towards the gate, the teenager couldn't possibly reach it in one trip before Shota finished circling the area. Did Yaoyorozu use the boy as a ruse to pull him away from the escape gate so he could pass? Or had they set up a trap of some sort for him? He was not at all comfortable with it. He heard a low whistle suddenly come from behind him. His eyes instinctively followed the object as he dodged. It proved to be a very costly error, as a projectile was actually a freaking fireworks. With a loud bang, it burst, blinding him with bright light. He was met with more of those annoyances before his sight returned. He made the hasty decision to reduce his altitude in an attempt to avoid the fireworks as much as possible. He landed on a rooftop somehow without getting any injuries. He raised his goggles and wiped his eyes, attempting to restore his normal vision. He swore to himself. Foolish, typical human responses. He looked in the direction of the gate and saw two figures covered in white sheets. Were they attempting to shield themselves from his eccentricities? Although it made logic, this also implied that they were essentially unaware of what he was doing. A serious error on the battlefield. He quickly caught up to them, sprinting after them. With his capture gear launched, he snatched the hold of them and pulled hard. Only for Todoroki, who was crouching, to reveal two dummies. "Now!" exclaimed the teenager. He glanced back in mild dismay to see a Yaoyorozu on the rooftop, pointing a goddamn rocket launcher directly at him. The girl's savage smile made him think too much of his wife. He was shot at by a net. He would not be able to avoid it entirely. The projectile moved too quickly and it was too close to him. He twisted his body so that only his right wing was caught. Regretfully, this led to him losing control. When you combine that with the force exerted by the net, all he received was a loud, excruciating slam against the house wall. He made a full landing and threw away his jetpack because it was now useless. With a stubborn refusal to freeze, he fixed his attention on Todoroki and triggered his quirk. He was pleasantly surprised when the boy charged at him and started fighting, sparing him no time to gather himself after his fall. Well, Shota would give him that. The kid has improved a little. He ducked under a blow and sent his elbow deep into the teenager's abdomen, causing Todoroki to gasp for air. Grabbing the boy's arm, he threw the pupil over his shoulder, instantly taking down his opponent. He heard a rapid footsteps. He ducked out of the way of the metal staff's blow with his body. He heard a pained grunt behind him as he launched a blink kick. Something chilly crept up on his leg. Oh no! He lost focus and looked away from Todoroki. He immediately realized his error and stopped the quirk by looking directly at the boy. Although his shoe was frozen, it wouldn't be a major issue. He jumped to the side, slamming his fist into the teen's face and breaking his nose. He turned to face his students. They got to their feet and assumed combat stances. Yaoyorozu removed her belt and gave the boy her staff. Narumi showed that girl how to wield a whip, of course. He was just lucky. Yaoyorozu used her weapon to initiate the attack. In response, he fired off his capture gear, entwining their instruments. The girl started tugging at him, which startled him. Todoroki, meantime, lunged towards him and awkwardly swung the staff at him. He easily sidestepped it, but not before kicking the boy with his frozen leg while maintaining eye contact with both students. He attempted to follow with his fist, but Yaoyorozu pulled more forcefully, unbalancing him. Shota dodged the teen's next attempt at attack, then landed a powerful uppercut to Todoroki's solar plexus that caused the boy to gasp for air. He peeked at the girl after taking him down and placing his leg on the teen's stomach. With a grave expression, he said, "You're just wasting time. You can't beat me like that." That smirk on Yaoyorozu's face bothered him. The one that essentially said, "I know something that you don't," was the one he despised the most. That in addition to suffering. A great deal of it. A tiny pinch on his chest caused him to open his mouth in a quiet scream. A stunner. Holding a freaking stun gun, Todoroki. He truly was proud of them, but he detested that device, for crying out loud. He was helpless as electricity tore through his body, causing it to fall to the ground and writhe. Something tightened around his wrist, he noticed. Alan said, "Team Yaoyorozu and Todoroki have passed the exam," over the speakers. "I apologize, sensei," the girl said with a small bow. He answered in a monotone, "Don't be. You did what you have to do in order to win." He extended a tiny smile on his lips. Those children performed incredibly well. He acknowledged that he became a little reckless. He most likely lost because of those dummies. But one question continued to bother him. He was still unable to make sense of it, asking, "How did you disappear at the start of the exam?" Todoroki said, holding the gauze Yaoyorozu made for his nose, "We've used a manhole near the entrance." The girl politely said, "After that, we watched your patrol route for a few minutes and decided our next steps." To himself, Shota hummed. He tried not to sound too upset about it, asking, "Where did you get the idea with fireworks?" Yaoyorozu laughed quietly to herself. "I might have borrowed it from my girlfriend." He let out a deep sigh. Naturally, troublesome kids assisting themselves. Nevertheless, he would overlook that if Nezu's account of the group was accurate. Those children were going to be amazing heroes. It was just something he knew. Katsuki continued working out for the final 15 minutes. It was just enough to work up a good sweat, nothing to wear him out. He was going to return to his rightful place in the hero course by literally blasting through this stupid exam in record time. He was not one of those general ed characters in 5th grade. He was going to be the ultimate hero. As it was, he'd wasted enough time. He only had to beat the living hell out of Deku. This would be a perfect opportunity to reintroduce the quirky loser to the fray. His teeth were gritted. That he had to go through that pointless therapy with the dog breath was all the fault of this shy nerd. Katsuki felt that something wasn't quite right ever since that foolish dream. Though he never acknowledged it, he knew what it was. To say he was afraid of Deku would be absurd. That bastard didn't scare him. Not that fucking toy, either. He would beat the living hell out of that fucking nerd and blast that thing to pieces. Dog breath would not stop lecturing him about talking about his feelings and not holding things inside. Additionally, there were those bad advices about acting like a hero, acting appropriately, and other such things. That didn't interest him in the slightest. Being strong was what mattered. There was no doubt that All Might would receive the same treatment after he assumed his rightful position as number one because he was a strong man who was well liked by all. Considering that this was his only opportunity to enroll in the hero course, he chose to comply. It made him even angrier. Katsuki decided it was enough and proceeded to walk out of his preparation room, stopping just in front of the doors. He looked down at the table, where the rat principal's note lay. He gave the instructions for the test. He laughed it off. It wasn't necessary for him. It only mattered to demonstrate that he was at the top and Deku was at the bottom of the food chain. The most logical thought that came to him. Momo surveyed the observation room, observing the faces of her classmates. The people who had passed looked happy, cheering noisily and chatting among themselves. Except for Todoroki, who chose to sit against the wall and have a quiet conversation with Ochako-chan. Given that the girls spoke the most of the conversation, well, chat was a little excessive. However, the failures appeared to have a massive cloud of rain hovering over their heads. Knowing that they would have to attend remedial classes instead of the training camp made her feel awful for them. With the exception of Manetta, he deserved it all for all the perverting he'd done. "It's time for Bakugo now, right?" asked with a loud voice Shiro-san. "Oh yeah," Kirishima-san answered, instantly becoming happier. "No doubt he's going to pass." She was forced to roll her eyes at the assertion. She had no idea what Blonde's exam entailed, but she knew it wouldn't be simple. Ochako-chan said, "I'm not sure. Midoriya is his opponent," in a dubious tone. The majority of them had to think when Sato-san said, "Yeah," and he had beaten down Bakugo during sports festival. "Come on, guys. There's no way that Bakugo is going to lose. He has his costume now and those stupidly overpowered gauntlets. Besides, isn't that Midoriya guy quirkless? What he can do without the suit?" Manetta had been so sure of himself. Momo clenched her hand. The class learned about her relationship on Monday, and the little pervert furiously complained that the hottest chick had been taken right from under his nose. She tried her hardest to ignore it. However, she would never permit her dear Izuku to be treated in such a manner. Strongly, Kaminari-san remarked, "You're wrong." She was shocked, as were a few of the students. The two got along well and occasionally indulged in sexual activities together. Midoriya may be quirkless, but this doesn't mean a thing. He helped us study for the written exams and, alongside with Yaoyorozu and Hatsume, gave me new ways to use my quirk. The young man smiled at her. "Besides, most of our equipment comes from him. Jiro's sound gun, Ashido's acid launchers, Ojiro's tail armor, just to name few. If anything, I believe that Midoriya will beat Bakugo again." With a hint of acknowledgement in his voice, Todoroki continued, "Midoriya is already twice the hero some of us will ever be." The topic was discussed in class, but Momo couldn't help but smile. She gave the two teenagers appreciative glances and thanked them for supporting her boyfriend. There was a hiss as the doors opened and the teachers entered, the principal perched atop the All Might. Near the control panel, they were all standing. Nezu-sensei said happily, Now dear students. Let's stay quiet and watch this. It may serve you all as a great learning material." The monitor came to life with the camera feed, displaying an enormous replica of a business and commercial district. The presence of LMDs strolling around the streets was the most obvious factor that distinguished this exam from others. Robots were clothed and went about their daily lives just like humans. They were all able to witness Bakugo entering the area on one camera, running down the street, and looking around to find his opponent with a little help from his quirk. They were able to see Izuku, without his helmet, standing atop the tallest building in another video. Mei held the object in question. Her girlfriend was dressed as her character, which included a sleeveless black shirt with pink stripes down the sides, tight black pants, and a pair of black combat boots. The girl had a bow on a quiver on her back. Mina-chan exclaimed, "Mei-chan? Why is she there?" loudly. Momo was also interested in knowing the answer to this query. Only her boyfriend, as far as she knew, was involved in this. Of course, at this point, all she could do was speculate. When she looked up at the principal after hearing him laugh at them, she saw a tiny smirk and a gleam in his eye. "Everything will become clear in due course," Nezu-sensei remarked enigmatically. She turned to look at the monitor again and saw Mei throw the helmet off the roof after kissing it where Izuku's lips should have been. With a small smile on his face, their boyfriend leapt to the ground, caught the object, and flew in the direction of Bakugo. Though Momo would never say it aloud, she too wanted to be there to give the helmet a kiss. Izuku was incredibly intrigued by the concept when it was first presented to him. He found it somewhat ironic that he had contributed to the choice to allow the blonde menace to be brought back to hero course. Though he was more than certain of the result, he knew what would be the most important factor in it. He flew to the location where Pomeranian was and landed on the building, following Nezu's plan. He waited, silently standing there. The next phase would start in a moment, and it all began with, "Found you, fucking nerd." That exceeded his expectations in speed. Izuku looked down the street and saw Firecracker, who was panting lightly from all the running he had done. Blonde was glaring at him, her permanent scowl evident. Tiny explosions danced across the boy's palms, frightening him not in the slightest. "I'll give you two choices. Get down here and let me beat up your useless ass, or I'm going up there and then I'll beat up your useless ass." It was a real temptation to respond and playfully taunt Pomeranian, only to infuriate him further than he was already. Unfortunately, though, Nezu told him to shut up and not talk to anyone. But as he gave Bakugo a closer look, he realized that failing to respond was making the blonde even more irate. Did the principal plan this as well? He ought to inquire later. Time's up. Using his peculiarity, Firecracker was practically rocketing toward Izuku. Unfortunately, all he could do for the time being was dodge until Principal gave him the go-ahead to fight back. Which was actually quite simple. All it took was a few quick blasts from the repulsors in his feet to launch him into the air, with the Pomeranian barely slipping past his boots. He saw Bakugo maneuver in midair and speed towards him once more as he flew away and turned over to keep an eye on the teenager. Izuku noticed that LMDs were gathering around them as this was going on, and he watched the fight as any other regular person would have watched a battle between heroes and villains. It occurred to him that such things really shouldn't be permitted. There was always a chance of being caught in the crossfire, particularly if someone had a dangerous quirk that affected a large area and could cause harm. Neze gave him the order, "Young Midoriya, shoot down young Bakugo and make the crowd run." With an upturned eyebrow, he obeyed. Taking aim, he let off the tiny explosion, which caused Firecracker to drop a little but not enough to bring him to a complete stop. Izuku flew at the blonde, deciding to literally take matters into his own hands. Leaning his head to avert a blast, he struck Pomeranian square in the face. And just to be sure, a shot was fired, causing Bakugo to fall painfully to the ground. In the tiny circle, robots encircled the teenager. Firecracker spit out blood as he slowly stood up. Blonde wiped the last of the liquid from his chin and gave a deep growl. He let off a few blasts to frighten off LMDs just in time to stop Pomeranian from launching himself up yet again. As soon as their machines permitted it, androids started to flee in accordance with their program. A few of them collided with Bakugo en route, further infuriating the young man. After being shoved by another robot, one of the robots ran straight into the menace. Firecracker snapped the LMD off him and growled, "Get the fuck out of my way." Android suffered a cracked head after colliding with the street lamp. From the start of the encounter, they have all observed Bakugo's attempts to move forward and land a blow on Izuku. Momo thought it was like a game of tag, but the only issue she saw was that the Pomeranian was not agile enough to catch her boyfriend in the air. She could hear the teachers muttering as the fight progressed because she was standing quite close to them. It appeared that they were very unhappy with Blonde's handling of the situation while civilians were observing the scene. Which, in fact, he did not. It appeared as though he was unaware of them at all. Her brows furrowed as she attempted to put it all together. This was the closest the scenario could have been to the actual situation. Alright, almost. Izuku's lack of resistance until the principal gave him permission with a particular commendation made her wonder more about the true intent behind this exam. Mina-chan exclaimed, voicing everyone's thoughts, "What the hell?" Her classmates were all in disbelief at what Bakugo had just done. That kind of civilian throwing. How could someone do that? It was utterly absurd. It was, in her opinion, the exact opposite of what a hero ought to do. Glancing over at the teachers, she saw that they were equally pissed off about this. Aizawa-sensei knelt beside Neze-sensei and muttered something, eliciting a thoughtful nod from the principal. Neze-sensei made a communicator click. His tone was solemn and slightly melancholic. "Young Midoriya, you can engage young Bakugo however you see fit." Izuku said, "Roger that. Can I use reinforcements?" As he took off from the massive explosion, the helmet and upper body of his suit were scorched. "Yes." At this, Momo furrowed her brow. By this, what did her boyfriend mean? She had seen Mei earlier, so the girl was probably involved as well. However, it seemed like there was more to it to her. Hawkeye, move to the sector C4 and make yourself a new nest. Wait for the opportunity to strike. Negotiator, you're up. A mediator? Momo's head was tilted. She had heard about it previously. On one occasion, she overheard her lovers discussing the project under this codename as she was walking to the lab. They were very silent about it, of course. To be honest, it started to irritate her. She would force them to divulge all of their trade secrets. She intended to put her training as a mistress to good use. Kirishima-san turned to the teachers and asked angrily, "Wait, there are 3 of them? It's not fair." Aizawa-sensei looked at them with a snort. Even with his hunched-over posture, there was an edge to his voice as he said, "Life isn't fair. Get rid of the delusions that the villains will play by the rules. Life of the pro-hero is a dangerous one. All of you will have to face the challenge of being overwhelmed by the numbers or power, or both." All Might said as he looked at them. Their teachers were correct once more. It was naive to believe that evildoers wouldn't be dishonest. Momo grimaced as her mind began to wander to possible treats that she would undoubtedly encounter in her career. All she could do was hope she would be able to deal with them. Izuku maintained a relatively slow speed for 2 reasons. For starters, he needed Bakugo to stay with him. Secondly, he needed to protect his arc reactor. Neze limited the amount of power he could wield. There's something about it challenging him. He had already lost 26% of his initial 35%. He sincerely hoped that he wouldn't lose it all before the conclusion. It would be difficult to lift the armor with just his muscles. To be more precise, it would not be feasible. He had finally located the designated spot, having flown from nearly the opposite end of the field. Peeping at the map in the HUD's corner, he noticed that his comrades were where they should be. Okay, let's continue the show. He twisted in midair and unleashed a repulsor blast. Though it missed by a hair, the Pomeranian stopped. The teenager was cautious enough not to charge in, but he still maintained his body a few meters above the ground with his explosions. Firecracker exclaimed, panting slightly, had enough of this flying around, you fucking nerd? Izuku's eyes narrowed. Bakugo was perspiring profusely. Blonde would gradually become dehydrated, which was a good thing, but it also gave him more ammunition to use against Blonde. He looked around to see if there was anything that would be of assistance. Grinning, he pointed to something on the side of the road, directly beneath his rival. He said, smugly, whenever you're ready, negotiator. As he raised his hand, the plates encircling his wrist parted, releasing the startling disc. Bakugo jerked to the left, so it missed, but it didn't matter. Anyhow, it was a diversion. Pomeranian speeded him, roaring loudly and putting out his palm in response to the teen's huge blast of eccentricity. A massive blast enveloped him, causing his suit to tremble and propelling him back several meters. He wasn't ready for that, damn it. A thick wire wrapped around Firecracker's foot, bringing him down just in time for him to deliver another blow. Bakugo was startled when a purple glove punched him in the face, sending the teenager bouncing to the ground. Izuku, never one to pass up an opportunity, sprang into action, aiming swiftly at the fire hydrant and unleashing a much more potent repulsor blast that tore the metal open and hurled a torrent of water directly at the Pomeranian. Now that Blonde's explosive sweat had been totally neutralized, her body began to cool. He grinned as he turned to face his teammate. Compared to his own, the Negotiator Armor Mark I was significantly bulkier, particularly around the torso. Because of the second arc reactor, a more potent cooling system, and a device inside, it was required. To assist in raising it, there were extra thrusters behind the shins. There were specially made attachments on the arms that carried 3 meters of wires that were used as whips. To shock the target, an electrical current could be run through those cables. In addition, there was the plating, which covered the fingers to some extent. There was a gun installed over the right shoulder, and its main ammo was rubber bullets. The primary color of the suit was royal purple, with silver and occasional black accents. Eyes, glowing electric purple, the negotiator turned to face him. With an artificially hurt tone, Toshi said, "Thought you're never going to call." Izuku made himself laugh. He could still clearly recall his friend's screams upon receiving his full armor test flight. He wasn't sure if the fear was getting the better of him or the excitement. However, the boy was able to fly almost as well as him after taking lessons for almost a month. He shrugged back, sorry. You know, how Neze loves the drama and such. Bakugo yelled at them, the fuck? You're so pathetic, Deku. You can't beat me on your own, so you called your buddy. His hair clung to his damp brow. A small amount of blood spurted from his temple, nothing too dangerous. He saw the blonde straighten his unsteady legs and use a street lamp for support. After spitting some water out of his mouth and catching his breath, the teenager shot them glares. An alert went out just as Izuku was ready to fly down at their opponent. He was down to 20% in his arc reactor. He scowled and clicked his tongue. It appears that work on the new power modules will still need to be done by him in May. Toshi said to him as he fell to the ground, go and rest. You need to preserve the battery as much as you can. Besides, I want to really test this thing. In his imagination, he could see his friends beaming excitement. He also wanted to check the capabilities of the negotiator suit. The armor had more than enough power to defeat its opponent, even if the principal had banned some of the gadgets. Izuku followed the advice and sat on the nearby building's rooftop. He would benefit from a brief vacation. In the unlikely event that something went wrong, his girlfriend was close enough to cover their teammate. Neze watched the exam with his eyes glued to the monitor. He tried not to show how disappointed he was. He went to the young Bakugo's preparation room before the test started. He felt sorry for the unread note. Regarding the boy taking the exam, he wasn't entirely certain. According to Hound Dog, the students' progress in the sessions was that they started to become a little more open. Of course, the brash and boisterous attitude persisted, but it could be explained away as a teen's quirk. Still, he wasn't entirely sure about everything. In order to observe how young Bakugo changed, he and the teachers decided to let him take the test. Apparently, he didn't. It was still very crude language, but that was the least of the worries. One of the instructions was to threaten the patrol exercise until he saw his opponent. The boy hurried in, making quick work of things with his oddity. It might be dismissed as excessive unusual use without justification, which ordinarily would result in a temporary suspension of his license. Next came the meeting with young Midoriya. In his mind, it could not get worse. It was strictly forbidden to dive right in without giving the LMDs who acted as the civilians the slightest thought. And telling the person to move aside after throwing them in that manner. That was among the quickest ways to have your pro hero license revoked. A few buildings were damaged as a result of the wild goose chase, particularly after young Bakugo detonated strong explosions to eliminate the outfitted teenager. All of them did nothing more than cause young Midoriya to lose his balance and leave scorching marks on the armor. Next, the negotiator entered. He grinned at that. Neze was eager to see how it would go when his business partner approached him with young Shinso, who consented to take the exam. Naturally, he had to establish the guidelines and view the suit prior to the test. Some of the devices should have been prohibited since they would terminate the test right away. One major no-no was the modified sound rifle, which was concealed beneath the heavy chest armor. The same is true for some gun ammo. Apart from that, he dialed down the suit's initial power to 60%. His peak was directed towards young Yaoyorozu, who observed the conversation between the teenagers with even more curiosity than her peers. He turned to the girl and said, "You seem rather surprised by the development. I mean by young Shinso having the suit." A pout and a tiny frown marred her features. She grumbled, "They didn't tell me much about it." Neze laughed over this. It appears that Midoriya, who is young, will face difficulties in his utopia. He turned back to the screen and observed the altercation between young Bakugo and the negotiator. Without his sweat that resembled nitroglycerin, the teenager was helpless against the armor. Even though it was evident that the troubled student had good judgment by deftly avoiding the whips, the marks on the pavement were still there. That is, until the gun was removed from the scene. The boy was instantly knocked down by a small hail of rubber bullets that struck him all over his body. Without waiting for the teenager to straighten up, young Shinso charged in and grabbed young Bakugo by the face, using the little push from repulsors as motivation. The student was flung at the shop by the suit's enchanted power and built up momentum, breaking through the windows and destroying the interior, only pausing when they struck the counter. Neze spoke to the communicator, "Young Shinso, please be mindful with your strength." He did not want to unintentionally kill his student. Also, young Midoriya, please prepare the final act. Young Uraraka asked, expressing the 1A's confusion, "What's that?" Trying not to make it sound too dire, he laughed to himself. He was quite proud of this concept because, as he put it, "You will see. It would be the best way to evaluate the blonde teenager." Neze resumed his observation and watched as young Midoriya took off. The negotiator entered the building, presumably to keep young Bakugo occupied until Iron Man came back. Abruptly, there was an intense flash of light, accompanied by a thunderclap-like noise and a great deal of black smoke. As the commotion subsided, they all witnessed young Shinso severely impaled in the building across the street. The arc reactor's light bickered and eventually turned off, leaving the entire front of his armor scorched. With a gray smoke oozing from his right gauntlet, young Bakugo padded out of the store. The teenager had a vicious smirk on her face. Yes, Neze did not realize that the boy was wearing those storage tanks as part of his outfit. That was a really strong explosion, and it worried him about the Gen Ed student. Examinee raised his left arm to aim it at his opponent who had fallen. A pin was held by a finger. Just as he was about to yell into the communicator to stop the teenager, something struck the gauntlet, shattering it at the bottom and causing its contents to spill onto the street. A camera feed shifted, revealing a young Hatsume using a grappling hook and strong cable that came from the bow to swing down from the rooftop. The teen staggered as the girl lunged straight at him and gave him a surprise kick to the face. After releasing the wire, the archer fell to the ground. That, he said, was an exciting development. He was excited about his student's potential to become one of the greatest long-range heroes when he learned, through the sorrowful power loader, that she had taken up archery and turned her sights to the heroics. You have a strong supporting and information-gathering heroine when you combine that with her collection of intriguing arrowheads. Without much delay, the young Hatsume launched her attack by swinging to the young Bakugo's side. The boy's pained grimace suggested that the girl's bow was made of some hard, durable material. Even though she wasn't the greatest at hand-to-hand fighting, Hawkeye moved quite quickly. She continued hitting her opponent while dodging the teen's swings by employing the hit-and-run strategy. Young Hatsume didn't fare too well when a few minor explosions occurred. indicating that the student's eccentricity was once again present in the conflict. The girl took a blow to the chest and went down onto the ground. He saw, on the side screen, a young Midoriya taking off and returning with the piece meant for the last act. Screw them all. That was all that was on Katsuki's mind, and it was easily capable of applying all the meanings it held. Fuck that armor-wearing, quirkless bastard for teasing him in that way, making him follow the foolish nerd around the city and not giving up the fight. It wouldn't have been as satisfying for Deku if he hadn't struck back. Fuck that side figure wearing a different suit. A little pussy who couldn't do anything against him due to some weak-ass quirk. What if those obnoxious bullets hit him? What if he was hurled inside the structure? He only needed to use the one sweat he had saved up to finish the job. Ignore that bitch with pink hair. Destroying his gauntlet, swinging down like some bloody monkey, and kicking him in the face before he could blow up the big toy. It took guts for Slut to strike him with that damn bow. However, once more, his peculiarity demonstrated how much better he was. A tiny detonation followed by a big bang. Bitch consumes the soil. Finding the fucking nerd is the next step. He heard the sound of the rockets. Raising his head, he noticed the bastard approaching him while carrying a bothersome droid that kept getting in his way. "You've come to surrender, Deku," he cried out, setting off a series of tiny explosions as part of his quirk. A few meters away, the oddball creature touched the foolish robot's head with his hand. Shitty nerd firmly said, "No, Katsuki was merely aggravated by this. I've come to offer you something." His eyes narrowed and he snorted. "The fuck you have to offer?" It wasn't as if he was curious. Deku spoke to him gravely, saying, "Surrender and you will save this and many other civilians. Continue fighting and I'm going to blow this city up." That gave him a pause. The little bastard put him in danger. Furthermore, since when were those fucking things considered civilians? They were annoyances that complicated matters. Hold on. This was the test, and this rat principal undoubtedly had a say in it, and now he was going to have to deal with having to save the day. Similar to how All Might always did. All Might possessed strength. Katsuki was powerful too. He was also going to be the ultimate hero. There was only one meaning to that. He threw his hands behind him and lunged towards the nerd. He prepared the explosion by extending his palm and feeling the perspiration collect on it. He was going to show everyone that he was the strongest by being a goddamn hero. The announcement was followed by the sound of a horn throughout the arena. Katsuki Bakugo failed the practical exam. Physics had some fairly simple laws, though there was no denying that there were some pretty complicated things. Take the second law of Newton. The object begins to move and accelerates if the force acting on it isn't counterbalanced by another force. If nothing stopped it, it could theoretically continue indefinitely. The same could be said of certain behaviors. Nothing could stop them from finishing what they had started. That's precisely why, despite the bullhorn going off, Izuku was caught in a massive explosion because of a peculiar Pomeranian behavior. It was a strong one, knocking him back a few meters and causing him to strike his back painfully on the pavement. He simply knew that he would get bruises in the next few hours, even with the suit's shock absorbers. He also had some vertigo. Fantastic. A mild concussion. Exactly what he desired. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but wonder if the blonde menace was simply too shocked by the news or if Bakugo had this all along. Regardless, the hostage was blasted to pieces. Izuku didn't want to think about how much blood would fall to the ground if it had been a human. Plus him, primarily him. Nezu's voice rang in his helmet. "Young Midoriya, are you alright?" Putting an end to his gory thoughts. "Yeah, never better," he groaned in response. The principal happily told him, "Glad to hear it. Gather your teammates, you three can go to your workshop and suit down. Thank you for the help with the exam." Grunting, he stood up and peeked at others. Mei was standing up and giving herself a shoulder rub while wearing a disappointed look. Tashi's armor remained depowered, but the boy showed no signs of movement. He was most likely killed instantly by the explosion. I hope he wouldn't have to drool over his friend to go to the nursing station. Pomeranian, on the other hand, stood motionless in the middle of the road, staring down at his palm. His features were marred by disbelief. Izuku gave a small puff of breath. Bakugo only needed to congratulate himself on the outcome. He had a long list of things he could have done differently in order to pass the exam. Or life in general. However, that wasn't his issue. It never was. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but harbor mild empathy for his former bully. His hopes and dreams were completely dashed. Something too familiar to him. Izuku figured someone would be able to help the boy, give him some clarity, at the very least. "When you were right, It felt good most of the time. You believed that making the right decision had validated your knowledge, instincts, and mental effort. That increased your self-assurance and modestly raised your ego. However, Shota didn't want to be correct. After a few nearly sleepless nights, a massive dose of caffeine, and cuddling with his lovers and their cats, he finally reached a logical conclusion. He was adamant that Bakugo would not succeed. Not because the boy lacked the ability to prevail. He'd had more than enough. Adolescent immaturity wasn't a problem either. In combat, the student was a quick thinker. Bakugo was lost because of the flaw that was difficult, if not impossible, to fix. As All Might put it, the boy lacked the heroic spirit. Shota was forced to concede to the big oaf at this particular moment. A person cannot become a hero if they have the wrong mindset. Not with that unique scenario Neze devised for disruptive students following Endeavor. Few people, as far as he knew, narrowly passed it. For those who didn't, heroics was never again their goal. Or so the whisper went. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt as he cast a quick glance at the student, who was still wearing his costume. Probably for the last time. Perhaps they could assist the boy if the issue had been brought up with the principal and other teachers earlier and the proper assistance had been provided. But now it was all history. Stupid feelings. Neze said in a firm voice, "You already know the result, young Bakugo, so I'm moving towards more important information. Due to your failure you won't return to the 1A. Furthermore, you cannot join Hero Department anymore. You shall remain in the general education. During the rest of your years here, the school will try to help with your behavior. If you still wish to become a hero, it has to be done through the SNHQT." The principal took a moment to allow his remarks to take hold. "Please leave your costume in the locker." Shota observed Bakugo's lack of reaction to the speech. The boy did not even dare to look at any of them. He just stood there with his head hung low. It seemed as though his soul had left his body. Young Bakugo. All Might stepped in the direction of the pupil and said, "Let me offer you a piece of advice. To succeed as the hero, you need to find your heroic heart. Strength alone is meaningless without the right cause." Symbol of Peace reached out to give the boy a shoulder pat, but Bakugo stepped back, his feet dragging motionless on the ground. Shota's eyes widened and his mind stopped abruptly. The troublesome student, who insisted he would be the next number one, never backs down from a challenge. Initially, he believed it was just a fixation on the title and the attention it brought. However, right now, like the majority of children in the present generation, Bakugo probably thought of All Might as the best, as a benchmark of sorts. Combine it with the boy's belief that power is the only thing that matters, and those cynical symbol of peace quotes. Shota had to give himself a forehead smack. The worst-case situation was this one. Hizashi worriedly questioned, "Shota? Are you alright?" With a deep, worn-out sigh, he replied, "I think we've just screwed up kids' mentality and future." All they could do at the moment was cross their fingers that Bakugo wouldn't act rashly. Mei looked at Toshi, who kept as close to his head as possible an ice-filled bag. Once Izuku had gotten the suit down from their friend and driven them back to the launching station, they had to wait for the boy to regain consciousness. Her boyfriend reached out to Recovery Girl, but the school nurse simply advised her to wait and get an ice pack ready. Not being a doctor, she was an inventor, so she dismissed it with a shrug. Momo entered through a doorway after changing into her school attire. The girl sat between her and Izuku and smiled brightly at them. Her girlfriend glanced at their friend and said, "How are you feeling?" Toshi groaned in response, "Like I've been hit by a truck." They all heard something crack in there when he moved his neck. That firepower was no joke. Mei gave that a nod. One had to put in a lot of work to blow away something as heavy as a negotiator's suit. Momo said, leaning a little toward her, "Fortunately, it's over now, so we can relax and focus on something other." She reached out and gently squeezed the girl's hand right away. By now, she had developed a sort of habit of doing it whenever she was in close proximity to her lovers and desired to have a physical interaction with them. Each time they showed their appreciation by kissing her, caressing her hair, or pressing their thumbs against her palm. Of course, she was ecstatic about this. With a note of concern in his voice, Izuku asked them, "Guys, what are your plans for next week?" Momo quickly stated, "Until the start of the training camp, I'm free." She affirmed, "Totally free." With all the seriousness he could muster at the moment, Toshi continued, "Sleeping." Her boyfriend scowled a little and took a contemplative stance. She questioned what was bothering him so much about this. Perhaps he has plans. Was it really time to head out of Japan? Whoa, it seems like she didn't give her English the polish it needed. Making beautiful babies and hanging out with her boyfriend and girlfriend became too much. She would find a way around it, I suppose. creating a child that could teach her every language in the world on autopilot. Indeed, it was one way. Izuku bit his lip and said, "I've got an invitation to Island. They want me to give a lecture about cold fusion and some advanced robotics. From winning the sports festival, I've already got a free ticket and can get one person with me." Island. That island. The infant creating Earth's paradise. The place where the sharpest brains spend their days creating, pondering, and creating babies. And her boyfriend was going to share the information with them. She desired to leave. She had to leave. He could only accept one of them, though. She and Momo were his girlfriends, so they took precedence over Toshi. "I apologize, dear friend." The question now was, who specifically did Izuku want to bring, and would they fight over it? Oh dear, she hoped not. She couldn't even picture them getting into a fight. She would move aside and give her girlfriend space if needed. Rather than argue with her lovers, she preferred it. "I'll venture to guess. You don't know who you should offer a place to?" Momo questioned, getting their boyfriend to nod in response. With an enticing smile, the girl reassured him, "Fortunately for you, I've got a solution for the problem. Miyashiro got 3 tickets and my parents decided to give them to us. And seeing as you already can go and can take someone, how about we do this? You bring Toshi with you and I take Mei. A rescuer of lives. A lifesaver, goddamned." She was unwilling to consider what they would do in her absence. "Have I told you that I adore you?" Izuku asked jokingly. Momo laughed over that. The girl relied on their boyfriend and leaned in to kiss him, saying, "If my memory serves me right, you did. But I enjoy hearing it." Niece, so now she desired kisses as well. Toshi said in his typical worn-out tone, "And I just love how you assumed that I want to go." "Do you?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, she hoped that having the boy along would make everything a lot more enjoyable. Yes, he might serve as their assistant when it comes to introducing their children. His shrug said, "Got nothing better to do really, and what are you going to do with the free spot?" Izuku suggested, teasing their girlfriend's hair, "Maybe ask someone in the class. I'm sure there would be some people who are interested." Toshi laughed and said, "You could make a competition and have them fight for it." She observed a cunning smile and a menacing twinkle in Momo's eye. She felt a mixture of excitement and fear for her partner. The girl told them, "Now, that sounds like a terrific idea." Mei was a little worried about the 1A students. She sincerely hoped that her girlfriend's gadgets wouldn't cause her to lose any devoted customers. "I don't want to go. It's all right. Everything will work out fine. I'm not eager to leave. I refuse to leave." "Hey, it's okay. Please, I don't want to go." Izuku watched the scene as Momo tried to pull a whiny Mei away from him, all the while trying not to burst out laughing in the middle of the mall. If only they knew how brilliantly they had parodied that heartbreaking scene from Infinity War. He still remembers how much crying he and his mom did, almost flooding the entire apartment. "Please, Mei." Momo begged, sighing, "You have to buy a dress for the party during Expo." Their girlfriend whimpered, "I don't need it." Mei straightened up, looked between them, and grinned brightly as Momo leaned in and whispered something before he could act. "Goodbye, Izuku." She practically yelled, "I'm going to buy a dress." After stealing a quick kiss, she ran in the direction of the closest store that sold formal attire. "What actions did you take?" Knowing how opposed this walkout the girl was, he asked with a quizzical expression. Momo kissed him and chuckled inexplicably, saying, "A woman needs her secrets, sweetheart." She said, "We'll catch you later," as she and the other girls in her class started to walk away. "I genuinely don't know how you're going to be able to keep up with them." Tashi's monotone voice interrupted him before his thoughts could fully comprehend the events that had just transpired. "It seems like such a drag." He shrugged slightly and turned away from the girls, preferring to keep their dresses a secret so that Momo could surprise him. "Love, I guess." The boy said doubtfully, "Yeah, sure. Do we really have to buy the suits? I detest wearing formal attire." Izuku looked around for a store and said, "You know, dress code and such. But, do we really need to get the ones that fit tight? Is it not possible for us to utilize the mobile device?" Even though they had that conversation already, Toshi persisted in asking. "Portable armor mounting structure." The name wasn't too difficult to remember, so he gave it as MAMP for short. "Nope. They cannot be transported by regular aircraft. Additionally, there is too much paperwork for them to be sent to Island. And no, before you inquire. Urania still requires a routine physical examination." "And when will it take place?" With hope, the boy inquired. With a smile on his face and a sound of displeasure from his friend, he answered, "Not until after we get back from Island." Izuku merely hoped that their visit to Expo wouldn't involve any crazy incidents. Neze said, staring into his cup of tea with a severe frown on his face. Certainly that could be very problematic, if you're right, Aizawa-san. After 2 days of what was likely much contemplation, Eraserhead came to him and confided in him his worries regarding young Bakugo. Hiro's words would undoubtedly prove to be a fatal blow to the boy's mentality if their student actually saw All Might as some sort of measuring stick. All they could do was watch the teenager at school and get in touch with his parents. Neze could already feel her headache coming on. Out of curiosity, what was one reaction to young Bakugo's failure? Aizawa-san looked out the window and hummed. Mostly relief. He's not the most liked individual after he almost killed Yaoyorozu 2 times. Only Kirishima was saddened by it. It's not as if they were to blame for it. Perhaps there was a way to save the blonde student from potentially falling into the dark. Are they close? Young Kirishima and young Bakugo. Aizawa-san sighed and said, hard to tell. Kirishima tried to be buddy-buddy with Bakugo, but other mostly shrugged it off with usual threats. Neze nodded and said, I see. He could still get in touch with the boy and inquire about his interest in helping them. But the unsettling feeling in his stomach persisted, similar to the previous instance. Izuku glanced away from the chessboard to see what the other players were up to. Momo was reading romance manga that she had brought with her while curled up in the armchair. Mei was sleeping with their girlfriend, cuddled up against her and snoring sweetly. The girl nearly passed away at the airport. Based on what they had learned, she was too thrilled to sleep that night and stayed up until the wee hours of the morning. Toshi was still idly thumbing through the tablet's details about his new outfit. Using her quirky way of looking out the window, Jiro-san, who had won Momo's competition, about which he still didn't know much, listened to music from her phone. Puppy told him, turning back to the board, Father, this is your move. He glanced through it quickly and saw what had changed. Izuku swallowed back a sigh. In this, Puppy was still a complete amateur. Alan picked up the game quickly and was virtually unbeatable against him. Even though they were both programs, their approaches to running them were very different. He took a pawn and moved it around the board. He declared, checkmate. Oh, the puppy uttered, lowering its head in surrender. Izuku gave his friend a quick glance. He asked in a hopeful tone, Toshi, want to play? He was in serious need of a nice game of chess, the kind Stan gave him. The teenager raised an eyebrow and gave him a sour look. To get my ass handed to me? Flipping the page, Momo chastised, language. He inferred from her tone that she was too engrossed in her lecture to sound irate. Or was simply giving up on their friend's foul-mouth reform. Toshi deadpanned, yes, the boss's girlfriend. Jiro-san scoffed at the conversation. You guys are really something else. At this, Izuku arched an eyebrow. A nice replacement for the game would be a conversation that starts with, what do you mean by it? The young lady gestured towards him. She turned to face his girlfriends, a genius millionaire, who changed the rules of physics and made a dope suit. An ultra-sexy chick, from loaded family, with big brain and awesome quirk. A ball of energy, who's scarring the living shit out of her teacher and can shoot you from miles away. At last she looked at Toshi. She shot him a cold look, and Guy, who's as tired with living as Aizawa-sensei is, that got another dope suit. You're like some kind of team, that's going to beat us all in heroics. Momo laughed and said, Kyoka-chan, you know this is not a competition. Toshi pointed at him and said, yeah, plus, he was the one who suggested to make an armor for me. Izuku shrugged back, just because you wanted to know how it's to fly. It was the easiest way. Not that it bothered him to do it. It was a victory in his book because he now had his own, Roni. Momo was wondering, caressing Mei's hair, that reminds me. Toshi, why did you decide to call yourself, negotiator? Izuku's head lowered slightly upon realizing the cause. When he heard it, his girlfriend rolled around on the ground laughing aloud while he just stared blankly at the boy. He said that he finds it amusing to swoop down from the skies, armed to the teeth, and say that he came to talk. He said with a dry voice. Yup, their friend said idly, showing no signs of guilt or humiliation. He sounded, if anything, a little proud. Jiro-san laughed loudly as he saw his sweetheart doing exactly what he had done. The girl triumphantly told them, that proves what I've just said. Mei called out to them, guys, check it out, we can see the island. Her expression was fixed on the window. He looked shocked at Momo. While standing up, he inquired, when did she woke up? She said, completely perplexed, I have no idea. Peeking out his window, Toshi told them in his usual exhausted way, she's a gearhead, I bet she could sniff out a gadget from miles away. Jiro-san grinned and said, couldn't say that one better. His eyes lingered on Ai Island, his mind blocking out any possible conversation. The man-made island was protected from the waves by a massive wall surrounding it. There appeared to be 4 distinct cities within, 3 of which touched the walls and one of which was located in the middle of the triangle formed by the green belts joining the outer cities. Huge bodies of water with some beaches were also present. Although he was unable to see it, he was aware that every building adhered to the same design, featuring steel and glass to give it a sleek, futuristic appearance. Ai Island was a technological utopia outside the jurisdiction of any country. Here lived over 10,000 scientists and their families from practically every corner of the globe. Each of those individuals devoted their entire life to studying peculiarities and creating accessories for heroes. Of course, there were also some devices made for general public use, but they were less common. The numerous emails he had received from residents there were also somewhat comforting to him. Because of the circumstances in Japan, he was grateful for their support and encouragement, even though he was unsure of how they obtained his address. A few organizations also suggested that he join their research teams or do some other sort of arrangement. Rather than rejecting them outright, he asked them to give it some thought. Following their landing, Momo and Jiro-san had a moment of surprise as they put on their costumes before putting on the belts that led them to the security check. They were all required to obtain electronic passports. They had to prove they had no criminal records in order to obtain those. Carefully examining each person's background revealed that none of them posed a threat to Ai Island. It makes sense that this location took pride in having security on par with Tartarus. To go with them, he had to create a special pass for Puppy, but it wasn't any more difficult than filling out some forms. Alternatively, having Alan handle it as he was too preoccupied to check on the status of Urania's and NIMSO's projects. He glanced at his android, who was standing a few meters behind him with a purple carry-on bag and a green suitcase. A tiny smile appeared on his face. He was eager to use those as the special conclusion to his talk. Making a show was his girlfriend's idea. He was hesitant to do it at first, but the 2 vixens persuaded him. Oh, how I hate their lovely lips. As they emerged from the airport and security area, they were met by a stunning plaza with lots of greenery and some intriguing sculptures. Despite the large number of people present, he was able to identify several Japanese heroes and international heroes among them. Their attire was glaringly obvious. They saw a very intriguing scene before they could leave the entrance. The group of admirers, who were primarily women, practically swarmed All Might and autographed everything or every part of his body. All the while, a familiar-looking teenager dressed in costume stood by the side, giving it a stupid smile. It took Izuku only a few seconds to recognize him. He saw him in the hospital following the stain incident. When he recovered, he realized that was Mirio Toga, one of the big 3, the best graduates of the hero course in the United States, and the heir apparent to One for All. He was able to link the facts for the last one with ease. Before All Might opened his own office, Sir Nighteye was his only sidekick, and Toga-senpai worked as an intern there. Toshi said, gesturing to the scene, I think we shouldn't get involved in this. He wholeheartedly concurred. If only they could manage to leave it without being noticed. And here are mine young students. He snapped his neck to the side to see All Might triumphantly standing before them, his face smeared with lipstick. To be honest, at this point, all he wanted to do was run. From the looks on his friends' faces, they would follow him. Regretfully, he didn't think they could outrun the most powerful hero. All Might, please turn down the volume, he said, gesturing to his ears. Even so, he wished to avoid having loud noises impair his hearing. Like, say, the screaming of the symbol of peace. That sounded a little hypocritical considering that Mei is his girlfriend. The hero told them, meekly, oh, right, sorry for it. Did he discard this lipstick, then? Another enigma that would never be solved and would always be engulfed by the cosmos. Toga-senpai abruptly appeared from behind All Might and said, huh, I didn't know that more students from our school would come. The boy gave them a thumbs up and smiled toothily, saying, heya, greenhorns. Let's have a blast here together. With a slightly strained tone, Jiro-san asked quietly, what's up with that Tintin guy? Toshi shrugged back, obviously not wanting to bother himself with thinking about it. No idea. Before they could take any action, another odd circumstance happened. A fair-haired girl roughly their age approached them holding a peculiar-looking pogo stick and nearly threw herself at All Might, who grabbed her and started to spin them around. All the while they grinned and greeted each other. Izuku smiled wistfully and shook his head. She would be his niece, of course. With a gesture of his palm, symbol of peace exclaimed, oh right. Those are my students. The girl told them, I think I saw every single one of you during sports festival, and then she gave a small bow. It's nice to meet you, I'm Izuku started, Melissa Shield, the daughter of David Shield. This statement startled everyone, but mostly the adolescent in question. Mei asked, glancing at Shield-san, you know her? Momo told their girlfriend, who nodded. Her father is a pretty famous inventor. He made all of All Might's costumes and many support items for heroes in America. She's also rather well known herself, winning several science competition in USA and getting a prize at the World Support Item Design Competition last year. He continued, smirking. She's also one of the most dedicated Iron Man's fans. You can find her at every forum involving the armor. I'm right, Melly the inventor. The girl initially maintained a straight expression, but she soon flushed deeply red. Oh, he really embarrassed her with that last line. He was a little thrilled to meet one of his fans, to his defense. In particular, the person who participated in all conversations regarding his armor and offered every explanation imaginable regarding its capabilities and modes of operation. The happy voices of Mei and Shield-san, who were giggling over a bewildered puppy, emerged from his mussing. The poor robot was scanning its surroundings in an attempt to find a way out. It looked at him as if it were pleading for him to save it from the spotlight. He doubted he could do it, even if he could help it at all. His devoted girlfriend, a gearhead, had a tendency to exaggerate their invention's superiority. He saw the girl examining the bag and the case. He couldn't let the surprise be revealed too soon, oh no. After saving his child from the clutches of two overzealous inventors, All Might said, maybe we should get going. Melissa, could you take me to David? Number 3 favorite hero, thank you. Right. Actually Papa also wanted to meet Midoriya-san before today's party. So maybe we can all go and after that I'd guide you all around Expo? Shield-san replied with a smile. Momo answered with a little bow, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much for it. Something happened next that would keep him thinking about Island for the remainder of his visit. The pogo stick contracted, becoming a cylinder that was small enough to fit comfortably in the palm of the hand. Nanotechnology-based devices. Either that or some peculiarity. However, he could wager all of his cash and suits on the usage of nanites in this situation. He never got the chance to confirm some of the rumors he had heard about their success. This was truly amazing. Quirks caused a nearly 80-year halt to all technological progress when they first appeared. After that, when the first heroes entered the picture, it started up again, but this time, scientists concentrated on creating support items, putting the other technological branches on hold. Naturally, some people persisted in their efforts to conduct research in those abandoned fields. Regretfully, not much progress was made most of the time. Nearly all national governments in the world have poured money into business support. Thankfully, he hoped that his business, and soon Momo's parents as well, would buck the trend and produce something beneficial for society. Arc Reactor demonstrated the power of clean energy from the outset, which was a good start. It is unfortunate that Japan will not receive any. His thoughts eventually caught up with the reality that Island was a truly lovely place, even though they were still entirely occupied by the fact that nanites existed and the numerous potential uses for them. It was tidy, vibrant, and seemed to offer plenty of tourist attractions. He noticed that Momo was glancing at Shield-san and asking him a quiet question. Was he picturing her blushing? How on earth was he able to see a blush through the red-tinted plastic in the first place? Upon reaching one of the numerous laboratory buildings, he was nearly encircled by scientists. They asked him about his inventions, gave him business cards, introduced themselves, and stated which research teams they were from. If there were only two things, everything would be okay. For starters, they were constricting him, depriving him of vital oxygen. 2. His girlfriends were practically glaring at every woman in the room and releasing a level of bloodlust that would make Stain blush. All Might was perspiring uncontrollably. His females were frightening. Likewise, his fans, suffocating him was. Toshi called, pushing himself between him and the scientists, excuse me, could you please step away from Midoriya-san? We're in hurry for an important meeting. You can hold out with your questions until his lecture. With sheepish looks, the inventors all excused themselves and went back to their work. Really? The courage of certain individuals. However, it seems that his friend was both his happy and his roadie. Good. Izuku took a deep breath and said, thanks for that, Toshi. I thought they were going to kill me. Never before has oxygen tasted so good. He glanced at his friend, who had seemingly transformed into his self-proclaimed protector. But why did you call me, Midoriya-san? Huh? I needed to make you look like some kind of Mr. Big Shot. Otherwise, they wouldn't leave us alone. His companion replied sheepishly. A huge smile stretched across the boy's lips. Also, I was saving you from your girlfriends. Who knows what they would do to you? And who would pay me for my services later? How come? He had been paying Toshi since when? Not that he lacked the funds to accomplish it. Most likely, he could provide him enough so that his family wouldn't have to worry about money for many generations. They continued on their journey under the constant watchful eye of his lovers, who held onto his hands. Eventually, they reached a room crammed with carton boxes and sparse furniture like cabinets and a drafting table. The fact that everything was white and neat gave it a more futuristic appearance. With delight, Shield-san called out, "Papa, we're here." A door appeared from the side, and two men emerged. One was middle-aged, plump, and rather short. The other was David Shield. Izuku would without a doubt choose this man if asked to choose someone who would be excellent in the role of Tony Stark. They were both extremely attractive, brilliant people who wished to use their inventions to benefit others, and they exuded a certain aura of brilliance. All Might practically ran over and gave the man a tight hug. It was a moving scene. Nevertheless, he eventually realized that the hero was only partially supporting his friend's body. The peace symbol must have been struck by a time limit. As far as he could recall, it lasted for about 2.5 hours. The man shook hands and said, "Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you in person." He squeezed the palm and said, "You too, Professor Shield. Your work was a great inspiration for me." The creator grinned a little. "Please call me David. Professor Shield. Makes me feel like I'm some kind of old man." Wow, already on a first-name basis with one of the most intelligent scientists on the planet. In that case you can call me Izuku. David reached behind him and took out a notebook and pen. "I won't hold you up for long. I'm going to attend your lecture later after that as I'm immensely interested in your work, but for now." The man asked, looking sheepish, "Could you give me an autograph?" For a moment, nothing was on his mind. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? Furthermore, why would the exceptional inventor want his signature? A boy in his first year of high school. How did he act? Oh, right. Make the cleanest energy source possible, modify a small portion of the law of physics, and construct a high-tech suit. That was what he did. He fulfilled the request with a somewhat forced smile. This was unexpected by him. And why did Shield-san give her dad a dagger glare? He made the sensible decision to stay out of this more than was absolutely necessary. "Thank you for that. Now why don't you enjoy the Expo attractions, while me and Toshinori talk for a while?" David made the proposal to them. Togata-senpai called and literally walked through the doors, saying, "Certainly we will. Come on, greenhorns. Let's see what this place has for us." It appears that the teenager realized that All Might was depleting, but that was to be expected from his replacement. Izuku and the others gave a little bow and departed the building, following Shield-san's example as he started to explain what they could discover while visiting. Everything sounded intriguing. To be honest, he was eager to see everything that Island had in store for them. Anticipations. That phrase was used to express someone's conviction that something will occur or that someone ought to accomplish something. Himiko had no expectations for the Villains League. Upon first learning about them, she was uninterested, viewing them as a bunch of would-be villains having a tantrum akin to the one their renowned leader had when that Wolfram guy appeared. One more loser. She was not expecting anything from them, but even so, she found it difficult to conceal her disappointment. They sat, drank, and gazed at the TV or walls. Literally doing nothing. How the hell is this happening? If those guys were content to sit around all day, how could they hope to kill All Might or transform society? That is, they had a scheme. In her humble opinion, a very stupid plan that she naturally kept to herself. An attack at the UA training camp. Children. She wanted to slam her head against the table as Tamura went on and on about how wonderful it would be. Did he even consider the repercussions of such a move, or was it just her assumption that she could call him a man? Did he ever pause to consider the potential catastrophe following the kidnapping of a child? Was it merely a passing fancy, with the hope that Sensei would save his poor ass? Why was she assigned this mission? Yes, it was essentially her last exam. Her boss also anticipated her success. Which she would, of course. She could not possibly let this man down. Not after all that he had done for her. Even so, she knew she had to leave before the nothingness in this place caused her head to blow up. She shouted excitedly, "I'm heading out. I suddenly want to find some hot chick and see if she can look any hotter in red." Dobby groaned in response, "We don't need to know your sick plans, you weirdo." This only made her insane giggle more. She did a great job on that one. As she left the building, still humming a song to herself and skipping from leg to leg, she considered her options. She hadn't had much fun lately, so karaoke sounded good. food would also be pleasant. She'd kill to eat some delicious Chinese food. It was a Chinatown night out. Hopefully, nobody would interrupt her relaxing. If not, then such an action would have the following consequences. No, that was contrary to her master's instruction. Still, he wouldn't know what the master hadn't noticed. Most likely. God damn her adored master and his infinite wisdom. Heavenly place. She found herself in a paradise. She was also still alive. Perhaps there was an afterlife for technology of some sort? It was irrelevant now. She intended to make the most of her trip and gain as much knowledge as possible from the inventions made on I Island in order to improve her offspring. Oh, and there was that scheme Momo thought of. There's something about making Izuku fall even deeper in love with them. Their boyfriend was already in love with them, so she didn't really get it, but her girlfriend was more experienced in relationships, didn't she? Furthermore, what could they possibly achieve by ripping off his socks? Melissa took them to the pavilion brimming with high-tech goodies because, for some reason, calling the girl by her surname irritated her a little. The teenager would not stop pointing at strangely shaped buildings as they strolled along. She didn't give it much thought because she wasn't an architect. It was her moment to shine, though. Mei caught her desired sight as she cast a quick glance at Izuku. A gleam of greed and competition in his eyes, and an exaggerated aura surrounding him. Her partner gave her a quick glance as well as an understanding nod. Fantastic. With him on board, the glorious task of producing babies could be completed even more quickly than she could have on her own. They wore an odd rectangular helmet at first. It seems that it could provide up to 36 distinct feeds. The helmet of the victory suit could offer more and in various modes. Come prepared, I-Island inventors. A plane, or something resembling one, came next. Melissa told them, it can go underwater in addition to flying. They were built similarly already. Is it possible for them to make it waterproof? Perhaps, but that isn't acceptable. They had to enhance its awesomeness even further. Yes, enabling space travel for it, indeed, it was that manner. Something else that really irritated her could be interpreted as a theft. A suit that could endure pressure at a depth of 7 kilometers. Well, the child's gloves were falling off. Together, she and Izuku would create a more profound armor. Similar to 30 kilometers. Was the ocean really that deep? Maybe, huh? If it wasn't, she would still go ahead and do it. The patents for kick-ass suits were with them. Even more babies were present, though they didn't seem as fascinating. In addition, she was still attempting to determine how to create this kind of armor. She wasn't wearing that kind of suit, so she was also in a bit of a foul mood. A pleasant, slightly damp sensation touched her temple, causing her to stop pouting. She glanced to the side and saw Momo giving her a comforting smile. And with that, she was free of all negativity. Was that the so-called love's power? Kyoka looked around the hallway and remarked, this whole thing is really impressive. Well, wait until they return to Japan. Would she refer to this as NIMSO or Urania if she found it impressive? She was eager to introduce the world to those amazing babies. Melissa boastfully informed them, most of this was created using Papa's patents. He's one of the most recognizable scientists here. Looking at a red orb and nodding to himself, the vault guy answered, huh, the professor is really awesome then. Toshi looked at her and her boyfriend and said, I'm kind of afraid to see what Izuku and Mei would have on their accounts when they're his age. How could she possibly know? Perhaps by terraforming Mars, they would become extremely famous. No, that wasn't big enough for them. Yes, warp gates and space travel. Indeed, it seemed more like something from their department. Melissa asked them politely, everyone, would you like to go to the cafe and rest a little? On behalf of their group, Momo responded, that sounds wonderful. She wholeheartedly concurred. Napkins were meant for cafe. Making blueprints was what napkins meant. She could have started making plans here instead of waiting to return to Japan. It's a shame there wasn't any holodable or comparable available. They had their work cut out for them, to be honest. As he waited for his drink, Izuku fiddled around with his tablet a little. He was more than willing to create a new armor set. The exposition's deep sea suit felt like a rip in his side. It might actually be preferable to wear an overarmor. In this manner, he can store it and use it for any suit, not just one. With a lazy gaze at his work, Toshi remarked, if you think too hard about it, a vein will pop in your head or something. He snorted. It would have been a long time ago if something similar was going to occur. His friend shoved the father, forcing him to stop, saying, you're a damn workaholic, Izuku. You know it, right? He didn't understand the reasoning and asked, so, you're suggesting for me to stop and do what exactly? Why would I know? Shrugged Toshi in response. Togata-senpai laughed and it reached him. He turned to face the teenager, who had a huge smile on his face. The teenager gave them a thumbs up and said, "You guys are really amusing. The light of your friendship is really strong and amazing. Ah, youth." He glanced over at Toshi, who returned the favor. They exchanged blinks before turning to face their senior classmate. During their brief conversation, they came to a single, crucial agreement. Too strange to have a normal conversation with Togata-senpai. He noticed Momo, Jiro-san, and Melissa having a brief conversation as he peered at the girl's table. Once Mei began addressing the girl by name, she became adamant about it. Regarding his other partner, she was scribbling on a napkin using a pen, which their significant other had probably had to make for her. She appeared extremely concentrated on whatever it was she was creating. He was certain that after listening to her discuss it for hours, he would become overly fixated on the concept and begin to ramble on. Something said, setting a glass in front of him, "Here's your drink." "Hold on a moment." That voice was familiar to him. He turned to the side and noticed Kaminari-kun in a waiter's uniform. Striking up a conversation, he said, "Hey, how did you got here?" to the boy. The teenager struck me as charming and humorous. Momo told him how he defended him against remarks made about him by their classmates. They needed staff for I-Expo, so me, Manetta and Kirishima filled the applications. The pay isn't bad and during our breaks we can go and see what's around. Kaminari-kun replied with a smile. Toshi sipped from his cup and remarked, "Work hard, I guess. Still though, Izuku is paying better." Again, when was the last time he paid his friend for anything? Or was this just a joke that he missed the joke? Suddenly appearing and striking a triumphant pose, Manetta exclaimed, "Kaminari forgot about one important thing. We're here to get tons of ladies as the students from UA Hero course." He felt totally disoriented as he blinked at it. What relationship did one have to another? "Izuku, please stop thinking about it. Doing so will only make the situation worse." Togata-senpai pointed at the drooling midget and said in an unintelligible tone, "What's with this perverted, little kid?" "I apologize for him. He's just that way," Kaminari-kun said, bending slightly. Toshi remarked, "Must have fallen on his head or something." He found it difficult to disagree, even though it was impolite. Two students were knocked off their feet as a powerful gust of wind suddenly rushed past them. Iida-kun yelled at them, "What are you doing? You came here to work, not goof around." The teenager didn't have a helmet on when he dressed up. With a loud voice, Jiro-san inquired, "Iida? You also got an invitation?" The boy explained, waving his hands in a robotic way, "Yes, my family got some tickets. Unfortunately, my parents were busy with agency's matters and my brother is still undergoing a rehabilitation. So I came in their place to represent our family." Momo asked curiously, "How is your brother doing?" A tiny smile appeared on the teen's lips. He nodded and looked back at him. "Very good actually. He can now walk normally. Doctor said that he may be able to jog a little in month or two." "Very good to hear. I hope Ingenium continues to improve. He was truly a great hero to have around," Togata-senpai said, beaming broadly. Iida-kun bowed deeply to their senior and said, "Thank you for those kind words." Yes, those were some excellent news. The time had come for the prosthetics to go on sale. They would undoubtedly create a huge boom and enable many paralyzed people to resume their regular lives. This would be a fantastic place to start improving society. A voice called out from the cafe's entrance, "Guys, gimme a hand at the back. We need to unload the delivery for tomorrow's opening." Kirishima-san was standing in the door, dressed like his classmates, like a waiter. The boy waved to each of them and grinned slightly when he saw them all. Izuku noticed that, but the teenager gave him an awkward glance. He thought that he and Bakugo were friends, or something like that. That's what Momo told him, anyway. Did he harbor resentment towards him? No, it didn't appear to be. When the time came, he would request a conversation. Kirishima-san expressed surprise, saying, "Didn't know you guys were coming to I-Expo. If you want to hit something fun, then I suggest Villain Attack." A few guests talked about it. The kid suggested. "That would be perfect attraction for hero students. You basically have to destroy robots in the arena. The faster you do it, the better is your placement in the leaderboard," Melissa went on to explain. Playing with her earphone jack, Jiro-san said, "It might be worth looking into." Togata-senpai suggested, flexing his fist, "We should go there next as a group." Witnessing the teen's original quirk and one for all in action would be the ideal occasion. The truth is, he found the other one more interesting. He was still inquisitive about this enormous power even though he refused to acknowledge it. With every individual, this specific peculiarity became more powerful, gradually accumulating energy over time. That implied that Toga-senpai would inevitably possess greater power than All Might. And although having such an ally on their side was a good thing, he was a little worried about it. He would deal with those when he got back home. Momo stood next to Izuku and said, "Izuku, we're going." Mei was pouting at her side. He stood up, looking worriedly at his girlfriend. "Mei, what's wrong?" She informed him with a cute pout, "I didn't get to finish my blueprint." A tiny laugh leaped out of his throat. His girl was more than just a pretty face. He leaned slightly and kissed her quickly, which seemed to cheer her up. He offered kindly, "You can do it later. I can help you with it, if you want." Momo said, her eyes beaming with excitement, "I can too. I think that after all those hours in your lab, I picked up a thing or two about designing." It appears that she contracted an invention virus as well. Mei smiled broadly at them and planted large, juicy kisses on them. She exclaimed, "You guys are the best," with delight. He saw their group getting ready to leave as he looked ahead of them. While Toga-senpai was staring at them blankly and Melissa was flushed profusely. He laughed, as did his girls. He and Momo, as they were aware of how lost and uncomfortable those two felt around them. Mei did nothing but emulate them. Pointing at Melissa and Fallout Boy with his thumb over his shoulder, Toshi deadpanned, to Melissa and Fallout Boy. "Those three are an item. Deal with it." They all started to perspire when Toga-senpai exclaimed, "Ah, youth is such powerful, into the heavens." They had no idea how to read that guy. Neze looked around the office of Sir Nighteye. He was aware that All Might was well liked and had an incredible amount of merchandise, but it was something else entirely to see it all carefully packed into one room. He picked up his tea and took a small sip before turning to face the hero, who was staring out the window at the bustling city streets. A stoic, seemingly motionless face did not budge an inch. "Is there something bothering you?" Neze politely inquired. Sir turned to face him, picked up his cup, but did not take a sip from it. The man answered in a monotone that expertly concealed any emotion, "No, I was just in deep thoughts. When you called, you said that you want to talk about something important." A grin swept across his features. He could detect that minuscule tinge of curiosity even in this tone. Neze caressed his paws gently in his lap and met Nighteye's eyes directly. "I know that you've used your quirk on young Midoriya during the visit in hospital. Since then I was really intrigued about it, because it was enough to break your stoic facade," he said with great joy. One should not be duped. He made an effort to consider it independently, but despite searching his mind non-stop for even a hint, he arrived empty-handed. Just as Sir opened his cup to take a sip, he stopped himself and set it down. Placing his elbows on the desk, he clasped his hands. Nighteye propped his upper lip up against his palms and tilted his head slightly forward, staring straight ahead. His features were marred by a small frown. Neze patiently awaited the man's start. Given that he had cleared his schedule for the remainder of the day, he wasn't in a rush. "Usually when I use foresight, I see an event from the future. I can witness where that person is and what is doing." Sir spoke slowly. Neze asked, his excitement building with every second, "Am I safe to assume that it wasn't the case with young Midoriya?" The man gave a lazy nod. I saw our world completely shrouded in darkness. A raging battle in the middle of the barren, flaming land, that was once a city full of life. Suddenly a blinding light splits the sky in two. In this light I saw Izuku Midoriya in his suit and at his sides darkened figures of his comrades. Nighteye told him, but his voice seemed shaking. Neze stared at the man in front of him, taking everything in. He knew that Sir's visions were always accurate. In the case of distant events, they always became real, even though he was unable to determine the exact date. He gained two things from this. 1. There was a very bad thing in store for them down the road. Furthermore, young Midoriya would be essential to both their success and survival. His stomach sank a little as a chill shook him. Even though Neze was an atheist, he would start praying to all the gods every night and pleading for their assistance. Izuku said in a hazy way that the arena was roughly the size of the United States stadium where the sports festival was held. Though he could only make out a small river passing through it, it was shaped like the mountain arena in USJ. He looked around and saw that a good number of people were enjoying the show that the heroes who were participating in the activity had put on for them. He had to admit that they had some really cool moves, the kind that only old pros could have. However, the time of the current leader hardly went above 30 seconds. When he examined the enemies in Villain Attack more closely, he noticed that they were robots with similar shapes and colors. They resembled 3-pointers from the United States. Utilized. However, still. Puppy, who was still staring at the arena, called him, "Father. Those robots are like dummy, useless and stupid." A little snicker leaped out of his mouth. His child had the exact same thoughts as he did. He thought briefly of the time he had arrived at the lab and watched Puppy attach a paper hat with the word "Dunce" printed on it. The hat was white and spiky. It seemed that Alan and May agreed that May's creation was not their sibling. Something brushed against his side. He turned to his right and saw Toshi pointing his head toward the arena. That's right, Tagada-senpai was in turn. The teenager stood at the beginning. Everything appeared normal at first, but in an instant everything changed. A crackling sound was produced around the boy as a white lightning started to appear along his body. They were numerous and constantly shrouded the student because of how intense they were. That made it a one for all. Since Momo's costume was upgraded to its current version thanks to his file, he was aware of Tagada-senpai's original quirk. The first quirk of the teen was challenging because it worked, and with one for all on top of it now. As soon as the announcer yelled, "Go!" Tagada-senpai shot forward, displaying his incredible quickness. Rather than leaping, the teenager dove into the mountain, emerging mere seconds later and destroying a robot with a lethal uppercut. Toshi said, his voice hinting at holy crap, he's good. Together, Momo and Iida-kun exclaimed, language. He could tell, though, that his girlfriend was losing hope of turning their friend around. He had to give the boy his due. Toda-senpai was a nice man. Nope, he was incredible. Although the teenager gave the impression that he had no trouble using both quirks at once, Izuku had a suspicion that it was very taxing on his body and mind. The audience erupted in applause at the boy's demonstration as the announcer yelled into her microphone, and time. We have a new leader with a truly great score, 10 seconds. As he approached the exit, Tagada-senpai continued to wave to every person inside the arena. The teenager stepped into the wall and sank into it, but instead of actually entering, he leapt out of the floor next to them. The teenager addressed them with a triumphant stance akin to All Might's, saying, "Tada. That's how you do it, greenhorns." Jiro-san said, looking out at the field full of smashed robots, "Not bad, Tintin." Iida-kun waved his hand, saying, "I agree with my classmate. The display of your abilities was truly befitting of a UA student." Toshi asked in a languid voice, "What's with the lighting thought? I thought you could only pop in and out from the things." Izuku raised an eyebrow in response and pivoted to face Tagada-senpai. He pondered what kind of justification his number one hero and senior had planned. Or did Sir do it on their behalf? "Oh, that? I started sometime after sports festival. Doctor said that it had to do something with my quirk dealing with more constant usage of it." The child replied with a constant grin. Was it just that? He avoided a grimace as he gave the teenager a dumb blink. Someone as inane as All Might could have come up with such an idea. A massive, crystal mass of ice suddenly came to life and encased the entire mountain in a blast of freezing wind. He glanced down and noticed Todoroki-san getting up from his kneeling position and extending his right arm. He noticed May tensing up a little at the sight of the glacier. Even after forgiving the boy, it appears that she was still dealing with her trauma. He stepped next to his girlfriend, gave her a comforting smile, and squeezed her hand. Momo followed suit from the other side. Their easily agitated lover seemed to calm down as a result, and she relaxed and embraced them as closely as she could while grinning sweetly. Before racing off, Iida-kun said, "I'll go and see Todoroki-kun. Maybe you wish to join us in our exploration of I-Expo." Melissa addressed the group in amazement, obviously unaccustomed to such displays, saying, "I must say, that you, UA students, are really amazing. You must have worked hard to get to this level." Tagada-senpai said loudly, "Of course. We're all aiming to become a hero." Momo said, "Would you guys mind waiting a bit longer? I want to try it too." She was heading down to the arena already. But Izuku managed to catch up with something. Even though she had a lovely, graceful smile on her face, the sparkle in her eyes made him extremely nervous about what was going to happen. After a brief delay, his girlfriend entered the arena. Already radiating from her entire front is the light of creation. As soon as the announcer started yelling to begin the activity, a tripod appeared from the girl's torso, followed by a Gatling gun that was shooting bullets out of her belly. Bullets flew in all directions towards the mountain, piercing through the robot's corpses and chipping away at the rock. Momo halted her attack after firing non-stop for almost 20 seconds, walking off the field with a small chuckle and a satisfied smile. Melissa, obviously stunned by the performance, asked in a trembling voice, "What?" Toshi gulped audibly and said, and I thought that Mei was insane. Jiro-san continued, staring dumbly at the smoking remnants of the robots, you can say that again. Puppy shuddered and told them, Mama is crazy. He found it difficult to disagree with their statements. He glanced at Mei and saw that she was just as lost as he was. Furthermore, Tagata-senpai's loud, belly-laughing laughter did nothing to ameliorate the situation. Momo appeared behind him and their girlfriend out of nowhere and remarked, "Ah, that felt great. It's a fantastic stress releaser." Leaning down, the girl stole a kiss from them. "Where to next?" she asked in a sweet and naive way, as though she hadn't just used one of the most deadly weapons to destroy the arena. Luckily for them, Villain Attack was not as terrifyingly thrilling as the other attractions. His favorite game out of all the ones they tried was a fast-paced game of chess against an allegedly extremely sophisticated artificial intelligence. Though it was obviously more challenging than Puppy, he had to concede that it was not on Alan's playing level. He wasn't overly shocked that Mei emerged victorious in the shooting contest, topping the standings with a massive point differential between her and the runner-up. The girl was so arrogant as to claim that by not utilizing her quirk to its full potential, she hindered her cooperation. Naturally, this made him and Momo grin wildly. They were eager to see what she could do with their lover if he or she was already this good without her Hawkeye mode, as she called it. However, there was one thing that made him smile mischievously. He noticed Toshi admiring their beloved guide, Melissa, quite clearly. It appears that Momo saw this as well, but she gave him the go-ahead to say nothing for the time being. Yes, they would compile materials for blackmail first, then use it to torment their friend endlessly. After a long day of work, they returned to the cafe to find their schoolmates completely exhausted, and it was only a pre-open today. When Island opened to the public tomorrow, he wondered how busy it would be. When his lecture ended, he would drop by just out of pure curiosity. He looked over and saw the guys giving Melissa their thanks. Yes, exactly, the girl chose to give them the few complimentary passes she had for the reception party tonight. A really kind thing of her to do. Momo stood in front of them with a hand on her hip and said, since we're all going to the party, why not attend as a group? As he continued his robot act, Iida-kun exclaimed, that's a fantastic idea, Yaoyorozu-san. As expected from our class president. Todoroki-san asked softly, where and when do you suggest? The boy was becoming more socially adept very slowly. The girl asked, getting a nod from them, how about a western entrance at 7 o'clock? Melissa asked, grabbing his attention, Midoriya-san. The girl made it sound pretty important, could you come with me to my lab? I'd like to show you my invention and ask about your opinion. Mei exclaimed, I will go too, with sparkling eyes. Despite a loud protest, Momo grabbed their girlfriend and dragged her away, saying, no, Mei. We need to get ready for the party. Izuku, don't take long, okay? Toshi shrugged and said, don't worry, I'll make sure that he arrives on time. Momo turned around and shot him the look before his lovers left them, which heightened his sense of danger once more. He was too familiar with that look and expression. It was as though he was a succulent chunk of meat and she was some kind of pride lioness. He wasn't sure whether to give himself a pat on the shoulder or a hard slap on the face for advising her to study under the stars at midnight. They wandered into the renowned academy, following Melissa. Even though it had only been in operation for about 5 years, the school was among the most prestigious in the world and a major competitor for the UA's General Education and Support course. They went to the girls' lab. It was a lot smaller than the ones he and Mei had. There was a drafting table in the center with some items on it. A small assembly machine and a computer desk with a flat screen monitor were situated on its sides. In addition, there were bookcases brimming with family portraits and Melissa's numerous competition trophies. She sheepishly apologized for the mess, saying, I don't have guests that often. She then opened a second door to reveal a storage area. Toshi laughed and said, nah, it's pretty clean here for me. You should see their lab, after Mei messes up. Was he attempting to gain some favor? Izuku conceded, recalling the condition of their workshop following the explosion arrow incident. I should feel a bit offended by it, but I have hard time disagreeing. It took them nearly 3 days to clean it, mostly because they needed to paint it. The girl said, her voice tinged with sadness, you're a first year and already have your own lab? Here, we have to wait till our 3rd year to get one. She came out of the closet carrying a tiny black package. She opened it and took out the contents, revealing to them a red metal wristband with a dark blue button in the center. Melissa looked at them uncertainly and said, which one of you would like to test it? I assure you that it's completely harmless. With his right sleeve rolled up, Toshi reached out to the girl with his arm. I'm already his assistant for the lecture, so why not? With a kind smile, the girl placed the device on the boy's wrist. Please push the button in the middle. His friend followed instructions to the letter, nodding. With a flash of bright blue light, the device started to change shape, taking on the appearance of Tashi's fingers and growing to cover most of his forearm. When the glow subsided, it was visible to be a red substance that resembled boxing tape with some dark blue material peeking through the gaps between the wraps. There was an oval-shaped piece that was also dark blue covering the knuckles. The boy showed that the device didn't limit him in any way as he moved his arm around in amazement. Melissa told them, her tone slightly proud, I built it after watching Uncle Mite's videos, showcasing his strength. It can withstand the full force of his power up to 3 times. Which, he supposed, was quite deserved. What an incredible device that was. He wasn't sure how much power All Might's punch held, but if those could alter atmospheric pressure and cause rain, then he was sure it was a lot. How could something so large emerge from such a tiny wristband? Toshi questioned, continuing to fiddle with the apparatus. Nanomachines, am I right? Izuku confidently asked. Nanites, if there were a god, please. Melissa smiled broadly and let out a little laugh. You're quite correct, Midoriya-san. Thanks to Papa's connection with the team, who dedicated their research to them, I could get my hand on some. The boy raised an eyebrow and said, if this stuff is so convenient, then why isn't it used more? The girl frowned a little, then her expression went back to normal. There are a few issues. For starters, they don't have much subsidy to make fast progress in their research. The process of producing nanomachines is long and very costly. The more durable construction is desired, the more problematic it is to keep it stable. For example, my pogo stick needs maintenance every 2 to 3 months, depending on how often I use it. Melissa clarified these issues with a loud voice at the conclusion. Well, so much for his hopes and dreams of owning a suit like Mark L soon. The technology, at the very least, was there. It just required a little assistance. Perhaps if he had a few conversations with Momo's in-laws, he could convince their business to invest in it or draft a partnership agreement. He wanted that armor so badly, oh my. He was startled out of his mussing by Melissa's timid voice, Midoriya-san, can I ask you something? The girl nodded rapidly, swallowed hard, and looked everywhere but at him. She seized both his and Tashi's attention with an announcement, to tell you the truth, I'm also quirkless. She was obviously sharing something very intimate. Something he was all too familiar with. A tiny hiccup leaped out of her throat. When I was younger, I had dreamed about being a hero, but when I heard the diagnosis, I gave up. To cope with it, I turned my sight to science, thinking that I could become someone like Papa. A hero for heroes. I thought that it was enough for me. That I should be content with it. She began to cry. Melissa looked at him, her red, puffy eyes and broken smile showing. Yet when I saw you in your suit, when I heard that you made arc reactor that was powering up your whole region, I felt ashamed of myself. I didn't thought about using technology to be a hero like you. I was so broken by it. Do you think that despite everything, I can still be a hero? His heart felt a sudden, sharp pain. A wave of recollections from his early years overtook him. The day before heading to the comic book store, he also asked his mother this same question. Naturally, the response was absolutely heartbreaking. Things improved after meeting Stan and committing to becoming the real Iron Man. Even so, it took him several years to figure out how to handle the constant harassment and jeers from other children. He responded in a quiet, serious voice, putting as much emotion as possible into a small smile. Of course you can. All you have to do is try and never back down. Toshi stated, placing the device inside a box. Izuku is right. When your heart longs for something, you need to be stubborn and do not give in. You can be quirkless or have a villainous quirk, but it doesn't mean that you can't be a hero. His lips were covered in a huge grin. If anything, it gives you even bigger motivation to prove everyone, whoever doubted you wrong, yourself included. Izuku laughed at this uncommon manifestation of his friend's spirit. Actually, that vehement speech was something else, what he said. With a sniff, Melissa raised her glasses to clear her tears. I truly needed that, so thank you, she said in a shaky voice. She inhaled deeply and straightened her back before turning to face them with a broad, elegant smile. It was another significant accomplishment for Izuku in his hero career. He probably gave the world a great heroine and saved another broken person. He was eager for her to join him, his friends, and girlfriends in the heroics. Melissa bowed to them and said, you two should go to the hotel and get ready for the party. Sorry for keeping you this long, Midoriya-san, Shinso-san. Toshi nodded as Izuku said, "No problem really. We're glad, we could help you. Plus you can call us by our names. It's only fair, when we refer to you by yours." The girl looked at them, happy and relieved. When they got closer to the exit, she called out joyfully, "Of course. I'll see you at the party, Izuku, Hitoshi." All of the recent events had made him happy. He made a new friend and obtained more material to use as blackmail against his friend. When Melissa called the boy's name, he definitely noticed the boy's intense red flush. Izuku took another look at his phone's hour display. He and Toshi, along with the boys from 1A and Tagada Senpai, were already here, even though they still had some time before the meet-up. It made sense, he supposed, that girls would naturally take a little longer. A few times, his mother informed him that women do it to make sure they look flawless. All he needed to do was take a shower, get dressed in his formal attire, which included a light green dress shirt and a basic black suit, and then, battle with his curls. He decided to use some gum even though he didn't have to for today, which made him look a little more put together. He loved the way his mother and his girlfriends played with his curly hair. They never pulled it too much or did anything else that would have made it uncomfortable for him. However, he couldn't help but feel envious of Toshi, who had simply slicked back his hair and was done with it. After struggling to brush them as straight as possible, he finally put some gum on them. He fought for nearly 20 minutes before he eventually succeeded in getting the majority of it to adhere to his right side, forming a sort of fringe, with a few bangs remaining on his left. At least he hoped it looked good. "Why did you bring Puppy?" Toshi murmured, glancing at the android that was a short distance away. Glancing at his friend, who opted for a black suit, light lavender shirt, and purple tie for his formal attire, he couldn't help but feel jealous of how easy it was for him to take care of his hair. He shrugged, "You know it tends to get restless and sad when it's left alone." He thought back to how ecstatic the robot had been to see them following its first night in the lab. Puppy found Alan to be more tolerant, but human interaction was still essential for the program to succeed. His friend pointed at the items in Puppy's hands and said, "Yeah, still can't get just how machine can feel, but whatever. Do you think it was smart for it to bring our cases?" Izuku looked at his child, humming to himself. The android gripped the handles tighter, almost as if it could read his thoughts, promising not to let him down. He said indifferently, "I'm sure it's going to be fine. Maybe it will give us a few more people for tomorrow's lecture." A chuckle caught his attention. A twisted one. He turned to see that Manetta was letting out those irritating sounds and frantically moving his fingers as though he was trying to sense something in the atmosphere. With "I'm done" looks on their faces, Kaminari-kun and Kirishima-san stood beside him. Toshi snickered and said, "Don't stare at him that hard or you're going to kill him with it." He turned his back on the midget and didn't say anything in response. He wanted to be at least 10 meters away from his girls when he wasn't. Regretfully, those individuals showed a strong sense of perseverance in their pursuits and could not be taken lightly. He heard a ding from an elevator. Jiro-san, looking a little anxious, opened the door. He thought the girl looked pretty good, and her outfit definitely matched her punkish vibe. Two goddesses appeared to him after her. The first was Mei, who had a pink dragon writhing around her legs and resting its head on her left hip while wearing a black kippah. Her amazing curves were accentuated by the material, which hung her beautifully and added even more sexiness. She was wearing plain black flats on her feet, probably because she didn't know how to walk in heels. Her bubblegum hair was styled in the typical way, with a bun on top and bangs framing her head, but two black sticks were inserted into it. He saw that she had makeup on her face. But not too much, just enough to accentuate her inherent beauty. Momo trailed behind her, wearing a crimson dress with an exposed back and a low-cut cleavage. She could move a little more freely because of the slit on the side that was centered on her mid-thigh, since the material hung over her body like a second skin. A peek at her elongated leg was an added bonus. She had on a basic black pair of heels. Her typical right side bang was still in place, but the rest of her hair was combed up and angled slightly to the right, secured with a golden accent. Her features were further enhanced by the tiny bit of makeup she also wore. She carried a red purse beneath her left arm. Holy sh*T. He was aware that he was lucky to have two very attractive young women as girlfriends, but this, his poor heart, thumping frantically inside his chest, could not take this. Was it about to blow up? Most likely. Wait, they looked so sensual. That's for sure. He followed their movements as they walked toward him, swaying their hips a little more. Indeed, he was lost. Toshi gave him a gentle elbow to the ribs and whispered, "Dude, you're drooling." He wiped his chin and closed his gaping jaw, ignoring his friend's snicker as he stared at the goddesses in front of him. You look great, both of you." Perfect actually. He said, sounding insulting to the magnificence of their appearance. It was a lethal fusion of adorable, lovely, and seductive that ought to be outlawed. His response made Momo laugh, so she gently cupped his cheek and sent him into a strange sensory overload. She purred out his name and said, "Thank you, Izuku. You look pretty handsome to me." Her smile kept growing. The one that was taken out by midnight. Naturally, it only made her already incredible even more. You see, May, that's what I meant by knocking his socks off. So everything was prearranged? Not that it bothered him. Their girlfriend gave them a sidelong glance and a long, "oh," as if she had just learned something. She looked up at him, her smile broad. "So you think we're like super pretty, right?" The woman questioned, her cheeks slightly flushed. He was only able to nod stupidly, which made his girls laugh. If he passed away today, he would be the happiest man alive. "Please put an end to it." With a deep moan, Toshi covered his eyes with his palm and said, "I can feel my teeth getting cavities." Please pardon him. It wasn't his fault that his attractive girlfriends made him lose his ability to communicate intelligibly. "I apologize to all of you for being late." Melissa called them as she emerged from another elevator, and the girl looked lovely in an outfit that accentuated her inherent charms. He snickered as he peered at his friend, whose jaw was agape. "Who's drooling now?" With a low voice, he said. With a hint of red on his cheeks, Toshi hissed, covering his mouth with his hand and turning away from them. "Shut up." Upon hearing Momo snicker at their friend's response, he was eager to inform her of the teen's behavior after Melissa called his name. The best part of the situation was that the night was still young, so he thought they would have plenty of opportunities to obtain more blackmail material against the boy. "Since everyone is here, I believe it would be best to head to the hallway." Iida-kun broke the bubble they were all in by telling them that the opening speech would be given any minute now. "Yes, let's go out and celebrate," Kirishima-san and Manetta responded with loud cheers from Kaminari-kun. Before they could even move toward the reception hall, a loud alarm sounded throughout the entire hallway, heavy shutters closed on the windows, and a robotic, impersonal voice announced that there was a bomb in the building and that everyone should stay put. Oh no, their leisurely evening was gone. "What's the deal?" Manetta let out a loud cry that made him shiver. Pointing at the device on the wall, Kirishima-san continued, "Guys, the intercom isn't working." Showing them his cell phone, Todoroki-san said, "The phones have no service either." Pressing the button repeatedly, Jiro-san called, "The elevator isn't working." Melissa looked at the floor with scowled eyebrows and said, "I'm not sure, but something seems wrong. A simple bomb wouldn't set off the high alert mode. Moreover, I am aware that security checked the building approximately 30 minutes ago. It's standard operating procedure for events of that nature." "We should go and check the reception hall," Izuku said, frowning and taking up his contemplative stance. If someone who lived here every day said that something wasn't right, then there was definitely an issue. He called out, grabbing everyone's attention, "We need more information." Midoriya is right. Even though the adolescent was still wearing a light smile, Tagada-senpai told them in a serious tone that, for the time being, we need to see what kind of situation we're dealing with. He would risk calling it a professional one. Taking a quick look around, he noticed that those he suggested nodded. "Melissa, please show us the way." The girl said without hesitation, "Of course." Running to the location of the party, they used the emergency stairs to go up one floor and then started going through completely empty corridors, which only made their questions and feelings of pressure grow. They felt a knot form in their stomachs because something didn't seem right. A short while later, they came to a crossroads in the middle of the passage, where rails encircled a circular hole in the floor. "Guys, pay attention. We can see the party room from here." The boy pointed to the glassy circle in the ground, and Toshi called out to stop them all. Izuku quickly joined his friend, staring through it and clenching his teeth as he saw everyone else lying on the floor with their hands on their heads. Heroes present tied to the point of complete immobility by some sort of blue capture tape. All Might among them, of course, lying on his side on the platform, trembling a little against his shackles, and a few others walking around the room with black masks, black bulletproof vests, and rifles. A hostage situation? And even the peace symbol had his hands practically tied? There was no question that terrorists would start killing people if the hero did something goofy. Damn. He looked around at his friends, who had tensely clenched hands around the rails and worried looks on their faces. Even their All Might is there. What on earth is happening? He was silenced when Manetta yelled loudly and got a stern look from nearly everyone. Izuku murmured softly, weighing his options, "We need to figure this out. Jiro-san, can you use your quirk to hear what is going on there?" He called. drawing the girl's attention. Hoping to hear back, he asked. Yes, without a doubt, she crouchingly said, just let me plug in. Her earlobes extended and hit the ground as she gave him a thumbs up and a peek. After taking out his phone and using the flashlight to try to get All Might's attention, Izuku gestured to the number 1 hero to begin speaking, pointing at Jiro-san, until the hero eventually caught up to what he was doing and tilted his head towards them. Well, the bad guys have taken control of the tower. They have total control over the security system and are holding all of the island's residents as hostages. And heroes. It's risky. Leave as soon as you can and hide yourself well, the girl repeated to them, her voice trembling a little bit as a sign of nervousness. With a slight tremble, Kaminari-kun said, this is really bad. We must return to the area that is safer. Villains can be easily identified from here. Tagada-senpai gave them an order before turning to return to the staircase. Izuku took a deep breath and let his body follow others on autopilot, while his mind raced over the possibilities, counting 4 terrorists at the party plus 1 man wearing a white coat and a steel mask, which he supposed was a pivot. If they managed to seize control of the security system, which had to be here in the central tower, then that meant an additional criminal or 2, plus whoever was wandering around, so their approximate numbers were either equal or less, which already put them at a disadvantage. It sounded like he was formulating a battle plan. While one part of his mind was telling him that he was crazy to even entertain such a notion, the other part was still plotting and trying to figure out how best to carry out this plan. Glancing back to reality, he saw that everyone was tense, their eyes fixed on the ground, their expressions uneasy and conveying their frustration at the state of affairs. Additionally, Tagada-senpai exuded an odd aura, as if he were on the verge of going solo into the action but was unable to leave them alone. He looked at Puppy, who was standing obediently beside him and his girls, and said, Puppy, could you please get in touch with Alan? Inadvertently drawing everyone's attention, he asked. Midoriya, what are you trying to accomplish? Todoroki-san inquired with a hint of curiosity. If we connect the body to an intercom, Alan can use Puppy to access the island security system. In an attempt to raise their morals, he clarified, this way, it can try to get back the control. Is it even conceivable? Kirishima-san questioned, rubbing his neck uneasily. Like I don't doubt you or your AI, it's just this place has the same security as Tartarus. May smiled broadly and laughed triumphantly. Of course Alan can do it. He is responsible for maintaining UA's security, she remarked with pride. That was accurate. His first artificial intelligence was monitoring the school network round the clock, changing the gates and addresses to all servers every hour. In the event of a virtual attack, Alan would continue to shuffle the data and counter-hack anyone attempting to gain access. I apologize, Dad. Can't get in touch with Big Brother, the puppy eventually uttered, worsening their attitude. That was the end of his one and only way to avoid fighting. All right. What will we do at this point? With a frown, Jiro-san rubbed her palm against her arm and asked. I propose that we adhere to UA's directives. With a serious expression on his face, Iida-kun addressed them, Teacher All Might, get out of here. Is everything really okay? People are in danger here, Kirishima-san retorted with a deep frown. Are you really that dumb? All Might himself is subdued. As students, what can we do? Manetta shook in the corner and cried out at them. But we can't just walk away. Furthermore, what are our chances of escaping detection? In response, Kaminari-kun gripped his hair firmly with his hands. Kaminari-san is right. Momo looked at the wall, which held the solution to their predicament, and bit her fingernail. We don't know if we can escape, she uttered. Melissa said to them in a low voice, her expression thoughtful, I too think it'll be hard to get out of here. He was about to speak when he noticed the Toshi staring at him with a determined expression on his face. It seemed as though the boy was telling him that now was the right time to take action rather than just talk. Izuku grinned a little, sighed, and put his jacket down, saying, Puppy, give me and Toshi the cases. Izuku, what are you doing, huh? May questioned, tilting her head to look at him. He said, indifferently, getting ready. Are you going to fight now? Wait a minute. I feel like we should help, too, the girl said, looking off to the side and tightly biting her lip in response to Jiro-san's questioning. How about a quirkless hero ban and a hero license? Kirishima-san continued, forcefully swallowing. Toshi said, you need the license to legally use your quirk. He then dropped his bag to the ground and took off his jacket. Izuku started, grinning a little. As for that ridiculous law, the last time I checked, Island is independent from any and all governments. Ignoring Momo's slight scowl, he told them, so Japanese politicians can shove it. However, How can we combat the bad guys? Still not entirely convinced about the procedure, Kaminari-san questioned. With a reflective look in the air, Todoroki-san remarked, we don't really have to fight. What does that mean to you? Iida-kun asked inquisitively. The fact that the villains are unaware of us gives us the upper hand. Momo told them, her voice growing more assured with each word, if we can sneak by and get the security system back, then we can free all the heroes and sway the scales in our favor. The last floor houses the control room. We can get there by using the emergency staircase, Melissa said cheerfully. Besides, we're still unharmed, so I guess that villains still don't know how to operate it properly. That's the thinking. Greenhorns laughed triumphantly to Gata Senpai, striking a victory pose. We now have a strategy to turn the tide. He grinned and said, good thing I put on special boxers so you won't see my willy. With expressions devoid of emotion, all eyes looked up at him, trying to process what he had just told them. Willy? After an unsettling pause of 1 second, Todoroki-san asked in a low, quiet voice. The senior classmate gave him a radiant smile and said, yeah, Willy. My apologies. How did Midnight call it once, he said, protruding his tongue and giving it some serious thought, then shook his fingers and grinned broadly. Oh right, the one-eyed snake. You are a pervert. With a flushed face, Jiro-san yelled, pointing her earphone jack at the teenager's head and waiting for it to simply phase through. Izuku just blinked, unsure of what to do in this situation or whether it was even worth it, especially in light of the boy's intense laughter at Iida-kun's lecture on proper speech. Melissa put her hand on her chest and said loudly, I'll go with you, too. Despite the shaky smile on her face, Melissa had a determined expression. Are you certain? We have no idea what's up there waiting for us, really. With hesitation, Kirishima-san questioned. I concur. Iida-kun continued, swiping his hand about, it might be hazardous. I can lead you because I am the only one who is familiar with this central tower's layout. The girl responded, her voice as convincing as it could be, and as an academy student, I know a bit about security systems, so I believe that I'll be able to return it to normal. I concur with Melissa. We need a guide to help us find our way, Momo smiled at the blonde. With your security system, I can assist you. With an enormous smile on her face, May said, the two of us can get it back in a few seconds. A tiny smile played at the corner of his mouth, knowing that his girlfriends would be happy for Melissa's choice to go with them. Her presence was much needed, as he wasn't sure they would be able to find their way back if they got lost. Plus, if Melissa was serious about being a hero, this would be an amazing opportunity. Izuku set his suitcase down and laid it on the front. It was time for the show. He stood next to Toshi and peered at him. The boy nodded, indicating that he was ready to go. With sufficient force, they pounded the middle of their cases until they were in standing positions, and as they did so, a counterpart encircled their feet and snapped with a loud clang. The devices then opened, revealing a mass of silver components and some wiring. They leaned down and grasped two handles that protruded from colored sections, pushing them down until they felt resistance and the pressure of a mechanism locking around their palm. When they stood up, they brought the remainder of the device with them, putting it on their chests and straightened their arms, emitted another metallic sound, and all the plates and folds around their bodies began to align, emitting a soft sound, followed by a soft cry as arc reactors and repulsors began to power up. Finally, the sections surrounding their heads snapped into place, and the masks slid onto their faces. Both Iron Man Mark IV and Negotiator Mark II were specially made to be fast response armors that they could carry around. Due to their lightweight and lack of firepower, these suits were only tools that helped them survive until MAMPs arrived with more powerful versions of their armors. Toshi's suit, on the other hand, was more equipped than his due to the whips he tried to learn how to use in combat, but he gave up after a few painful and embarrassing attempts. His girlfriends had big smiles on their faces, too, displaying how proud they were, and he smirked at the stunned looks on his friends' faces. Jiro-san said, still glancing at their armor, you guys did it in perfect sync. How long did you practice this? Izuku picked at his cheek as Toshi twitched his neck, both of them refusing to acknowledge that they had actually spent 2 days working on it, at Momo's behest. His girl all, but they insisted on putting on a show, and once May found out, those two vixens convinced him to do it, saying it would make them very happy. Izuku opened his face mask and said, anyway, we should get going. However, we must first form a group. Well, why is that the case? Kaminari-kun inquired, unsure of the reason for this. If there are problems, we'll be able to respond more quickly and methodically, right? Todoroki-kun asked, sounding more like he needed proof to support his suspicions. That makes sense, Momo nodded to herself. In that situation, I believe Melissa should be in the middle of the pack, to best protect her. That is accurate. The others, including myself, Toshi, Iida-kun, and Todoroki-san, will move to the front of the group. Puppy, Kirishima-san, Kaminari-kun, and Tagata-senpai will trail behind. Everyone nodded as Izuku firmly informed them, the rest will go in the middle. Jiro-san said, her earlobes pointing at the wall, I'll plug my jack from time to time and check our surroundings. I can assist in examining possible traps and similar situations, Mei continued, indicating that she was going into Hawkeye mode, with her eyes darting back and forth. He gave them a nod, waited for them all to take their proper places, and took advantage of the little opening to move toward Tagata-senpai. How do you feel about one for all? In the teen's ear, he whispered. On a good day, I can get up to 20%, the boy replied candidly, his senior humming softly. Is today going well? With a glimmer of hope, Izuku inquired. Tagata-senpai smiled at him, chuckling, we shall see. That would be an answer, of course, but why had he bothered? Before he left, he caught a glimpse of Kaminari-kun standing next to Manetta, whispering something to the terrified boy. The small teen blushed and started changing the word, harem, under his breath, instantly brightening up. The teen raised an eyebrow at the blonde and shook his head, indicating that he really didn't want to know, so Izuku assumed it was true. They started up the stairs, jogging briskly to make the ascent go as quickly as possible. All the girls, who were wearing heels, left them behind so as not to trip over. He looked at the wall-mounted number and saw that they had made it to the 10th floor. Some of them were puffing a little already, not being accustomed to that level of exertion. He remembered that Central Tower had more than 100 stories. How many floors are there here, Melissa? He inquired behind his back. To be precise, 200. The girl, struggling to control her breathing, said, the security room is on the top one. That is excessive. Manetta gave a loud whine. So, would you rather be apprehended by the bad guys? Momo asked angrily, putting an end to any more complaints. They made it to the 80th floor without any problems, thanks to the constant updates from Mei and Jiro-san. However, he was concerned about the fact that every staircase exit after the 20th floor was blocked by a thick steel plate, so in the event of any problems, they would be stuck there unless Tagata-senpai used his incredible strength to clear a path. A shudder. Iida-kun moaned gloomily as he looked at the panels that were obstructing their ascent. Do we shatter it? Todoroki-san questioned, tensing his right arm and breathing heavily. Melissa confirmed his suspicions regarding the barrier, saying, if we do that, the security system will react, giving out our position to villains. Hey, how about we take this route? The boy's hand was reaching for the handle on the side of the doors, which strangely had no partition covering them, when Manetta asked, capturing their attention. Avoid! Toshi yelled, slamming into the teenager. Sadly, he arrived too late as Manetta pulled the handle, allowing them to pass through as the red light next to the grip brightened. Are you really that stupid? Mei expressed her frustration at the display of foolishness with a muffled groan as she threw back her head and covered her face with her palms. What has taken place? Kirishima-san asked, staring at them strangely. Shaking her head, Jiro-san said, this imbecile basically signaled villains, where we are. Momo angrily ordered them, we need to move, now. They dashed through the corridors, switching between a jog and a run, and he noticed that the armor made things a little more challenging, something he would have to pay attention to later. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw no indications of trouble there, but rather than relieving him of his worries, it made matters worse. Villains were obviously concerned about them, but they did nothing. Were they setting up a trap? It's not time for a snack, Yaoyorozu-san. Iida-kun yelled, gesturing to his girl's pale yellow bar wrapped in a silver wrap. It's not a snack, Mei said, beaming at the boy and laughing triumphantly. It's a high-calorie, fast-intake food that's specifically made for people who use a lot of body fat for their peculiarities, she exclaimed. Melissa said, staring at the bar, I didn't know a thing like that existed. Yaopapa and I started experimenting and tinkering with the concept. It's the first tangible result of our efforts, his girlfriend continued, arrogantly putting her chest forward. Oh, that's right, he had heard about this. It started around the same time that Momo's new costume was made. His father-in-law had a peculiarity that made it possible to burn his lipids in a controlled manner, which also made it more effective than it would have been for a normal person. He asked Mei if she needed assistance with this project, but she firmly replied that she preferred to handle it alone, which he greatly respected. He looked at Momo and saw her bite off nearly half of it and eat as quickly as she could. then swallow it, her cheeks puffing up and her face turning green. "What's not right?" with concern, he inquired. She took the remainder of the bar after responding. At first it was bland, but the aftertaste is horrible. Something heavy and metallic clung to his head, forcing him to look straight ahead. Crap! The shutters were closing in front of them, blocking their path. The suits had no power to open them, and he wasn't sure if Tagada-senpai could punch the steel to do so, or if Puppy could help. There it is. The wall-mounted doors. Iida-kun waved his hand at the blocked passage and yelled. "Don't just sit there. Ice Boy, give it up," with a command. Toshi grabbed Melissa and Jiro-san by the waist and launched himself into the air. Reaching up, he squeezed through the opening while holding onto his girls as a wave of clear ice shot forward, allowing them to cross. A sound of the engine reached his ears, and he looked to the side to see Iida-kun swinging his legs at the doors, a blue fire shooting from his exhaustion pipes, leaving his pants shredded. The metal bent inwards and gave way completely in a second, raising a cloud of dust and paving their way out. He quickly counted the people in the group and made sure that everyone was with them. A first rush after them, but how many more would there be? Better not lose time contemplating it and compromising his principles. Entering the room, he was greeted by a miniature forest of lush trees, bushes, and grass. A high ceiling supported fenced pathways that stopped halfway to the floor and connected to the walls surrounding the space. Water flowed from specially made pipes directly into the ground, likely as part of some sort of hydration system. There were actually several levels of greenery rising up, with some lines hanging from the open spaces. The room was extremely bright, with lamps every few steps and a light at the top. "Where is this location?" With a stunned glance around him, Kaminari-kun asked. Melissa, who was out of breath from all the running they did, explained. "A plant factory. Here the scientists test how quirks influence vegetation." If her stamina failed before reaching the top floor, he would have Puppy carry her. "Cease!" May yelled at them, gesturing to the middle of the space. "The elevator is approaching." Touching the side of his helmet quickly, he spun the wheel to zoom in. The screen above the doors showed the 55th floor, rising quickly. "Now, run. Please, universe, have mercy," he commanded, stepping into the thicket and hoping that bad guys would pass them by so they could proceed without incident. "How are we going to use the elevator?" With hope, Kirishima-san inquired. "No, only those with permission can use it. Nor can we just force it. It's as robust as a bomb shelter," Melissa shot back, scowling. "Come on, provide us with the modern amenities." When Minata heard the sound of the elevator stopping, she whispered loudly, trembling like a leaf and jumping up. Izuku steeled his nerves and peered just above the row of bushes they were all hiding in. Strangely, his green hair and helmet made him appear to be a part of the surrounding greenery. With a soft whine, the doors opened, revealing two figures, one small with short black hair worn in a rounded shape on top and two stripes around the head, the other tall and thin with a goat-like face and dark green hair shaped like a mohawk, both dressed in the same outfits as the masked villains from the party. Izuku signaled to his companions how many enemies they faced, and he kept a close watch on them. The two were talking, but he couldn't hear them because of the distance, which was getting closer as they approached. Pressing a finger to his lips, he glanced at Tagada-senpai, who had received the message and was bracing himself to leap out at any moment. Seeing Toshi move his palms around, shifting the focus to repulsors, he followed his friend's lead and, using the surprise their senior had prepared, they would quickly blast the villains out. "Yes, you are, fucking child," angrily, one of the villains yelled. The teenager let out a short laugh and pushed a bit of bush out of his way to see Kirishima-san standing awkwardly a few meters from the glaring criminals. "Wait, kid? Hey, The system made an announcement, and I got stuck here after losing my way down to the party. Is everything working out now?" The boy, obviously unprepared for this circumstance, said with a strained smile on his lips. They could have worked it out somehow, so Kirishima-san must have circled around the bushes, putting as much distance between him and their position as possible. But why? Why was he sacrificing himself for them? He gritted his teeth and made a promise to himself that he would question the boy about it after he had rescued him. The taller villain bellowed, arrogantly swinging his right arm back, "You can't lie to me, kid." His hand grew larger, revealing webbed claws, and as he pushed his arm forward, he unleashed a whistling projectile of compressed air, aimed directly at the terrified teenager. Snapping his head to the side, Izuku saw Todoroki-san, who had a trail of ice coming from his right foot and was exhaling a thick mist, just as a mini glacier came to life, bursting beneath it the two evildoers. The teenager scowled slightly and turned to face them, sending an iced pathway that ran around them in a perfect circle as the rumbling from the mass of ice indicated that the villains weren't finished fighting yet. As the pillar of ice started to raise them, the boy said, "We're going to buy you some time." With a beaming smile, Toga-senpai leapt from the platform and said, "I'll make sure everything goes well here. Go now, the rest of you," he informed them, removing his jacket. The pillar stopped growing immediately next to the platform, providing them with a convenient escape route. Leaping onto it, Izuku assisted the others in crossing, and then they searched for the path that would take them out. There were closed doors at either end of the pathways. Perhaps they could pry them open? "Will they be all right?" Melissa worriedly asked, glancing at their friends. Iida-kun comfortingly remarked, "Todoroki is the strongest student from our class." He laughed at his little joke and said, "Yeah, and Kirishima is as tough as a rock." Kaminari-kun continued. "Moreover, Vault Boy belongs to the Big Three." Toshi addressed them, glancing over his shoulder at the girl. "We all witnessed how effortlessly he destroyed the villain attack today." Their estimations proved to be accurate, even though he had a sneaking suspicion that Toga-senpai would handle it effortlessly in a matter of seconds. Nevertheless, it was better to be safe than sorry. With a forceful swing of his leg, Iida-kun destroyed the doors once more, presenting them with the exact same scenario that had nearly trapped them earlier. He heard some of his companions' cries of desperation, which gave him a clear picture of how this whole thing was affecting them. "Hey, could we make use of it?" May pointed to the tiny trap door at the ceiling and asked in a loud voice. Melissa asked in astonishment, "The maintenance room for the sunlight system. Is there an emergency ladder or something similar on it?" Jiro-san asked in a hopeful tone. After giving it some serious thought, the blonde girl answered, "There is a manual one, but it can only be accessed from the inside." "Does that mean we're done for?" Manetta questioned, clenching his teeth. Momo put something on May's hand, kissed her on the cheek, and said, "Here you go, honey." He raised an eyebrow at his girls, who both had sinister glints in their eyes and sly smirks on their faces. May's eyes narrowed as she assumed the throwing stance, then she swung her arm and gave a low, growling sound as she pinched a small disc toward the doors, and it exploded a few seconds later, clearing the way and scorching the ceiling around them. "Well done, you two." Izuku gave his girlfriends a little blush as he cheered them on. "I see." Iida-kun exclaimed joyfully, "Now Midoriya-kun, Shinso-kun, and Puppy can lift us up there without much trouble." "I doubt it," Melissa said, forcing the boy to stop his fast swings. "From the looks of it, they can barely squeeze themselves in the armors," Melissa said, glancing at the suits. "We need someone to go through the vent and use the outside wall to get at the top floor in order to let the ladder down." The girl explained carefully, trying not to sound desperate. "There is another trapdoor like that, which will bring them straight to the destination." "Is there a small person who can scale the walls?" Jiro-san said inarticulately. All of them abruptly turned to the side and stared at Minoru Manetta's tiny, shaky form. "I'm going to do it like crazy." The boy crossed his arms over his chest and let out a high-pitched shout. "Manetta, hurry up." Winking at the teenager, Kaminari-kun begged, "Do it for the harem." When a tiny drool escaped Manetta's lips, it appeared to have the desired effect, but the teenager violently shook his head and stomped on the ground. With a frustrated sigh, Toshi said, "Okay, Grappist, listen to me." The boy called out, "Who do you?" But his eyes went blank and his entire body froze, a clear result of his friend's odd behavior. The teenager crouched down next to Manetta and said, "Now, you're going to be useful at last. Go up there and bring down the ladder. Once you're finished, give yourself a self-puncture." "Hard," Toshi ordered, his lips forming a broad, obnoxious smirk of satisfaction. The last few words made Izuku wince. Wasn't that going too far? He knew the little student deserved it, but sometimes a little indulgence could be extended. "Is this not a little excessive?" Melissa questioned in an awkward manner. His girlfriends and Jiro-san responded in unison, their voices devoid of any emotion. "He deserves it." Manetta seemed to be without mercy. The other one, who changed into a massive, purple gorilla and was pursuing Toga-senpai, was avoiding Shoto with another compressed air swing, and Kirishima, who had saved him from the transformed criminal's swipe, was still stuck in the wall, so Shoto figured he would have to thank him later. Putting his right leg in front of him, he began to produce ice from his heel, propelling him forward at a speed that his opponent somehow equaled. Shoto found it easy to stay balanced in this position, even executing some crazy dodges from the blows that were directed at him. Who would have guessed that those ice skating lessons the bastard made him attend to would come in handy? Shoto considered his current situation carefully. He suspected that his opponent's quirk, which allowed him to drill through anything the ball of air touched, would allow him to drill through anything he wanted to, making his right side essentially useless for offensive purposes while providing him with a small amount of defense. He also suspected that his left side's flames would not be much use either. There were only two things he could have done. Either take the villain to close quarters, where his opponent's quirk would be of no use to him, or use his own quirk to overpower him. Old Shoto would have gone for the first option without hesitation, but this new Shoto, born after the sports festival, was not a brute like the man who had given his mother the semen. He was not an expert at this range. If he had to, he would have said that Yaoyorozu had become one of the most feared fighters in their class, probably because of those spars she had with Midoriya. Perhaps he could join them, a thought for a later time. He made a sharp turn and changed direction, charging straight at the criminal who momentarily stopped due to shock. He started to sway, making it more difficult for the criminal to aim at him, and when he got close enough, he laid low and slid on the ground, attempting to sweep the criminal's legs. Sadly, the criminal's reflexes were too strong, and he avoided the attack with a well-timed jump. Never one to back down, he charged forward, attempting every combination of punches and kicks that his body could muster. He was sure it was a bit clumsy, but it worked, preventing his opponent from taking advantage of the oddity. However, there was still another issue. Shoto refrained from using his right side because, even though the criminal had a longer reach and better reflexes than him, he was certain that he wouldn't be able to get close again if the villain dodged it and put some distance between them. The opponent, on the other hand, wasn't accustomed to CQC. Something flew and hit his opponent just as he was about to lose all control, pushing him away and snapping his neck to the side in shock. He saw Toga Senpai without the top of his suit, his buffed silhouette visible, his right fist extended toward him, and a white light crackled around his form. Powerier RRRRRR. The teenager struck a victorious pose while screaming at the top of his lungs. Glancing over his shoulder, Shoto saw that his opponent was pressed up against the wall, pinned there by the unconscious body of the other villain. Wasting no more time, he unleashed a massive wave of ice that covered them almost completely and prevented them from getting away. Well done, Greenhorn. Toga Senpai gave him a thumbs up and a smile. He gave him a nod before jogging over to where his classmate was holed up in a wall with cracks all around, trying to escape. Kirishima, please turn off your quirk, he called in his typical tone. With a silly expression, the boy gave him a quick peek before transforming and emerging from his binding. The teenager said, laughing awkwardly, thanks for that. I ought to express my gratitude. You prevented that blow from hitting me, Shoto retaliated, lowering his head slightly. All right, now that this is done, how about we catch up with the others? Toga Senpai suggested, gesturing to the ladder that protruded from the ceiling. Before they could move in that direction, they heard what sounded like a police siren. He looked up and saw a large number of red robots, about the size of tall trash cans, racing toward them. As the lighting around him started to come back to life, the upperclassmate remarked, looks like, there is second wave. Let us prepare to rumble. A broad, happy smile adorned Kirishima's face as he continued, shifting his hands to reveal his peculiarity. Shoto tensed his arms and narrowed his eyes, ready for a fight. He just wanted to get this over with as soon as possible so he could go help his friends. Izuku observed Manetta as he lay still on the ground, clutching his buttocks, his eyes rolling back into his skull, and foam emanating from his mouth. The boy unlocked the ladder to ascend, performing his duties exactly as required. In a way, receiving the punishment he deserved for all of his perversities was the icing on the cake. Puppy stepped forward, keeping the teenager at arm's length and grabbing him by the back of his shirt. The robot asked, glancing at Momo for approval, like that, Mama? Momo said proudly, exactly like that. Good boy puppy. A savage smirk appeared on her lips. Why was she so attractive even in her scary role? Izuku called out, grabbing the group's attention, let's get moving now. Toshi, Iida-kun, please lead the way. Me and Kaminari-kun will cover our backs. Also, whenever someone spots a camera, destroy it or let the other know. We can't let the villains get our position again. They all gave him nods, indicating that they were aware of how serious the situation was. They were lucky the last time, but this time they couldn't afford any more setbacks to their original plan. Considering that Toshi's suit was at the same level and Puppy had nearly depleted the palladium core on the first reactor, he still had 80% power left. The secondary reactor would soon come online. Their reactors wouldn't run out of juice before controlling the security system, assuming there was no more trouble along the way. He didn't think the universe would console him in that way, but he still had to have faith that everything would turn out okay. Pulling Midoriya from his reverie, Kaminari-kun smiled kindly and said, "Midoriya, you're a great leader, you know?" Was he? He may have picked up some leadership skills from watching the entire MCU 100 times, and his position as the boss of the bookshop undoubtedly helped. He smiled back behind the faceplate, saying, "Thanks." As they approached the 130th floor, there remained no indication of any issues. Why was the villain's path still clear when there was no way they could have missed the lack of feed from the damaged cameras? "It seems like they're setting up a trap for us," Momo said, seeming to read his mind. Iida-kun added, scanning the area for any indication of trouble. "I agree, this is going too well." All shutters were open since the 100th floor. May told them, trying to lighten the mood, but at least we're moving forward. Melissa called, pointing to the closed entrance with the window. "Those doors ahead of us. They lead to the laboratory. We can go through there as a shortcut to the emergency stairs, instead of running the whole corridor." With delight, Jiro-san said, "That's great, what's inside?" Melissa tipped her head slightly, humming. "If I'm not mistaken, scientists have their terrariums with ants, spiders and other small animals like that." May exclaimed, picking up her pace, "Let's keep going then." She sounded pretty upset when she spoke. Momo stopped their group and asked, worried, "May, what's wrong?" Their girlfriend's pale, unfocused eyes were fixed on the ground as she shivered in place. It appeared as though she was genuinely afraid of something. The girl whispered softly, I can't handle spiders." Tears were starting to form in the corner of her eyes. Her hands shoot forward, catching him and Momo in a bear hug. "They're gross, hairy and scary. My brother used them to freak me out. I don't want to go there, please." It was the most terrified he had ever seen her, and all because of tiny animals that frightened her more than she scared them. Although May was a lot of things, he didn't anticipate that she would be afraid of spiders. They had people to save, so they couldn't afford to take the shortcut. Momo calmed down and stroked their girlfriend's hair, saying, "May, calm down. Everything is going to be okay." He gave her a forehead kiss after taking off his face mask. "Those spiders are behind the glass, they won't reach you." The girl's cheeks were slightly puffed as she raised her eyes to stare up at them. She was so cute, even when she was scared. She whispered, "Nothing is going to happen." "Nothing. We'll get past them without any problems." Momo kissed May on the top of her head. "Yes, regarding that," Toshi remarked, casting a slight scowl through the door window. "We've got company there." With concern, Iida-kun asked, "More villains?" The boy looked at Izuku and said, "No, security robots. They're roaming between tables with terrariums and equipment. What are going to do, boss?" He bit his lip and looked at Melissa. "Do those robots have any weapons?" he asked, not surprisingly, assuming that they did, albeit non-lethal ones. To equip a group of robots with firearms or other lethal tools would be incredibly foolish. Without missing a beat, the girl replied, "As far as I'm aware, they only have a thick cable. They use it to catch and restrict the target's movement." With a firm voice and a strangely self-assured crack of his knuckles, Kaminari-kun said, "Let me take care of them." Jiro-san said in a deadpan voice, "You're going to release a huge wave of electricity, frying them in your brain, don't you?" The teenager answered with a broad smile, "And be a deadweight for you guys?" "Nope." With a wink, the boy looked at him and his girlfriends. Kaminari-kun's eyes gleamed a little, and his hair abruptly became even more spikier than before. A low hum was produced by tiny, yellow electric arcs that were constantly crackling around his body. The adolescent was extremely focused, as evidenced by his clenched fist and fierce expression. It made Izuku think of those times when Thor really unleashed his lightning bolts. Kaminari-kun, who was standing in front of the doors in a running position, grunted, "I can't keep it up for long." Toshi said, pulling back his mask and letting the teenager in, "Let's get rolling then." The boy literally shot out of his spot, leaving slightly burned panels where he stood, as the passage opened up. With unexpected speed, he charged right at the first group of security robots. Even though Kaminari-kun was not as quick as Tagada-senpai when he was using One for All, he was still significantly faster than before. He struck the first machine, instantly frying the ones nearby with lightning that flew between them. The robot's armor had a tiny chip in it. Astonished, he bolted into the room, with the others trailing behind. He found the way out and moved between shelves and tables, attempting to keep the robots as far away from his peers as he could. 3 lone robots emerged, obstructing their path. Izuku raised his hands and unleashed his repulsors, causing the machines to be pushed away with severe damage to their bodies. Prior to him extracting the final one, Unexpectedly, Kaminari-kun leapt to his feet, extended his hand to cover the robot's head, and increased the force, slicing through it like butter. The teenager, who was standing close to it, gave them a shaky thumbs up and smiled broadly. The boy's lighting disappeared, and he looked rather gaunt. With his back resting against the table, Kaminari-kun took a seat on the floor. Peering back, he noticed compact stacks of devices, some completely destroyed and some simply scorched. It would be an understatement to say that he was taken aback. Only 2 weeks had passed since he and his girls had presented him with several ideas for electrification. The teenager had already tested one of them, which had resulted in such a potent move. Gazing still at the smashed robots, Jiro-san exclaimed, "Wow, jamming way, what was that?" "That was my cloak of lighting. Pretty neat, huh?" Kaminari-kun asked, attempting to regain control over his breathing. Melissa said, examining the devices, "That technique is quite powerful. You literally cut through those bots with your bare hands." Iida-kun worriedly said, "That's right, it seems that the drawbacks to it are severe." The teenager chuckled weakly and said, "Yeah. I can't keep it for more than 3 minutes, and after that, I'm not able to move for a while. Leave me here, you still need to save the day." Izuku gave the boy a brief glance and saw that, despite his enormous smile, Kaminari-kun was voluntarily acknowledging that he was done and would only slow them down. For this reason, Izuku felt a great deal of respect for him. Izuku glanced at his child and decided, "Puppy, give Kaminari-kun a ride on your back." The teenager gave him a dumbfounded look, as though he had just heard something extremely strange and wasn't sure what he was hearing. Momo crossed her arms under her chest and said firmly, "We're not leaving you behind." Mei said with a cheerful tone but a serious expression on her face, "Exactly, we're a team. We take care of each other." The boys simply smiled modestly in gratitude, without saying anything more. They continued to climb floors going forward without any further problems. They had access to all partitions, and the security robots had vanished. Still, Izuku was concerned. Why did the villains suddenly let them rise to such a height? It was definitely not a charitable deed. Were they led somewhere, perhaps? Most likely to another trap? Izuku tried not to seem concerned as he asked, "Jiro-san, can you hear anything?" The girl momentarily closed her eyes and plugged her jacks into the wall. She gave a comforting, "No, the coast is clear," response. Iida-kun ran ahead of them and said, "There's another shutter in our way." Grabbing a handle, Toshi informed him, "But the doors are unlocked." Momo chewed on her lip and said, "Must be a trap." Mei squeezed their girlfriend's hand and said, "We can't really turn around now, can we?" Melissa tipped her chin and said, "This is the 138th floor, the servers' banks for the tower are here. If other partitions are not closed, then we can access the roof through the wind power generators with another emergency staircase." With a slight frown, Jiro-san questioned, "So we have no choice?" "I guess not." Izuku didn't particularly enjoy it, but they weren't really given an option. He could ask Puppy to use his Uni Beam to break through the barricade, but if the other shutters were closed, he had no way of knowing. If so, before they reached the top floor, the android's remaining arc reactor would run out of power. Furthermore, neither his nor Toshi's suits were designed to withstand the degree of heat generated by the apparatus. They emerged from the stairwell and entered a massive room that was stacked floor to ceiling with enormous black and red server units. They were arranged in a good number of rows with hanging passages. Izuku was amazed by the sight despite the circumstances, picturing what Alan could accomplish with so many bytes. Abruptly, a massive set of doors appeared in front of them, revealing an endless number of security robots coming online and preparing to charge at them. A warning siren announced that even more machines were approaching them from above. Toshi broke up their group and assumed a combat stance. He heard the teenager mumble a word in a language he did not understand, and his whips shot out of his arms. Russian? Or perhaps something from the European East. Language? Momo exclaimed, her back to the light of creation. Their friend barked, "What? How did you know that I was cursing?" Iida-kun glared at him, her expression hardened. "While the proper way of speaking is surely a must, we have greater problems at hand," she exclaimed. Yes, he rose to the position of team leader. He was confident they could succeed, but it would take too long, and they would run the risk of being discovered, which would mean the end of their mission. Momo said to him, "Go." She produced a tripod-mounted Gatling gun and a belt of bullets that protruded from her chest, though they didn't appear to be regular ammunition. Rather, they were rubber bullets. "Take Mei and Melissa with you and go. We'll take care of this." This made sense as a resolution. To halt their advance, It appeared that the enemy had moved the majority of their forces here. The only option was to split up. Izuku told his puppy, "Puppy, you're coming with us." After placing Manetta on the ground, the android knelt down, making room for Kaminari-kun to slide off of it. He turned around, pulled open his mask, and gave Momo a passionate kiss on the lips. Momo responded with equal ardor, "Stay safe." With a cunning smile, she pushed him aside so she could kiss Mei. With the hope that everything would work out, he left the group. God help those villains when, not if, Momo got her hands on them. She was furious, even though she maintained her composure. Everything was perfectly planned by her. Mei and Izuku were drawn to her dress and couldn't take their eyes off her. Then had a great time at the celebration, meeting some researchers and heroes and making sure that nobody even tried to catch a glimpse of her lovers. She would sweetly beg them to accompany her to the hotel after a while, saying that she wanted to spend some time with them. She would cozy up to Mei and Izuku while watching some stupid movie. She would then, somewhat against her will, employ some of the techniques that Midnight had taught her to finish off their night. But no. Her plans to have a fantastic time with her lovers had to be ruined by the big, bad, annoying villains. They also intended to pay a hefty price for it. Neutrally as possible, she gave the order, "Kyoka-chan, handle the gun." She was frustrated, but she didn't want her friend to know that. Glancing forward, she observed Toshi deftly maneuvering through the air, destroying machines with his whips, slashing rigged gushes in their armor, and more. Every now and then he launched a blast from his repulsors, destroying the bots attempting to pass him. Iida-kun was standing next to him when he unleashed ferocious kicks that sent the robots flying with cracks and dents and spewing blue flames from his exhaust pipes. She smiled a little at the sound of rapid fire, which was accompanied by a loud cry of war. Her creations, which were made of rubber that had been hardened, could easily defeat any robot that was charging at them if they added a little extra spice to their propellant. Momo trusted her friend Kyoka-chan to aim carefully, even though it was obvious that carelessness on her part would result in damage to the servers. After a brief moment of focus, grenades made of thick glue began to protrude from her back. She was more than just a walking factory, she was a fighter as well. She noticed Kaminari-kun holding one when she turned to take one. The boy gave her a shaky smile and got to his feet. She pulled out a pin and threw the grenade as hard as she could at the approaching wave of robots, while her classmate followed suit, all out of newfound respect for one another. Momo was going to make sure she and her companions made it through this. Her lovers still needed to give her nighttime cuddles. Izuku tried not to pay attention to Mei's animated explanation, which amazed Melissa even though she was still unable to comprehend how Puppy's Uni Beam had destroyed the sturdy steel doors and turned them into a heap of pieces. Although he was also pleased with his child's work, they now had more pressing matters to attend to. As he went outside, he noticed that the 4 enormous wind turbines were arranged around a massive metal beam, with a platform in the center. Glancing around, he noticed an opening slightly above the final line of turbines. Assuming that there wasn't another shutter in their path, they would have to take off. This would place them approximately on the 150th floor, if he was not misled. He snapped, "Mei, hop on." Puppy grabbed Melissa. Although the excitement of working as heroes was undoubtedly amazing, they had to move quickly. In addition to freeing the hostages from the villain's clutches, this would enable All Might to cease utilizing his muscle form. Without a doubt, the number 1 hero was severely overworking himself in an attempt to hide his secret from the public. The doors at the far end opened before he could take off, revealing a swarm of security robots descending into the roof. Really? How many of those items are present? Additionally, the timing was extremely awkward. He would have to remain in the background, sending his android and girls ahead. They could not let themselves be stopped at this point. With a loud cry of power, he was about to say that when a figure shot up from the ground, punching the first machine and sending others flying in all directions. Peering closely, he saw that Togata-senpai was a bulky figure dressed in only a pair of black boxers. God be praised for DNA clothing. Keep moving, Midoriya. Peering over his shoulder, he observed Todoroki-san and Kirishima-san eliminating yet another group of security bots. Either that, or pound them into scraps while skewering them with ice spikes. He turned on his repulsors and flew directly in the direction of the maintenance exit. He forced himself not to laugh as he peered down to make sure his friends were all right. Hot wind pushed all the machines off the roof as Togata-senpai and Kirishima-san held onto one of the turbines and rolled it in a circle. Todoroki-san continued to produce red flames from his left side. What a clever, silly tactic. After Puppy yanked the doors open once more, they made their way to the staircase. Luckily, the shutters weren't in the way of that one. At last, things were beginning to move in their advantage. Happily, Izuku verified by looking at the number on the wall that they were down to just 50 floors left. He said excitedly, "Okay everyone, this is the last straight." He was eager for this self-imposed mission to be over. Interestingly, they haven't encountered any opposition while ascending. Was the enemy concentrating their last forces to maintain control of the control room? What exactly was their intention behind this attack? Kidnapping a significant person? Taking some technology off the tower? Showing off their ability to breach one of the world's safest locations? He didn't cross out the last one, even though it was a little bit crazy. For trivial reasons, people were able to accomplish a great deal. As soon as he heard a scream, he stopped and pivoted. He saw Melissa lying on the floor with Mei hovering over her, and a blade protruding from a gash in the door. The girl had a small cut on her arm. As soon as the entrance fully opened, Izuku threw down a double repulsor blast in a fighting stance. In some way, his opponent avoided it in time, rolling forward and lunging his right arm in his direction. The limb reshaped into another blade, like a cone. With quick thinking, Izuku gained the required distance with the sword so that it would only scrape his armor, causing the sparks to fly, by using the repulsors in the soles of his boots. The man swung his arms at him and said, arrogantly, "Nice reflexes, kid, but your road ends here. You have given us enough of a headache as it is." There was not enough room for him to continue into the air and simply launch repulsor blasts at his opponent, so he was forced to fight at close range. Izuku used his armored arm to block another vicious swing and tried to think of a way to gain the upper hand. The man was extremely strong and had fast reflexes. It was just a matter of time until the folds in his suit gave way. Repulsors were the only weapons the armor had. Above all, the energy reserve of his arc reactor was almost depleted. Hold on. An arc reactor, he could turn the tide of battle if he could unleash a weak Uni Beam. Just enough to take out his opponent without setting himself on fire. It's a good thing Mei considered setting it as the default state when creating this outfit. Bracing himself, he waited for the right moment to act. Izuku moved to put himself between his opponent and his allies by avoiding yet another strong blow. The man laughed and smirked at him. "Huh, not so tough, kid? This toy of yours is naughty." Izuku used the momentary distraction created by the villain to his advantage by tensing his chest and firing a swift unibeam. The opponent was launched toward the wall after being struck squarely in the chest by the attack. He started to fire a barrage of blasts from his hands, making sure to put the man out cold, despite the uncomfortable heat inside his suit. He paused, watching as his adversary slid against the wall, his jaw agape. He appeared to have done it. He turned around and knelt down close to the girls. Examining the wound on Melissa's arm, he exhaled. "Good, it was only a superficial cut." "I apologize for this," the girl said with a sorrowful expression. "I should have paid more attention to our surroundings. It wasn't your fault, if anything I'm responsible for it." Izuku reprimanded himself, admitting his own negligence that caused this. Mei, furious with herself, told them, "Don't be too hard on yourself. I was supposed to scout for any threats, and I didn't see it coming until it was too late." Seemingly out of nowhere, she took out a handkerchief and tightly wrapped it around the wound. Melissa gave them a kind smile and let out a small laugh. "Looks like we all need some more training, before we become a full-fledged heroes." He smiled a little too, seeing his girlfriend's smile at the comment. They still had a long way to go, and she was right. After recovering from the surprise attack, they started up the stairs once more. The only other issue they encountered was a couple of guys pointing machine guns at them right in front of the upper floor entrance. The answer to this issue was to use well-aimed repulsor blasts to eliminate them after they ran out of ammunition. Izuku peered around the corner and asked, "Which way is to the control room?" The hallways were poorly lit, which would have made a second surprise attack simple. He wished for that to never occur again. Melissa whispered to him, "It's in front of the central elevator, we just need to move straight ahead." At last, they were almost done with this hassle. All that was left to do was restart the security system, which should be easy for the three of them to do. "I was hoping there wouldn't be any more issues." Mei told him as she hid behind the wall and peered around the entrance, "Someone's there." "Oh no," he spoke too quickly. "All right, it wasn't a major problem. He could handle it with Puppy." Or, anyway, he thought they could. "Papa and Sam?" Melissa asked, shocked. He snapped out of his reverie and peered out as well. In front of them stood a massive vault of some sort, and within stood Professor Shield, hurriedly typing on a computer while conversing with his companion. His mind began to race with questions. For what reason were they here? Were they forced to access a valuable item in the vault by the villains? If so, where were the adversaries? It was just the two of them. Melissa looked directly at him and pleaded, "We have to save him. Izuku chewed on his lip as he thought about their options. Ignoring it would give them the advantage over the villains as they could quickly reset the security system, but it also carried the risk of getting Professor and the other guy into trouble. Furthermore, this might clarify exactly what was happening. He let out a frustrated sigh and turned to face his girlfriend. May, take Puppy and go to control room. Me and Melissa will investigate this. She gave him a kiss on the lips and nodded gravely before taking off after Puppy. Izuku crept up on the vault and peered inside. There were light blue lights inside the cylindrical walls that were constantly shining and flowing around the gray safe deposit boxes. Except for the professor and his companion, nobody was present. This has merits and demerits. That's good because there wouldn't be a fight. Unfortunately, something wasn't quite right. His companion went to one of the boxes and removed a large suitcase. He opened it and showed the professor what was inside. Izuku focused his focus and noticed that within were several discs, an odd-looking apparatus with 6 thin belts, and a container filled with a grayish-blue liquid. More questions were raised, even though they both appeared to be very happy about receiving it. Sam closed the suitcase and held it in his arms, asking, "Everything's going according to the plan, right?" The professor moved closer to the man and said, "Yes, thank you for this, Sam. It's all thanks to those fake villains you arrange." What? His whole body shook. Did Professor Shield and his right-hand man arrange all of this? Papa, Melissa uttered in a sarcastic manner. The two men were clearly taken aback when the girl moved closer, her face broken. Step by step, she asked, "What do you mean by that? Papa, you're not the one behind this, right?" The professor's guilty expression was more than sufficient to provide him with the solution. A wave of anger hit Izuku, and he clenched his teeth and tightened his fist. He found it hard to accept that one of the most well-known people who had supported heroes in their struggle for world peace could do such a thing, and for what purpose? Some sort of high-tech device? Sam pointed to the luggage and said, "The professor is only getting back what was stolen from him. This is a groundbreaking invention that mechanically amplifies quirks, without any adverse effects the body like drugs have." Well, so perhaps it wasn't some high-tech device. However, the sponsors confiscated this device and all the research data, freezing any further development. They feared that the information about it would change the structure of our superhuman society in a drastic manner. The governments. Izuku yelled, "I don't care," with such rage that it shocked everyone. White-hot wrath bubbled inside of him, and he was fuming. He questioned in a low voice, "Why? Why would you do this? What could be so important?" Desperate for this to not be real, Melissa exclaimed, "This has to be a lie, right, Papa?" Glancing away, the professor conceded, "It's not, it's all might. I did it for him, not many know about it, but his quirk is fading away. However, if we use my device on him, then it can go back to how it was before. Maybe even become stronger." The man's words were full of conviction. The man grabbed Sam's suitcase and said, "The symbol of peace can get its light back. He can save people longer." He then turned to face them pleadingly. "Please let me handle this device to all might. After he gets it, I'll take any kind of punishment. I'm prepared for it." Was everything done just for him? Even though the reasons were good, the manner it was done tarnished them. In addition, the professor demonstrated his clinging to the world that the #1 hero had created, demonstrating a lack of concern for either All Might or the present generation. That put everyone's lives at risk, Melissa exclaimed, her eyes welling with tears. She gave her arm to her father and tore off the bandage. The girl said, obviously disgusted and angry, "What do you think we all then threw, to save everyone on the island?" The professor's expression changed from one of surprise to confusion as he stared at the wound. "What does this mean? The bad guys were meant to be fictitious, a performance?" he asked, staring at Sam, who was now trembling with anxiety. "Oh, but it was an act," the voice from behind them said, causing Izuku to turn around quickly. He saw the party villain wearing the white dress coat, along with a smirky man wearing strange goggles, standing next to him. An act pretending to be fake villains. He lifted his hand, ready to release a repellent blast, but the linchpin's palm, which was in contact with the vault's gate, flared blue. Izuku was struck by a metal fence and fell into the computers the next thing he knew. The pipes were coiled around him, limiting his range of motion almost entirely. Crappy. There had to be some sort of quirk with metal manipulation on this guy. This was just terrible. In an instance such as this, his suit was of no use whatsoever. Nope. This man was virtually unbeatable because Central Tower was primarily composed of steel. The villain walked further into the room, smugly saying, Now we can't have you interrupting us." Changing to face PF. "Sam and Shield," he inquired. "Sam, the device please." The plump man grabbed the suitcase from the startled David and fled from his location. Not hiding his shock at his right-hand man's betrayal, the professor exclaimed, "Sam? Did you trick me? Were you working with villains from the start?" The aide abruptly stopped in front of the pivot and said, "You're the one who tricked me. I served you for so many years, but you allowed your research to be frozen so easily. The honor and renown we were going to achieve went away. If I didn't get at least some money, then it would be a total waste of my time, it would ruin me." So, because he wanted money, the fat sleazebag did everything? Another reason to be incensed. But he had to free himself from his bonds before he could exact justice. Melissa exerting maximum force on the metal didn't yield much result. The entire room echoed with a gunshot. Glancing back, he saw that the pivot was pointing a gun at the fallen comrade who was clinging to his shoulder in an attempt to contain the dripping blood. The man attempted to argue with a tone that betrayed his obvious disbelief. The antagonist, however, only moved in closer, aimed his gun once more, and pulled the trigger, but the bullet missed its mark and lodged in the professor, who leapt to protect the man. Melissa hurried to assist her father, but she was struck by the gun's handle, which knocked her to the ground. Izuku gritted his teeth, shocked at how pitiful he was. He was taken by surprise and found himself confined. Even though he would become a hero in the future, he was still going to take action in the here and now. He only paid partial attention to what the boss villain was saying to the professor. Izuku had to admit that the man's action was abhorrent and would undoubtedly leave a huge stain on his record, but it still touched his foolish, brave heart. After this was all over, he made a self-promised long talk with David about believing in the next generation of heroes. After putting the professor out of his misery and pointing his gun at Melissa, the linchpin declared that she was an unnecessary attachment. "Alright Izuku, it's time to organize your belongings and take action at last." He pressed against the wall with his feet and palms flat, not really caring about his energy reserves as he pumped as much power as he could toward the repulsors via the arc reactor. His restraints broke free like branches, propelling him rapidly ahead. He took the villain on, causing him to let go of the lecturer. Grasping the linchpin's chest with his arm, he unleashed a forceful blow that sent the man crashing into the wall. He landed on the ground and looked over his shoulder. David suffered a severe cut on his right side that was bleeding profusely. The man's life was in danger, so he had to take action to stop it. A dark laugh came to him. The villain lowered himself to the ground, his hands on the ground as he moved his eyes forward. The man said, "You surprised me, Iron Man. But this is where your story ends." As a blue light encircled the villain's hands, Izuku braced himself for what was going to happen, but nothing materialized. He could see by looking at the pivot that the man was taken aback by this as well. His quirk's blue aura surfaced once more, but it had no impact. The villain's boss looked at his arms and remarked, "This usually works." At last, there was nothing against him. This guy had a strange ability to work with metal, though it appeared that he could only work with specific kinds. And the entire material of Izuku's suit was an alloy of titanium and gold. This was his opportunity. There would be none left for him. He dragged his voice a little to demonstrate how much pressure he got out of it. "You know," he said. He was about to say, "Performance issues are not uncommon. 1 out of 5. When a metal column slapped into him, knocking the air out of his lungs and sending him flying to the other side of the room. Stupid. Just plain stupid. Why did he have to ruin the best chance to put an end to this horror party in order to set up a scene from the Avengers? All he could think of was this. Well worth it. As he stood back up, he noticed that his suit's back and torso had sustained some damage, which was further supported by tiny sparks emerging from it. His vitality wasn't all that impressive either. 32% were left. Don't play around any longer. He nodded to Melissa, hoping she understood what he was trying to say. It appeared as though the girl did, because she got up and started running off. The other villain started to flee, probably in an attempt to stop her, but Izuku leapt into the air and stopped him with a dual repulsor blast. He heard the whistling sound of air behind him. He gave a brief blast of repulsors and sidestepped another twisted metal construction that was headed straight for him. He noticed more coming his way as he looked around. Luckily, he was superior in the air at this point. He shot a burst of energy at the linchpin, who was hiding beneath a metal dome, while flying around the room. They were in a deadlock, but they got along just fine with Izuku. In actuality, he was ideal for this. If he was able to hold the boss in this position, it would make it simpler for the heroes to capture him once they were set free. A column rose up beside him, but he sidestepped the charge with great skill. But he didn't anticipate a spike to shoot forward from it. It grazed his flesh and smashed the armor completely where it struck his shoulder. Startled by the blow and agony, he became entangled in another piece of metal, which knocked him to the ground with an excruciating crash. A low rumble filled the space, as if something was overpowering itself. Was the security system being reset? Hopefully, he was unsure of his chances of escape from this one. He turned to look around and saw the professor and suitcase being carried out of the vault by the villains. He had to admit that he was worn out and bruised from everything that had happened, but what kind of hero would he be if he gave up now? A traitorous part of his brain told him that he had done enough and could relax, leaving everything in the hands of the heroes. Tony never gave up until he was unable to find a way out of a difficult situation. Otherwise, he never stopped trying. In addition, Stan would lecture him in the afterlife. Izuku clenched his teeth, twisted his hands, and moved his feet until they were flat on the ground. He slowly started to rise from the heap of heavy metal covering him by using his repulsors. However, it was insufficient. He required more. He let go of the Uni Beam and blasted through the barrier, bracing himself for the pain that lay ahead. The heat made his skin and shirt smell like they were singing, and then he smelled the pain. Not wanting it to get in the way, he turned his attention elsewhere. His cracked display flashed an alert. Just 19% of the energy was left. His armor had some serious damage in some areas. Is that all you got, universe? He could feel the bruises and a concussion slowly wearing off. He bolted from the vault, heading for the rooftop. This was the most likely way for villains to escape if they so desired. Grab a helicopter and take off. He was not going to let them do that. Furthermore, the professor's wound's blood was a dead giveaway. While traveling, he noticed an open room and decided to check it out to see if there was a shortcut. Sure enough, he found one. Izuku shot a blast to break through the glass as he ran and leapt through one of the room's windows. He slammed on his repulsors and hurtled toward the roof. When he arrived, he observed the bad guys getting closer to a helicopter. Perhaps he could injure the rotor blades with his repulsors, as he still had some time before they would gain sufficient speed for takeoff. The linchpin called him across the rooftop and stepped forward slightly, as if he wanted to shield the machine from him. Oh, that's surprising. The man smirked and said, "Did you come here to save this man who sinned? What's up with his peculiar religious demeanor?" He chuckled, opting to bide his time. You know, hero complex and all that. The blue aura that indicated the man's quirk activation appeared as he slammed his hand to the ground and used it to launch a massive metal pillar from the roof directly at him. Izuku brushed it aside and shot ahead. He continued to maneuver through the air, dodging more steel structures that were thrown at him. Now that he was in a wide open space, he could move around with ease and demonstrate to the pivot that he was not going to fall again. The villain pointed his gun at the professor and said, "I applaud your effort, but how are you going to save him?" With a strained voice, David said, "Don't worry about me." Izuku took off again and briefly hovered above the earth. His hands were bound. Since the professor was right behind the pivot, it was not even possible to repeat the stain incident. The villain boss mocked in a smug tone, "My god, being a hero is so inconvenient. Just threaten the life of the one to be saved, and you can't move." An acute point protruded from the earth, severing a portion of his mask, obliterating its left side, and nearly removing his eye. Izuku sped around, trying his best to avoid all of the columns coming at him, which pushed him farther and farther away from the chopper. He was flung around abruptly by something hitting him from the side, and then a pillar struck him, sending his body rolling across the floor. Izuku pushed himself up, groaning from the pain, in time to see the helicopter take off. With the professor and that gadget, he could not let them escape. He wagered that the villain would not employ his peculiarity within the plane. He leapt up and raced in the direction of the helicopter. He gave it a powerful body blow, causing the machine to sway. It made no difference. All he had to do was seize David and take off. With his repulsor, he could always destroy the device and the suitcase. The professor gave him a disbelieving look when he reached out to grasp onto the aircraft with his arm. David begged, "Midoriya, get away." He attempted to reason with the man, saying, "I can't. You and me have to have a talk about heroics. Besides, Melissa is still believing in you." Besides, he didn't think they had time for the argument at this moment. "You're indeed a hero." He saw the villain pointing the gun at him as he snapped his attention to the pivot. With a swift thought, he shook the helicopter. He was pushed aside as the bullet continued to fly at him. His repulsors stopped working properly, and his display abruptly faded away. The reactor for arcs. The professor must have been hit, and he was compelled to allow the villains to flee with them due to the erratic flow of energy. However, he wasn't overly concerned about it. Could he land now? He had no desire to plummet from the sky. He would injure himself severely even if he hit the rooftop. Taking him in his arms, Puppy safely lowered them and said, "I've got you, father." He glanced in the direction of the roof's entrance and noticed Melissa and May. Both of them sprinted in his direction. His girlfriend checked for injuries while encircling him in a tight hug right away. Her face showed a hint of haunting. She must have been afraid of him. Melissa worriedly asked, "Izuku, are you all right? Your outfit," she exclaimed, glancing at him. He glanced down and noticed that the light on his reactor was flickering. That would not last very long. He needed to come up with something. A means to rescue the professor and put an end to the bad guys. It was necessary that there be. A nasty, loud laugh escaped his ears. He turned aside in shock to see All Might soaring high above the plane. In midair, the hero of the number 1 managed to stop, defying the laws of physics and creating a massive airwave that stopped the helicopter in its tracks. Screaming about friendship and launching himself at the machine, the helicopter burst into a ball of fire that crashed against the roof. All Might, on the other hand, landed elegantly beside them, embracing the professor. Despite how absurd this was, he opted not to remark. He did not want to ruin the poignant moment that was in front of him. Sadly, a very cruel metal pillar had a different viewpoint and destroyed the top hero. From the earth, a tangle of cables protruded, ensnaring the professor and carrying him off in the direction of. "All right, take a break." "What is that?" The villain boss had the device wrapped around his head and was totally unscathed. He was elevated higher in the air on a platform made of metal and wires. Ahead of him, an assortment of cables were connected to form a mobile appendage. All Might leapt forward, ready to strike the pivotal point into the upcoming week, but the man simply swatted his arm, conjuring up a huge wall of metal to deflect the blow and halt the symbol of peace's advance. The hero is struck by a pillar, which knocks him to the ground once more. The tower was illuminated by a soft blue glow that tore off and levitated more metal pieces to join the villain's platform, transforming it into a mass of steel that seemed to be alive and reaching into the sky. He forcefully swallowed. This was not good. This was just terrible. There was an onslaught of metal columns in his direction that even All Might could not break through. He yelled, "We need to run," and shoved the girls to get moving. All of the attacks combined with the absence of steel beams to support the roof caused it to suddenly crack. Izuku saw that Melissa was going to fall, so he used the last of his reactor's power to propel himself skyward and catch the girl. He absorbed the blow as they crashed a few meters apart. Casting a glance upward, he witnessed the subsequent barrage of pillars approaching the flailing All Might, immobile where they had landed. The mass of metal was going to hit the hero when it was completely encased in thick ice, freezing it up to the villain's location. As Toga Senpei's soared through the skies, a cry for strength could be heard. A few more columns were destroyed, letting Symbol of Peace escape. He noticed Momo and the others exiting the elevator by glancing to the side. Despite their rather disheveled appearances, they all had determined looks on their faces. A hint of hope began to rise in him. They could help All Might and defeat the villain somehow, since they were all here. Well then, he was essentially useless at this point. All he could do without his suit was give orders to the others. Puppy called him, "Father." The android knelt beside him, its chest section slightly opening. Arc reactor was taken out and presented to him by the machine after it had grabbed it. "Kick his ass," the robot uttered before its last bit of energy vanished. A single tear ran out of his eye. He was able to fight and turn the tide thanks to his child. He wouldn't throw it away. He gestured for May to assist him in changing the reactors while nodding at her, looking surprised. Silently, his girlfriend took the gadget from Puppy's ice-cold hand and began fiddling with his outfit. Momo yelled, "Izuku," and rushed over to him. She appeared to be about to pass out and was gasping for air, but she persisted in moving forward. She knelt beside him and examined his armor. With concern, she inquired, "Are you all right?" He chuckled to himself, pushed open the remaining portion of his face mask, and grinned slightly. She snorted when he said, "Been better," in a happy tone. Glancing around, he observed that Toshi was flying about, smashing the metal lumps with his whips. Iida-kun and Kirishima-san, who were punching and kicking steel pillars, came after him. The villain was literally being smashed by All Might. The others were hidden behind a riot shield barrier, presumably constructed by Momo, next to the elevator. It was evident to him from the flicker of flames that Todoroki-san was still recovering. He thought they stood a decent chance of. An abrupt burst startled him out of his reverie. Witnessing Toga Senpei break the peace symbol free from the metal cubes by punching his way through them. Many long spears made of steel were driven through the remaining metal. They both fell to the ground, appearing to be hurt. He noticed May beaming at him when he heard a faint whine coming from his suit. He had returned to his business. With fire in his eyes, he got up and stole a quick kiss from his girls. Melissa called him, shedding a few tears. "Izuku, please, save my papa." "That's the plan," he answered, snapping his faceplate back on and taking off toward the location where All Might and his senior were. Alan deadpanned through his helmet. "I leave you unsupervised for one day, and you already got into a battle with a villain, sir." It made him smile. "What took you so long?" he inquired, closely observing the pivot point. "When did the man begin to glow purple?" "I couldn't get through, no matter which satellite I used," the artificial intelligence said sourly. "I've already sent a message to the other heroes, asking them for assistance. They will be here shortly. Is there anything else you want me to do, sir?" Izuku landed next to the hero and his upper classmate, who gave him a strange look while humming to himself. "A final boss battle music would do, and you too, we've got work to do." They smirked at him and assumed combat postures. They both accelerate forward in a breathtaking show of speed right as the opening notes of Immigrant Song fill the entire island. Punching their way through the lumps of metal, the two raced in the direction of the villain. As for him, he launched himself into the air and began to circle the writhing structure. Occasionally, he fired a blast of repulsors, causing the metal cube to derail, merely to agitate the pivot. His primary goal was to locate the professor amidst the tangle of wires and cables. When the villain noticed that David's unconscious form was not far from the linchpin, he turned his attention to All Might and Toga Senpai, who were gradually getting closer to each other. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly approached and used his repulsors to smash the bindings. He grabbed the professor carefully and flew off, doing a lap around the construction so as not to be seen. As they got closer to the barricade, he slipped David into the arms of Kaminari-kun and Jiro-san. That went surprisingly smoothly, though he anticipated facing greater difficulties, he had no intention of belittling the one who had bestowed the gift. He turned around to see the villain consolidating all of his leftover metal into one enormous cube. The whole central tower would collapse if this thing hit them. Toga Senpai and All Might wouldn't make it there in time. This could not continue, he had to stop the man. Hurrying ahead, the last words Stain spoke to him before passing away resonated in his thoughts. His repulsors could be easily blocked, and he was unable to get close. There was only one thing left for him to do. Alan, all power to the chest repulsor. He clenched his teeth and steeled his nerves before launching a Uni Beam directly at the villain. The enemy attempted to defend himself, as he had anticipated, but the laser tore through it and severed his arm from his body. An excruciating wave of pain swept over him, making his vision somewhat blurry and filling his ears with a white noise. The intense heat in his chest was excruciating. He hadn't anticipated being so severely injured by his own attack, not even after mentally bracing himself for it. Gasping for air, he crashed onto the ground and felt as though he might faint at any moment. He could not speak because of the pain, but he heard voices calling to him. Abruptly, he sensed something chilly pressing against his chest and his suit becoming less snug. He blinked away his tears and drew in a rough breath. He turned to see that he was nestled between his girlfriends in a tight hug. Todoroki-san was holding an ice cube on his chest. The rest of 1A was gathered around them, applauding at something. He turned to face the rising sun and witnessed All Might and Toga Senpai sailing through the sky, their massive construction destroyed. They prevailed, and it took them until morning. To be honest, he was just relieved it was over. He smiled and planted kisses on his girlfriend's cheeks, tilting his head slightly. He said, his voice faltering, "We did it." Momo tried to give him a glare, but her smile overpowered it. She shook her head. She stroked his cheek and said, "You're so reckless." Mei scolded him, pouting cutely at him and saying, "You big dummy." The girl gave him a closer nuzzle. Toga Senpai yelled, "Great job, Greenhorn," as he stood up beside them and gave them a thumbs up. "Your very first mission as heroes ended in success." The teenager's remarks made them all laugh. Indeed, it did, didn't it? For them, that was an incredible experience. He was going to tell them to shove it if they insisted on having him lecture during the day. If his girls could accompany him in his desire to sleep, that would be even better. Todoroki-san addressed the boy seriously, saying, "Toga Senpai." Straight-faced, he asked, "Are you perhaps All Might's secret love child?" Their senior asked, his face dumbfounded. "What?" Mei said, seemingly contributing to the revelation of their strange secret that never was. "Yeah, both of you have blonde hair, blue eyes, are super buff, and have obnoxious laughs." Izuku decided not to respond to it. In addition, his eyelids closed on their own before he had a chance to act. On I Island, the days that followed were quite busy. He was taken to the hospital after collapsing on the rooftop, where medical professionals bandaged him. Luckily, his injuries were limited to a second-degree burn on his torso, numerous scratches, a small wound on his shoulder, a few bruised ribs, and a minor concussion. Nothing too significant. He was constantly occupied by Momo and Mei, with the others paying him fleeting visits. When he eventually had a chance to speak with Kirishima-san, he realized why the boy felt uneasy in his presence after they exchanged some words. The teenager and the Pomeranian were having some personal issues, so he wasn't sure how to behave. He was reassured by Izuku that they were okay. Naturally, the council members in charge of maintaining order on I Island also paid him a visit. They all thanked him for defending their house, which forced him to apologize and say that he wasn't the only one who did it. And they said, whatever that meant, that I Island had his back. But that wasn't the only reason they approached him. They asked him about the incidents, claiming to have statements from Melissa and other students already. It seems that David was already facing charges, and he wouldn't get away with it even with All Might's support. Izuku attempted to mitigate the punishment that was in store for the man by telling them the truth. As for them, today was their last day on I Island. He had one last task to complete before their plane arrived, but it was already waiting for them. This was, of course, his conversation with the professor, who was being observed closely by the police in his hospital chamber. The doctors here saved David's life, and he spent approximately a month in bed. David trembled uneasily, trying not to meet Izuku's enraged expression. He huffed and said, "I'll cut right to the chase," he said sharply, making the man wince a little. "I'm pissed off at you. It's not about hiring the villains and putting everyone in danger. It's about your lack of faith in future generation of heroes. All Might, while being an extraordinary hero, is just a human. He too has his limits." "I realize that now," David said in a regretful, low voice. The professor looked at him hopeful and smiled slightly. "I desperately clung into the light he illuminated, hoping that he would protect us forever. But I was stupid enough to think a single pillar could hold the peace forever, no matter how strong it is. But you showed me that the future isn't as dark as it seems." The man's words somewhat shocked him. It appears that putting his daughter in danger and nearly dying at the hands of insane villains opened his eyes. The instructor unlocked a drawer, extracted a USB stick, and handed it to him. "This is something that I found when I was younger. It origins from the old research before quirks came to be." David laughed for a moment. "I couldn't figure out what there. But I hope that you, Izuku Midoriya, can solve this mystery." He took the drive out of his palm and gave the man a nod. The professor would not stand for it to go unanswered. It was his attempt at self-repair. He got up from a chair and silently left the room. Everything that needed to be said was said. He hoped David got better and that his punishment wasn't too harsh. Even today, the man remains among the world's most brilliant minds. He was taken aback when Melissa hurried by him, her face flushed, as she fled from Toshi, who had concealed something in his pocket. Yes, the girl stumbled during the fight and fell off the roof. When his friend saw it, he split after her, sparing her life. But something made Izuku's stomach turn. Toshi informed him that his suit momentarily malfunctioned, nearly causing them to collide with the pavement. After doing the diagnostic check, Alan discovered no anomaly that could have caused this accident. The numbers didn't add up. He walked in relative silence toward the airport, keeping pace with his friend, both of them lost in their own thoughts. But still, Izuku asked smugly, a shit-eating grin on his lips, "So, did she give you her number?" Toshi flushed a lot. He was eager for Momo to learn about this, to be honest.
So this was it for today. I will continue this story in next part. Till then, bye bye.